welcome to This Is. Marquez Brownlee, do you know tech?
I think I do. I know new tech anyway.
Okay, well I'm about to hit you with some slightly older tech. This is a little game we've been playing here on This Is, and the rules are really quite simple. We're going to show you a list of 12 different items, some phones, some other types of tech, and you have to answer 2 questions. First of all, if you can name the actual piece of tech or get very close, I'll give you a little bit of leniency. And the second is, can you name the year that the tech came out? Now this, I'm gonna give you a little bit of a spread. So say a new phone came out in 2010 that I show you. If you guess 2009 or 2011, you'll be correct. So you have a 1-year handicap.
Okay.
Are you ready to play Who Wants to Be a Tech Millionaire? Matt's just staring at me very menacingly off camera because I keep coming up with really bad Who Wants to Be a Millionaire puns. Are you ready to play, my friend?
I'm ready to play.
Oh, the wager, of course. Okay, so this is completely up to you. So no pressure. Feel free to say no. Totally fine. But if you can get 50% or more correct, I will tweet whatever you want from my Twitter. If, however, you cannot get 50%, then I'm going to kindly request for you to tweet out that everyone should come watch this video.
You know what? I'll take your bet.
All right, let's do it. Let's play. I'm not gonna do it. Let's begin with the first question.
It's conveniently no logos. All right. So this is an Android phone. It's got the capacitive home, multitasking, and back buttons. To me, it looks like an old Samsung because of that speaker where they put the little nub. But which Samsung? It's not a Galaxy. They never had a camera like that.
So this is the point where if you're feeling stumped, so keep in mind there are 12 questions here, but we do have a lifeline available called Phone a Ken, where you can phone a Ken and he may or may not be helpful. Just saying, you can use that at any point. But there's 12 questions, so if you're feeling reasonably confident, you probably shouldn't burn it yet.
I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna burn on one that I think I should get, but I'm not getting. I know that there's a Samsung logo probably right on the bezel. I just don't know which Samsung. And the year has gotta be, they had that nub on like Galaxy S7. Let's see, 8, 7, 6. Oh no, more like 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna go 2014.
Marquez Brownlee, you are 0% correct. This is the Ringing Bells Freedom 251 from 2016, aka the $4 smartphone. Do you remember seeing the videos on the $4 smartphone?
I kind of vaguely do. Wow, 2016 though?
Yes, so this was legitimately a $4 smartphone. It had like terrible specs, right? It had like a 1.3 gigahertz quad-core processor, 4-inch display, a 3-megapixel camera, lollipop. The thing was, this was actually mostly a scam because it was a rebranded phone from another manufacturer. And in fact, the CEO of this company was arrested multiple times for fraud and extortion, and only some of that was related to selling fake $4 phones.
Wow. Well, I'm almost glad I didn't know what that phone was then.
I feel like Lou did a video on this one. But yes, so, all right. Well, it's okay. It's a long game. Plenty of time to catch up with item number 2, please.
All right. This I've seen. This is my speed. So this is HTC One M8. That's my answer for the name. Now the year. So again, this was at least 2011 and no later than 2015. Let's see if I go 2014. HTC One M8 2014.
For question number 2, you get half points, my friend. This is in fact the HTC One M9 from 2015. You were close. The difference was, I don't think the M8 came in the darker color. I think the M7 and the M8 both had the lighter texture. And if I remember right, the M8 had that weird secondary like depth sensing camera that they immediately dropped for the M9.
Oh yeah, it had like 2, okay. Yeah, okay. I guess half credit. I gotta catch up. I'm behind right now, but I'll take that point.
It's okay. Well, 2014 was within 1 year of 2015, so you at least get the point for the year on that one.
I was right about the year that the M8 came out.
Very, very accurate. Yeah, because I remember the one M8 had the Google Play Edition, that was like my favorite phone for a while. That and the M7 before it. Hopefully you're ready to go a little bit farther back into the past with item number 3.
Dude, all I know is that's a ThinkPad. Like, it's got the nub. I promise you, I've never seen this device. Oh my God, it's not even, the screen isn't even in the middle. To me, I'm thinking 2001, but let me think. So When did they do? What's wrong with the keyboard? What is going on with this thing?
So the keyboard, I would say, is the unique feature because there was one and only one laptop that had a keyboard like this. It was a pretty unique feature that was sadly never replicated, or maybe not sadly, never replicated again.
I don't know what happened. This is a ThinkPad, and I'm gonna go, the year feels to me like 1995.
Marquez Brownlee, you are 50% correct. This is in fact an IBM ThinkPad from 1995. However, the name is the 701. So you get half points. You nailed the year.
Okay. Wow.
So what's weird about this laptop was this is actually the beginning of the original butterfly keyboard. So this is actually a 10-inch laptop. And essentially what happened was the keyboard was split in half, and when you opened it up, it expanded out to be a full-size keyboard. Unfortunately, it was the only keyboard and the only laptop that really ever used this very bizarre design. But this was actually the beginning of the butterfly keyboard, albeit in a slightly unusual form factor.
It's a little unconventional for sure.
Yeah. All right, you're not doing bad. You're not doing bad. You are 2 of 6. You can easily pull it out with our next device.
Oh no, I should know this. You know why I should know this? Because we had this on RetroTech.
We did. So I don't actually know if it made it in, but when we did the episode of RetroTech together, this was one of the phones you made me react to. And yeah, look, I'll be honest with you. I would not remember the name of this phone either.
So like Sony, I think Sony is coming to mind. Oh no, I don't want to fall behind too much. This is bad. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna phone a Ken on this one.
Oh, you're gonna phone a Ken. All right.
Hello.
Ken.
What is up? What is up?
What's good? I gotta phone a friend. I need your help.
It is the Nokia 7280.
The Nokia 7280? Okay.
Yes.
Do you know what year it's from, by any chance?
2004?
2004. Nokia 7280, 2004. Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Amazing.
So in future episodes, the phone a Ken is going to be severely nerfed. We're going to not let him know any of the information. But yes, you are 100% correct. Your phone a Ken was successful. You were 5 of 8, if I'm doing my math correctly. You were above water, my friend.
All right. That's what I like to hear. I'm glad I used it. I can use it again, right?
Nope. 1 phone a Ken per game. Moving on to item number 5.
Ooh, okay, I've seen that laptop. I've seen that keyboard many times. I'm gonna go with, this is an Apple laptop, and this is part of the iBook series, and I've had this keyboard in multiple laptops in my life, including an HP. I think it's a PowerBook. Because the PowerBooks, that's like, the iBook would be like the MacBook Air, and the PowerBook would be like this guy. This is the PowerBook. And then for a year, just based on when I got this keyboard and a laptop, this would be around 2010.
Okay, so I'm hearing word from my producer. You are close to the name, but we need a little bit more specificity. Can you get any closer than Apple PowerBook? Because there are quite a few different options.
Okay, I guess it's a shot in the dark because I was thinking G4, but let's go Apple PowerBook 2.
I'm sorry to give you 0 points on that one. This is a 12-inch Apple PowerBook G4 Titanium. And on the year, you were actually pretty far off, my friend. It was 2001, not 2010.
It's weird that I thought G4 because I thought that was an iBook thing. Wow, okay. Yeah, 0 points.
So the G4 line was one of the very first laptops that actually used a more widescreen aspect ratio. So even though it doesn't look all that impressive by today's standards, not only did it do that, it used the full 12-inch width of the keyboard. It went all the way to the edges. And interestingly, the laptop was made out of 99% titanium.
Sounds heavy.
Dude, you were so close on the name. I wanted to give it to you, but when you said number 2, I'm like, nah, I can't do that. Moving on to the next item, number 6.
Ooh, that's actually, I've seen that. That's fairly recent. But what is it though? What is that though?
If I didn't have a card telling me exactly what this was, I would have 0 clue what this thing is.
That's a whole Android tablet right there on your wrist. I might have to get lucky on the year because I am not even thinking of a brand for this one. I might just shot in the dark for this. This is the Apple Watch Series 3. And if I had to guess, because I really think this is like the last 4 years. So let me go 2017. 17.
Sorry to say, that is an incorrect answer. This is the Neptune Pine from 2014. So there were some major problems, but this actually became popular years after it came out because it was used by Jason Statham in Fast and the Furious #8, which was years and years after this thing came out, but I guess they thought it just looked cool. Okay, all right, 5 for 12. So you're still very, very much in it. However, now it's time to go on to item number 7.
Okay, so this is a Samsung Galaxy something. And I need to get the word right because when this came out, there weren't flexible screens, it was a curved screen. Man, and this is so dumb because why would you curve it around that way? It just doesn't make any sense. So let me see, what sounds right? Samsung Galaxy Curve, Samsung Galaxy Flex, Samsung Galaxy Round. That's the Galaxy Round. I know this actually. You know the weird way I'm trying to figure this out is like what camera was I using and when did I get that camera?
Was this like C100 days or something?
Yes, this is C100 days, so it's pre-red, so it's definitely like 11 to 14 now. I think this is like 2014. So I'm gonna go Samsung Galaxy Round 2014.
For item number 7, you are 100% correct. It is the Samsung Galaxy Round from 2013, but you still get points. Well done, my friend. So when I did this game, this was one of the phones that I completely ruined. I thought it was the Samsung Galaxy Flex or something. I didn't remember it was called the Round. But yes, and in fact, you definitely did a video on it, which we watched literally while we were prepping this. So congratulations.
This is so Samsung. This is like, you know what we can do with the screen? This other thing, and we're gonna do it in a phone.
Well, I am happy to report that you were successfully above the 50% threshold so far, but don't get too cocky. We still have quite a few devices left. Are you ready to move on to the next item?
I'm ready.
All right. Item number 8, please.
That sinister laugh is like, I'm not getting this one. Wow, okay, Android, yes. Samsung UI. God, that's about all I'm gonna get from this. It's a candy bar phone, but it's like got this huge screen on the front. I just don't know the name, like at all. This is the Samsung Galaxy S20 Ultra from 2014. No way, it's that late. 2012. 2012.
My friend, you just threw away your points. You are 0% correct. It was 2015. This is the Samsung Galaxy Folder. Not to be confused with the Galaxy Z Flip or Fold, the Folder. So this thing sucked. It literally was just not very good. So it had mid-range specs, but it was really expensive. No one really bought these, but apparently enough people bought them that they made 2 Galaxy Folders.
I can't believe I did this to myself. Oh man, this is more classic Samsung though. This is good.
All right, are you ready to move on to item number 9? We only have 4 more to go.
What is that? Yeah, hard pass, man. There's no way I get this one. How does it even fold like that?
Okay, you know what? I feel bad, just a little bit. I'm gonna give you a wider range. Obviously, the name and everything is gonna be difficult, so I'm gonna give you a little bit of extra leeway on both fronts. If you can get within 2 years of the product coming out, if you can give me the name of the company who made this, I will give you points.
Okay, so this is all-time weird. Okay, so I'm tempted by like Dell and Sony, but I'm gonna throw those out. Yeah, I'm getting HP. Okay, HP vibes here. The year. When was HP getting this weird? When was anyone getting this weird? This is like 90s or early 2000s. I'm feeling so. You know, wow, that's like a fan vent up top and a full-blown. What version of Windows is that? XP? Looks like XP. I can't tell, but I think that's XP. HP something from the year 1999.
Sorry to say, that is an incorrect answer. This is the Samsung SPH P9000 from 2007.
What is Samsung's deal? They are so weird, man. Oh my God.
The thing that this photo doesn't really display is the size of it. This is actually a pocketable PDA. So this runs Windows XP with a fold-out keyboard, and it actually legitimately was pocket-sized. Not only was that weird, it didn't have Wi-Fi. It had 3G, and I literally had to double-check this, and also WiMAX. This is a 2007 Windows XP folding WiMAX device.
I should have known it was Samsung just by how weird it was.
Okay, all right. So now we are at 7 of 18. All right, you're getting a little bit deep in the hole, my friend. You got 3 items left. Are you ready for item number 10?
I am ready. I've for sure never seen or heard of this in my life. This is weird. Okay, I'm gonna take a stab at the date because it says March 4th, 2015 on the screen. 2015 is the date that I'll go with. Just from that, like it's not a businessy IBM, Dell, Sony. It's not any of those enterprise things. This is just like a genuine weird play at like getting people to buy a weird phone. I think I have to go Apple. No, just kidding. I think it's Samsung again. Samsung 2015.
Okay, I will give you 50% points. As you so astutely noticed, we did put the answer to this one on that photo. It is from 2015, but this is the runkable Firefox phone, which was, quote, the world's first anti-smartphone with a round screen, and the backs are actually interchangeable. So you could add like stone, but they also have like weird materials like wood. And of course it used the wonderfully always up to date and really popular Firefox OS, which I'm sure, it's taken over the world, and this clearly helped it on its path to glory. So you're still in it, my friend, but I think at this point, if I'm doing my math right, if you get both of the next questions 100% right, you are at a tie, which means that you win. So you have to get both of these questions 100% accurate.
I'll do my best.
You're still in it. All right. Item number 11.
Okay, I owned the LG Voyager, right? This looks exactly like the LG Voyager. It said LG and Verizon on the front where those 2 bezels are. I had this phone. So this was my first smartphone technically ever, which means I got it before the Motorola Droid, which came out in like 2007-ish. And I got it after my like flip Samsung phone, which I got right before high school, which I got in 2007. So I will go with 2008.
You are 100% correct. It is the LG Verizon Voyager from 2007. So as you said, this was not necessarily a smartphone, but it was very much a precursor to smartphones. It did have the internet, and it was released actually a full year before Android had even shipped to the masses. Marquez, my friend, you are absolutely in this right now for the final question. It has come down to this. Can you get our very final tech item correct? How are you feeling right now?
It's been really hit or miss. Like I either get it 100% or 0 usually. So I'm feeling okay.
As with the previous rules, you're gonna have to be within 1 year on the year, and you're gonna have to name the name of the device. You feel confident? You feel ready?
I feel ready.
All right. Item number 12. Our final item, please.
I think I had this actually. Yeah, but what did they name it? Because it was like the No Phone or the... Yeah, jeez. Okay, I really want to get this right. I guess, yeah, I can't think of anything else. So I guess No Phone is the name. I don't really have any like context of like similar phones or anything. I just have to like kind of vaguely remember when I had one of these. Let's go... Did I have it in college or after? No Phone from 2015.
Marquez Brownlee.
Yeah.
Congratulations. You have just won the game. It is the 2016 No Phone.
Wow.
I now have to tweet out whatever it is that you want. That was a serious comeback, my friend.
Wow.
Dude, you literally had to get so many of those last ones right. You were so far behind.
I believed in myself, Austin. I believed in myself. That was a great shot in the dark.
That was an amazing comeback. Literally, when you started with No Phone and you sound like you were going to talk yourself out of it again, I was like, no, don't do it. Don't do it. You got this.
There's definitely some people who are watching this thinking they would get them right, but that was a tough one. Austin, I already know what I want you to tweet.
Okay, I'm ready.
30
30
space greater than sign
greater than sign. I don't like this where this is going. Okay.
space.
Wait, I've lost the greater than sign on my keyboard. I'm
down there at the bottom.
Greater than space. Yes, got it. Okay.
24.
24. Oh!
And then hit enter for the next line, and just
okay.
30 FPS gang for life. That's it.
All right.
There it is.
All right. All right. You know what? 30 greater than 24. 30 FPS gang for life. Okay. And tweeted. Done.
Beautiful.
Well played, my friend.
Man.
Well played.
I love it. Hey, I just want it out there. I just want it out there. I'll send you this clip in 30 FPS also.
We have the most requested guest on the entirety of this channel, LinusTechTips Sebastian. Linus, welcome to This Is, and thank you for joining me for this very special occasion.
Oh, I'm super stoked. I knew that you rebranded the channel and you're doing a totally different thing now, but I don't know what it is. So apparently it's a game show because that's what the Discord voice channel is called.
So the rules are simple. We're going to show you 10 pieces of tech, mostly focused on the PC side, and we're going to ask you a series of questions about what you know about each. So because some of these things are a little bit obscure, I'm going to keep it a little bit open-ended. So we're looking for the name / whatever kind of main differentiating feature from this product, and that'll be clear in a little bit, and we're looking for the year that it came out or as close to that as possible. So when it comes to the years that these devices have come out, we are giving you a plus or minus 1 year handicap. So if something came out in 2009, 2008, or 2010 would get you points, and if you can get 50% of these questions correct, you are officially a This Is winner, and we will tweet out whatever it is that you want.
And if I lose,
then you have to tweet out a photo of my nipple.
All right, okay. I feel like you guys might have overestimated my skills with these questions here. I'm real afraid.
It's okay, sandbagging before you begin is always a good strategy. Beginning with question number 1.
That's a Gigabyte, looks like a P35 board of some sort. It's a mid-range one, I would guess. And what was their naming scheme back then? Like a P35 DS3 or DS3L or something like that.
You immediately go to Gigabyte. Why?
Yeah, because it's got a blue PCB and that horrendous color scheme that they were using back in those days. Oh, snap. No, it could also be BioStar. BioStar had this kind of really awful green and orange thing going on in those days as well.
If I can step in and help out just a little bit for a second. We've had many times on this show, people sort of answer with their gut and then talk themselves out of correct answers. And I will say, based on what you said so far, you are very much in the right ballpark. Because this is a little bit tricky and I don't expect you to know the exact model name of the board, can you give me the year that it came out? And can you give me as much of the detail manufacturer as possible, and then we'll decide whether or not you are correct.
This is about 11 years old, would be my guess.
So 2008, 2009?
It would be 2008, 2009, somewhere in that range. I believe it is a BioStar motherboard, and I'm going to go with it is a 50 series LGA 1156 board. Yeah.
LinusTechTips Sebastian. I'm gonna give you full points on this. This is a BioStar T5X3 P55 board from 2009. That was very impressive. Watching you kind of work your way from the beginning toward the answer as you kind of picked up on like the color scheme and everything. Well done. That was actually really, really impressive.
Thanks.
Thanks, that's it? That's all I get is a thanks?
I'm eating.
What are you eating?
My tuna melt just arrived. This is lunchtime, boys.
You're so busy you can't even take a few minutes to hang out with your friend Austin and shoot a video. You gotta eat at the same time.
It's so delicious.
Yeah, I haven't had lunch yet either.
It's only gonna be hot for 5-10 minutes, so I'm doing this thing.
All right, well with Linus with full points on the board and a full tuna melt in his mouth, let's move on to question number 2.
Oh, this is a Coolance Nexus. I think it has like 3 X's in it or something stupid like that. Theoretically, you could install it on any case. They were extremely expensive, basically made no sense. And unfortunately, what I'm running into trouble with here a little bit, now that I look closer at it, is those look like Asetek fittings on the radiators. That's an Asetek style fitting, but it's very hard for me to say who's branding it because Asetek acts as an OEM for a wide variety of hardware manufacturers, but they're the actual manufacturer.
Would you like to take a guess at the manufacturer and maybe what those graphics cards are in the year? If you get a couple of those right, I'll give you points.
I'll throw Gigabyte out there, but I can tell you now, Asetek is making it for them. So yeah, this is 2009, 2010, and if I had to guess, I'd say these are 9800 GTXs or 9800 GTX Pluses.
So in question number 2, you are actually somewhat correct. This is a Gigabyte product. However, that's about the extent of it. You're correct, obviously it is made by Asetek, but this is actually from 2014. This is the Gigabyte WaterForce 3X 980 SLI.
Really?
So it was $3,000. The good thing about this game is that you are actually still in the points because you are at 50% right now, which is all you need to win. So if you get every other question right, you're totally fine. Or even you get like half of a question of like the year or something that's correct. So are you ready to move on to question number 3?
I'm ready.
Question number 3.
So it's got dual 8 pins. I will confess that's throwing me for a little bit of a loop. The IO doesn't give me a lot of hints because it's non-standard. I have never seen this card before. The styling of it looks very HIS, but this could also be just one of those like Europe, China only brands like Gainward. Basically what they've done is they've taken the very limited form factor for graphics card cooling that exists, so just the slots next to it, and they've filled that up with just these passively radiating fins. So I'm gonna say it's an HIS, it's a 4870X2 or a 5970. This is a totally out there guess, but I've never seen this card before, so I'm working with what I got. 3800, I don't know, I'd say it's 9 years old.
Linus, I'm going to give you 50% points on this. So this came out in 2012. This is actually a colorful iGame GTX 680.
Okay, why does it have dual 8-pin power connectors? That's ridiculous.
So the reason it had the dual 8-pin is because this was actually an optional sort of upgrade. So the base card was just the single passively cooled graphics card. So that add-on on the top, that was if you wanted to do overclocking. So I'm happy to say, 3 questions in, you're still exactly at 50%. How are you feeling right now? Is your tuna melt delicious still, or have you finished eating that?
I finished one. I got one more though.
I cannot wait for you to see this next one. This is my favorite one.
I'm feeling all right. These are very challenging questions. These are freaking brutal, man.
But the thing is, you're LinusTechTips Sebastian. You are the smartest person on the PC internet. You also can't see I'm wearing a Linus shirt right now too. So you know, we're supporters here, okay? Except when we screw you with stupid questions like question number 4.
Oh, I remember this thing. Shoot, I think it's from ECS. So it's got an LGA 775 socket built onto the motherboard because that's the older AMD mounting bracket. I couldn't guess the model number in 1,000 years, but I can definitely explain to you what it was. Now that is a different add-on module for it. That's a socket 478 add-on module. Yeah, I'm really not good with years, guys. Socket 939 was somewhere in the like 2000, I'm gonna say around 2005, 2006, somewhere in that territory. This is pre me making videos though.
Linus, I'm not even gonna pretend. You are 100% correct. This is the ECS PF88 Extreme Hybrid from 2005, and you're correct. It had the 775 socket, but then it had optional 479 socket, 754, or 939 based on what you wanted to do.
Yeah, very close.
Okay.
Good try though.
Dude, I would never have guessed this in a million years. I looked at that, I was like, that is not a real thing. It's so stupid. The good thing is, you're in good shape. Are you ready to move on to question number 5?
One more bite. Okay, well that's like a 460 or 560. It's a reference card, so it's like the most boring thing ever. I don't recognize the graphic that whatever OEM like put a sticker on it to do that with. If I had to guess, I'd say it's a GTX 560.
What year would this 560 have come out?
God, you guys with the years for days. Yeah, it's like 9 years ago. If I had to guess, I'd say like 2011 probably.
Linus, I'm happy to say, for multiple reasons, that you are correct, because this is not any GTX 560. This is an EVGA GTX 560 Duke's fully loaded package. I don't know, did you ever do a video on this? I seem to recall you had dressed up as Duke Nukem for this video.
Yeah, I do remember that. I don't think I actually opened the card, did I?
Look, here's the thing, right? So the card actually came with some other stuff. So it came with the game, it came with like the belt buckle and stuff. The only reason this card is in the video is so I have an excuse to show everyone clips of you dressed up as Duke Nukem. That's really what I was looking for.
I still have the finger cut off gloves. They're in my like sentimental bin, my memorabilia bin. That costume cost me less than $10.
Sorry, that literally all just existed because I just wanted to make fun of how ridiculous it is. But I'm glad that you remember with such detail your costume and how much things cost. If you ask me anything about the year 2011, I don't think I could tell you like a thing. Now would be a time to mention, even though you certainly do not need it at the moment, that we do have one lifeline available. If for some bizarre reason you do not know one of these questions and you think that Ken Baldino does, you can call him and ask for his opinion. He may or may not know the answer. He may or may not have any clue. Just saying, if you ever get stumped, you shouldn't trust him, but I'm just saying, the lifeline is there. Use it, don't use it, totally up to you. All right, let's move on to question number 6.
This is an aftermarket cooler for probably like an X800. It's got to be an X800. The board's super short. I don't know who actually like shipped this monstrosity, but if I had to guess at what's going on here, I would say there's some kind of like Peltier cooler on it or something like that. This is not something I've ever seen before. It's an X850 XTX. That's my guess. I don't know who makes it though. It could be anyone.
You know what I'm gonna ask. Do you know what year that particular card came out?
I'm gonna say 2006.
I am happy to say that you have half points. So this is the Radeon Sapphire Blizzard X850 XT Platinum Edition from 2004. So you were very close, but just outside the handicap window.
They probably never even shipped one to a customer. X800 Platinum Edition was just like the 6800 Ultra, or what was it, 5950 Ultra or whatever. Like, this is back when NVIDIA and ATI were at each other's throats competing for the performance crown, and it got to the point where both of them have released cards that basically they shipped like maybe double digits of finished boards to actual customers. Like, these things were products that they released and reviewers reviewed them, but nobody that anyone on the internet is aware of ever managed to actually buy one. So like a retailer, like a Zip Zoom Fly back in the day, might have got an allocation of 3 units.
Oh my God. All right. Well, good news is you are currently at 8 of 12 points, so still well in it. Are you ready to move on to question number 7?
It's definitely LGA 775, so it's either P35. It's probably P45, based on that it's got water cooling on it. That didn't really start being included on motherboards until around that era. So if I had to guess, I would say it's a P45 DQ6 or something like that.
What year did this board come out?
I'm gonna say 2007, thinking it's probably 2006, but knowing that if I hedge my bets, no, I'm gonna say 2006. I'll say 2006. It's somewhere in that range.
Sometimes, my friend, it's good to hedge your bets because this is the Gigabyte EP45 Extreme from 2008. So you get half points on that one. I hate it when someone will talk themselves out of the right answer. Let's move on to question number 8.
Okay, so this looks like some kind of wireless display card. I'm gonna say it's a wireless display card of some sort, and it's from, I don't know, 2017. There.
On question number 8, I can't give you points. This is a really tough one. So this is the KFA2/Galaxy GTX 460 WHDI, which stood for Wireless Home Digital Interface. Supposedly, with all of those antennas, it could wirelessly transmit 1080p 60 100 feet, which I am slightly dubious of.
Yeah, I think it was really bad.
A little update here. So we are currently 8 questions in and you have 9 points. So you actually only need to get one of the next 2 questions even half right and you will clinch the victory. So you're in very good shape, very good shape. All right, let's move on to question number 9.
Oh, well, that's an EVGA 680i SLI motherboard. I can't remember the exact model number. It's also not specific to EVGA. There were a couple of different brands because this was, and excuse me, I should say 690i. There were a couple of brands that, if I recall correctly, depending on the region, also shipped a similar board.
Before we get too far into it, can you explain, so this is an NVIDIA chipset, no?
Yeah, this was an NVIDIA chipset motherboard, and before Intel pulled the power move of moving the memory controller onto the CPU, NVIDIA had an Intel chipset license. NVIDIA didn't want to license Intel chipsets to use their SLI gaming technology because they got royalty fees on the chipsets and they got to sell the chipsets to motherboard makers. And Intel didn't want to pay NVIDIA to license on their chipsets, so it was Crossfire only. But yeah, I'm afraid I don't recall if this is a 680i or like one of the weird 690i ones, but it had support for both 2-way and 3-way SLI, and the year would have been, I will say 2007.
Well, you would also happen to be very very much correct. Yeah, so this is the EVGA NVIDIA Enforce 780i SLI from 2007.
780. I forgot about 780. It was the same board.
Well, and speaking of identical boards, this was actually one of the very first NCIX videos you ever did. So this was in those early 2007 days before a lot of people watching this video were even born yet.
I actually wrote a poem about this motherboard.
You wrote a poem about this motherboard. Okay. Would you be able to read such a poem to us?
I would love to recite it for you. This is very embarrassing. This was back when I first started the LinusTechTips blog. This is when LinusTechTips.com was like a random weird blog that I uploaded stuff to and not a forum. The chip I met that fateful day was called 680i. They promised the world it would dance, it would sing, but it also made me cry. I unwrapped my board, so excited I was that my knees were all a-quiver. But despite using French and a knife and a wrench, I just couldn't make it deliver. An overclocker's delight, they proclaimed, engineered for the extreme. But my Q66 at a mere 2.6 made my blood start to boil and steam. Fanboys weren't impressed, they said. There's going to be hell to pay. The partners were scared, board revisions prepared, and NVIDIA saved the day. But all was not well in NVIDIA town. There were still a few bugs that remained. Cried the internet trolls, there are FSB holes when the memory speeds are unchained. Well, nothing is perfect, NVIDIA said, but we'll help you as best as we can. Try linked and unlinked, try a prayer, take a drink, or try an additional fan. The BIOS rev is now P32, and most everything seems to be swell. It BSODs if I so much as sneeze, but at least it's not Apple or Dell. Part of the problem may lie with my RAM, because I'm using 8Gs. It says it should work, but it's not without quirk, so the speed boost is only a tease. Hardware that doesn't quite work like it says is so common these days, I'm afraid. But wipe those eyes dry, replace it, don't cry, and get back to your Warcraft raid. It's the heart and soul of DIY, and there isn't a lot you can do. You can yell on the net, suck it up, buy new stuff, or just go back to Enforce 2.
So, you know, when this whole YouTube thing doesn't work out for you anymore, you should go back to the poem thing.
Well, you know I wrote a children's book, right?
You can plug it though.
It's a board book for little gamers. It's super cute. It's going to be coming out on LTTstore.com. I believe we've placed our order with the factory, so sometime in the next 2 to 3 months we should be actually shipping the thing. I believe we're targeting $14.99 for the pricing, and I'm really, really excited for it. You know, stuff like A is for arcade. Do you want to have some fun? Insert 2 coins, please, player 1. Like it's super cute. It's upbeat. It should be really great.
I'll have my email notifications on. All right, let's move on to potentially the final question. Question number 10.
This is one of those like Asia only brands. Like there's 100 cards out there like this. This looks relatively new. In terms of like the I/O and the board design and all that, I would say it's from like the last couple of years. I'm gonna say 2018, but I have no idea who makes it and I have no idea what GPU it uses.
Well, lucky for you, you don't even need to get it right because you already have clinched the game. However, this is the Yeston Radeon RX 5700 XT Waifu Edition. It's not actually called the Waifu Edition, but we called it the Waifu Edition because we featured it on a recent episode of Mystery Tech. The fun thing about this is that it comes with a custom mouse pad, a few other random accessories, as well as lipstick to be paired with your graphics card, which I may or may not have put on for a thumbnail.
The most mind-blowing thing about products like this to me is like when you consider, like, have you ever sourced something from overseas?
Not like as in like a product, no.
So the minimum order quantity for just about anything is at least, 100 to 500 units. This has like custom molding and or tooling done. The minimum order quantity for anything like that is closer to like 10,000 units. They had to make somewhere between 500 and like 10,000 of these things just to make it.
You say all that, we actually had to pay someone who was visiting China to buy this. It was a custom anniversary edition, and not only was it way more expensive, I think it was like $600 or something, like actually in local currency. So like we had to obviously pay the exchange. But these were actually hard to find. A lot of people were really excited about them. Now, Linus, at this point, you were absolutely, unquestionably a This Is Game Show winner. You can take your tweet, you can make me talk about your poem skills or anything else.
I want a shot of you in your underwear, and I want the caption to be nothing but LTTstore.com. You better still have your LTT underwear.
Well, you didn't give me LTT underwear.
I will send you some.
You can do that, or Or you also could go double or nothing with our final bonus question, where you have to be very specific on the name and the year, so there's much less handicap. However, if you win, instead of a tweet, you get a 30-second ad spot on a This Is episode.
Hold on, I need my lifeline.
You want to phone a Ken and get his opinion on this?
Hello?
Yo, Ken, you're on speaker. It's Linus.
Linus, how's it going?
Okay, so we've got a bit of a situation on This Is game show thing that we're doing here. Okay, so I need your best advice here. Should I go for it and get a 30-second LTTstore.com underwear ad spot on This Is, or should I take my winnings?
That I will take any opportunity to humiliate my boss. So I think you should just take the tweet.
Take the tweet and run?
Yeah, I think you should take the tweet and run.
All right, I'm doing it. Okay, I'm doing it. I've decided. I'm taking the tweet.
Congratulations. I'm very excited to be in my underwear. Now, before we wrap up, though, would you like to take a guess, just for fun, at the bonus question to see if you would have actually won?
I would love nothing more.
Here is the bonus question you would have had to answer.
Oh, I would have gotten it. It's an MSI 460 Cyclone.
You're very close. It's actually a 550 Ti Cyclone. But, good for you, you're walking away with me in my underwear. And it's hard to say that you could have ever hoped for a better prize than that.
Oh, it's really lucky I didn't take it because I would have totally thought I had it.
Lucky for you, you were This Is winner. Linus, if somehow people are not subscribed to all 74 of your channels, how can people find you on the internet?
Just Google Linus Sebastian. I got a Wikipedia page, yo.
I don't have a Wikipedia page, but if someone searches Awesome's Wikipedia, they're directed to your Wikipedia page, where I mentioned multiple times without a link because I don't have my own. So every time someone searches for Awesome's Wikipedia, they land on your page. Matt, why am I about to look dumb on the internet?
All right, we're back for another game show. Last time we played Vintage Tech, you think you did pretty well.
I always do well. I'm a smart person.
You got 2 out of 3 correct because you straight up guessed. And the one that you said, oh, I know all about, is the one you got wrong. So we're gonna play this again. The rules of the game are simple. I'm gonna ask you when technology that you think is modern actually was invented.
Yes.
And for every one that you get wrong, $500 will be added to our Mystery Tech budget. Are you ready to play?
No.
Well, you're gonna play.
No. I'm good, bye.
I can still play the game without you, and after 30 seconds of no answering, then it counts as a loss.
Sorry, Mystery Tech budget, let's go.
What's in your pocket?
Well, I can tell you, I have a smartphone.
That's all I needed to know. Telephones have revolutionized the way we communicate with each other.
Yes.
And they...
I have a wide variety of different ways of calling you stupid on my phone.
It's true. You do call me stupid a lot on your phone.
I have many options.
You also have another phone that you carry around.
I do have another phone.
So you use 2 phones to call me stupid.
Oh, that's a good point.
I'm going to make this one easy for you. In what century were telephones invented?
All right. Explain to me what your definition of a telephone is. Is it like 2 cavemen yelling across a field or something? Like, give me more detail.
No, that's yelling.
I need more information.
No, you don't. That's not how this works. You don't hear Ken Jennings asking Alex Trebek for more information.
Yeah, because they have real writers who know how to ask correct questions. I didn't get to pick a category. I don't get to pick why are you stupid for 300.
I have never been more offended by something I 100% agree with. Is it A, the 700s, B, the 1600s, C, 100 BCs, I don't know how to say that.
BCs?
The 100 BC century, or D, 1800s.
I'll start out by saying I have no absolute whatsoever remote idea of the answer to this. I don't have a concept of what a telephone could be, because when you say telephone, my initial instinct is the 1800s, you know, when the telephone was invented. But you're crafty, you're gonna try to make me look dumb. So you're gonna be like, oh, it was Leonardo da Vinci who invented the string which you could yell through, or something dumb which doesn't make any sense.
Or I could be trying to trick you and it actually is the 1800s.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Maybe I should just say 1800s then.
Now there's actually some debate over who actually invented the telephone.
I debate it's 100 BC.
Most will say it's Alexander Graham Bell in 1976.
Wait, did you say 1976?
I did.
Did you write your cue card wrong?
I'm not. It's very tiny text.
You wrote the cue card.
It's very tiny text.
1976, great year for Alexander Graham Bell.
So him and Thomas Watson had the famous first phone call. Mr. Watson, come in. I want you. That is
actually the real words he said.
Yes. Other people will say it was the Italian American inventor Antonio Meucci. So he invented a voice communication apparatus in 1849. However, it was Bell who beat him to the patent office. Meucci's design looked an awful lot like physicist Robert Hooke's lover's telephone. Roughly 1200 to 1400 years ago, around the year 700-ish, is the first known use of the lover's telephone, where they attach two halves of gourds together with twine. The device that was found in an ancient tomb had 75 feet of twine together.
That's actually kind of far.
It was elites who used them because in their civilization, it was actually forbidden for elites and servants to have face-to-face communication. So that is your first answer wrong, and $500 has been added to the budget.
Well, I'm going to feel actually okay with that because both of my answers were wildly off. And while I think the idea of literally 2 cans and a piece of string in the middle is a wild farce of an idea that you're going to try to tell me that's a telephone.
Have you ever tried to use it?
No, I have not.
It works. It works. So, FaceTime. Was it invented in A, the 1870s, B, the 1960s, C, the 1930s, or D, the 1920s?
You know my question. What is your definition of FaceTime? Are you saying like an actual video call?
Yes.
Okay.
Across distance.
My strong inclination is the 20s or the 30s, because that was when TV was just starting to become a thing, and there's no reason why for your FaceTime you couldn't just have like 2 TV style broadcasts being transmitted across. I don't know why this is what TV looks like, but this is, just imagine TV being waved like this. It's gotta be the 20s or the 30s.
I'll give you a hint. It's not record. It's live.
I feel pretty confident in 20s and 30s though. I think it's just a 50-50 shot. I'm going to say the 1920s. Final answer.
Thomas Edison's telephonoscope was first introduced in the 1870s and was published in Punch magazine. Punch was actually a satire magazine, and at this point, video calling was, in fact, science fiction. However, in 1929, German scientist Dr. George Schubert showed off the
Gegensenfernsprechlagen,
aka the visual telephone system. It used coax cable to transmit 180 lines of resolution, roughly 40,000 pixel equivalent, at 25 FPS from Berlin to Hamburg.
That actually sounds very impressive.
But beating Dr. Schubert to the punch was AT&T's R&D division, Bell Labs, who in 1927 developed the iconophone, which was from the Greek words for image and sound.
I think I'm right.
The iconophone ran just 18 frames per second.
Fine.
And the video portion was only one way. And the whole apparatus took over the whole room.
Okay, just get to the point where I'm right.
You are correct.
Yes! Yes!
So Herbert Hoover, before he was president, used that iconophone to give an address from D.C. to New York in 1927.
I got to milk a cow at the Herbert Hoover Presidential Library. It was very, very entertaining.
You got one of two.
50%. That's passing.
So AT&T continued their development. So in 1964, they introduced the picture phone at the World's Fair. So it was a tiny TV with a built-in camera. And then in the 70s, it was actually commercially available.
Dude, that is so cool. So that was the thing. I remember when I was growing up, the dream was to have video calling. And it really wasn't a thing that anyone really had until things like Skype came along and then later FaceTime.
And that is because for the 1970 version of the picture phone, it cost $160 a month just for the equipment. And then 25 cents a minute per calling. For context, that is roughly the equivalent to $1,000 a month for the equipment and $5 a minute when you adjust for inflation. So
that's a lot of money.
Yeah, it didn't really take off because even the ultra rich, like, this is expensive. When were DVDs/Blu-rays, so video discs, invented? Was it A, 1890s, B, 1970s, C, 1920s, or D, 1910s?
So I'm immediately got to be really pedantic on you. When you say DVDs or Blu-rays, does Laserdisc count? Or are you specifically saying when was DVD?
Sure, Laserdisc is a video disc.
Okay, so a video that is put onto some form of a disc.
And I will remind you, for those who didn't watch our Vintage Tech episode last time, all the dates that I pick are not just arbitrary numbers. They are all actual numbers in history where major things happened for this technology.
But it wasn't necessarily the correct disc. Like maybe like there was a disc that had like a frame of video in 1974 or whatever.
It's called a picture. One frame of video is called a picture.
Thanks, Matt.
So
my immediate thought would be something like Laserdisc, which was, I believe, the first commercially available disc style format. I know that there are ways today to encode video onto records. However, I don't know if that was a technology that was necessarily around back in the day, but I think Laserdisc is way too simple and easy for you to make that the answer. I think it's probably 1910s or 20s. I'm going to say 1920s. Final answer.
in the 1890s, there were a number of dish-shaped mediums, such as Edward Muybridge Zoopraxiscope.
What? Nothing old has a real name. It's just like, how many random words can we smash into the hydroelectrophonomograph?
Everything was named after the technology that was squished together.
Well, to be fair, now it's just like, why do you just keep dropping vowels from normal words and calling those startups?
Yeah. I'm looking at you, Waveform.
Oh! Wait, but don't you want to be on Waveform one day?
The ironic thing
what
is,
if Marquez unsubscribes?
So these were paper or glass discs, and they had about a dozen or so images. So they were a zoetrope. When they moved at the correct speed, they had motion.
However, that doesn't count though, right? That's not a disc. Does that technically count or no?
So I'm not counting it.
Okay, good.
Because in 1927, Scottish inventor John Logie Baird, I don't know, I can't pronounce words, invented the phonovision.
Sounds very legitimate. I think that's the correct answer.
The great-great-great-grandfather of the DVD burner. Only scanned about 30 lines of resolution, and it was just, I mean, it looked something like this.
Dude.
Yeah.
No.
So while that was considered a massive failure, video discs were pretty much just abandoned until the 70s when Hitachi and Sony started making their own versions. Now, Laserdisc was actually like the fourth or fifth video disc. There was all sorts of other ones.
That was the first commercially, like...
Not even.
No.
Not even. It was just, that just ended up becoming the most popular of these other formats. So the way that CDs work now and DVDs is the data is actually burned on with a laser in its grooves. It's microscopic grooves.
So it's up or down, zeros or ones,
yes.
And you have enough of those. And
so that whole technique was inspired by the way that he was doing these records and actually doing physical engraving on the disc. So that is why the 1920s is when video discs were invented.
So are you trying to tell me right now that lifetime total, I am 4 for 6 in this game, which is very much full of a lot of questionable decisions, and yet I'm still mostly correct?
Because you're just taking a dart and throwing them at the wall.
I am using deductive reasoning.
Your deductive reasoning.
Using my big monkey brain to try to pare it down to something which might make some sense, and then I use some luck to narrow it down to a 4 out of 6 chance of being correct.
So you fancy yourself a tech YouTuber.
I do fancy myself like that.
Well, I'm gonna test your knowledge today on how well you actually know phones.
I know phones.
We're gonna find out. Each one of these is a 2-part question for you. You have to tell me A, what the phone is,
okay,
and B, what year it was released. I'm gonna show you the picture, you tell me the name, you tell me the year. Each one of these is its own separate chance for you to either pay $25 for the mystery tech budget, or you have a choice. You notice there's a glass of water here.
Oh, no, Matt. No.
If you do not want to pay the $25, you may take a spoonful, not quite a spoonful, but you know, a little bit. I'll be generous, of the ghost pepper hot sauce from our ghost pepper
Is this the
build.
level 10 death sauce?
It is not.
Oh, it's level 8.
It's only level 8.
Matt, we have more videos to shoot today. If I eat all this hot sauce, I'll be done for the rest of the week. Oh.
Yes. If you can guess within 1 year, so plus or minus 1 year.
So, okay, so say a phone came out in 2011 and I say 2010 or 2012, I'm still okay?
I'll give you that handicap.
So we did a video last year on the main channel where Jake Roper and I ate hot wings and built a PC. And I can say that once we got to like level 7, it got bad. Once we hit 8 and above, it was just fire.
Oh, you were a hot mess. First one. I just made the click noise in my mouth.
Okay, well, feel very confident saying that that is a Nokia N-Gage.
You got that right. That is correct. This is the softball I'm giving you.
My instinct is to say 2004, but I know that there were a couple of N-Gages including, I believe, was it the N-Gage like QD or something, which came out later? That looks like the original Taco N-Gage. I'm gonna say 2003.
That is 100% correct. Yes. So I actually had one of these. I did not have it activated. It was an old Singular phone that just didn't have a SIM card.
As a gaming.
Yeah. I only had Tony Hawk's Pro Skater on it.
There were a lot of actually okay N-Gage games. Not great, but okay.
It's interesting because they actually want to get into they wanted to take a chunk of the Game Boy market, but a lot of the games for this were actually more Sega or PlayStation style games like Tomb Raider, Tony Hawk, stuff like that.
Matt, I'm ready to go on to round 2.
All right. Next one up, we have.
What is that, Matt? Oh no. I don't know. Okay. Definitely more than a couple years old, just because of the huge bezels, the physical home button. It's running Android. I'm going to guess this is likely an Oppo phone. Like, I'm gonna be 100% real. If I've seen this phone, there's zero memory of it whatsoever. So I'm gonna just take a pass on the actual phone name. I will go so far as saying that it is an Oppo of some variety, but I will totally concede this point.
All right, do you want to take a guess of what year it is? Because you could still get that point.
Am I right? Was it an Oppo?
It is not.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm just 100% wrong. I'm going to say 2015.
Both are incorrect. So this is the Meizu Pro 7 from 2013 that had a secondary 1.9-inch 24 by 536 AMOLED display that you could see either the time, the weather, or a pedometer on that screen. But it actually did work as a selfie screen if you use the rear camera as a selfie camera. So you have an option now. You got
Mystery Tech budget.
Those are
hot
both
sauce.
wrong.
It's fine. No,
so 50. You're gonna go
Yeah,
$50.
No problem.
All right.
I can do $50. The first one was I had it. I knew the phone. If this is number 2,
I will say I randomized them a little bit. The next one.
Okay. This is a Motorola. This is definitely a Motorola. I actually think I did do a video on this one. That looks to me like Android like 1.6, maybe 2, but this is really early, which would put it in the 2010, 2011 timeframe. 2011 would probably be my guess. Is this the Moto Click? That name is ringing a bell right now. I'm gonna lock that in. Is that the Motorola Click?
It is not.
Oh! What is it?
So you're close. The Motorola Click was actually it was like a flip phone. Not flip, but like.
Oh, it didn't rotate the same way. Oh!
It didn't rotate. This is the Motorola Flip Out, but you are correct. It was from 2010.
Okay, so I will take half an L on that one. I was actually reasonably close. I kind of remember that thing.
Yeah.
It was weird.
They came in a whole lot of fun colors like poppy red, brilliant blue, licorice black, saffron, and just white. Not like Google's just white. It was white.
All right, I'm gonna claim that I got 75% of that question right. Can I spend $17.50 on the Mystery Tech budget for that one or no?
No, because it's each one. So which one you're up to $75?
Sticking with money, 75 for now. I feel like that hot sauce has my name on it right now though. Okay, that is the BlackBerry, and that's BB10. BlackBerry Passport 2015 final answer.
I'll give it to you.
Yes!
I will give it to you. So it is the BlackBerry Passport. It was in 2014.
Okay, I was close.
And in the smartphone era, it's one of the last phones that actually had a physical keyboard on it.
And BBOS. This was one of those last phones because after this, what was it, a year or two later, they actually fully switched back over to Android.
To Android, yes. And this was for the enterprise crowd. This was not really meant for like the consumer. Whereas ironic because neither were the old BlackBerries, but everyone was using them because of the BB Messenger.
I'm just gonna say that I actually did do a video on this one. I'm glad I got it right. I got really confused for a second. I was like, wait, this is definitely the Passport? And I was like, wait, no, maybe it's not, but it is.
All right. Still $75.
Feeling good. I'm feeling good.
We can get a Roboraptor for that.
I'll take that. Oh, what? Matt. I don't even. No. Okay. I mean, I'm not even gonna try to guess this thing. I've never seen it before. It is a Nokia. I feel pretty confident in that. I'll completely pass on the name because that thing is weird and bizarre. But as far as year, I'm gonna throw 2004 at you. Final answer.
You know what? I'm not gonna give you this one.
What? What? Okay, what?
So
what did I get wrong?
2003 is the actual year, but because you didn't get the name of it, I'm not gonna give you the handicap if you could just blindly guess.
Wait. What the Matt? I gave up the name. I know it's some kind of Nokia. I have no idea what the name is, but at least I get the second half of guessing for the year. I got the year. What?
Fine.
What is this?
Fine.
You're in the middle of the game. I start doing okay and guessing some things. You're like, never mind. Matt Rule Master here is going.
It's not fun when you get it right. All right, so this is the Nokia 7600.
I would never have gotten that.
From 2003, and there was a very weird trend in phones. I almost said smartphones just by instinct.
Not very smart.
Yeah, these were not smartphones. But in 2003, there was a large handful of phones specifically targeted for the fashion crowd. They could be like bracelets, or there's an earring one that was really weird.
Hit me with hot sauce.
You wanted the hot sauce?
Wait, but small amount. Whoa, stop. Time out. How much is left in that again? What would you consider that to be? 2 spoonfuls? 3 spoonfuls? I need to plan my ghost pepper out.
You know what? I'm not gonna tell you.
All right, let's go. What?
That is half a spoonful. You want me to?
No, I don't.
The plane comes in.
I think if I put the bottom of the spoon on my tongue and then just sort of tip it back, it'll avoid hitting most of it.
The budget, we used all the budget up for the hot sauce, so we couldn't afford a second glass of water.
Matt, can you please give me the next item?
Hey Ken, what are you doing this weekend?
Oh my God, my throat. I thought that swallowing it would help. I think it helped, but somehow it's made it back to the top of my tongue. And I want to throw up. Okay, that's a Samsung phone.
Or did I put a Samsung skin on the screen to message
No, you didn't. You're not that clever.
Oh.
It looks. So I remember there was a time in the mid 2010s where Korean companies started getting weird. Mm-hmm. There was the LG G Flex that was curved and that you could cut with a knife. Because I remember Marquez had that great thumbnail. It was a viral video back in the day. I do remember looking at it. The port, it was back when Samsung were doing the weird USB 3.0, like the micro B port. I'm gonna say 2014. I know that I should know the name of this. I know it's a Samsung. You put that, stop. No more of that. It's the, I guess no harm in trying. Samsung Galaxy Curve. 2014 Galaxy Curve.
This came out in 2013.
No! Wait, no.
You said 14.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
1 month before the Flex.
Okay.
But is the Samsung Round.
Oh, actually was not that far off.
So I did not think I was thinking you'd maybe get this confused and say like this was the Samsung Flex or whatever. So we're at $100.
Okay.
What about this phone here?
Did you just Photoshop that really weird? What is going on? What's that thing on the bottom? Matt, the only thing I can say about this is it looks kind of Japanese. I literally have no idea.
Now, why does it look Japanese?
I don't know. It's just gonna be a Japanese
vibe. Are you just
vibe.
saying that only people in Japan like pink?
No, Japan just makes weird phones. I'm gonna say it's a Sharp of some variety, and I have no clue on the date, so I'm just gonna say 2011.
So this is the Pantone 5 from 2012.
Wait, Pantone is in like the color company made a phone?
Yeah.
What?
So, while the design of this looks exactly like any other phone in 2012, this one has the distinction of being the first cell phone with a built-in radiation detector. And this was released and marketed strictly to Japanese after the Fukushima nuclear plant meltdown.
Are you trying to tell me that a color company made a smartphone with a radiation detector for Japan?
I mean, you're the one who's like, Japan makes weird phones.
I recognized it was Japanese at least.
Well, so now, I think, that's right. I remember I told you it was going to be $50 from now on. So now you're at $175.
Okay, $175. I'll take it.
Next one up, we have...
Oh, I'm going to say Microsoft Ken 1, because I think the 2 was the one with the wider screen. The year... Oh, man. This was pre-Windows Phone 7. So I'm going to say 2011. Final answer.
You are 100% correct.
Woo!
Yes.
They were on sale for like 15 minutes before they got like put on fire sale too.
Yeah,
right?
and they were like $25 unlocked.
Yeah. So it was a Verizon exclusive, if I remember correctly. Yes. This is actually something that I was really excited about back in the day. I actually made a couple videos talking about the Ken. So I remember this one. In fact, for a while, a video I did on the Ken was actually the most viewed on the Austin Evans channel.
Ready for this one?
Oh, the Kyocera Echo. Fun fact on this one, I also did a video on this on a secret second channel before this is. And this was the most popular video on that channel too.
Is that Dunkinator?
No, it was not. It was youtube.com/D3. This was the first actually dual screen smartphone, I believe. It actually was way ahead of its time, even though it ran like Android, like, I want to say it was either Froyo or, oh god, was it a Claire? It was a really early version of Android. Definitely the Kyocera Echo. I'm split between 2010 and 2011. I'm gonna say 2011 for safety.
100% correct. You gotta buy, Ken a steak dinner, because these ones that you were like, oh, these are so easy. Those are the ones that I swapped out because he yelled at me. So
I'm happy. Thanks, Ken.
If you get this one 100% right, I will do a spoonful of
hot sauce?
Of hot sauce. I only brought one spoon though, so I'll just do a shot of hot sauce.
No bacteria from a mouth could possibly survive on that.
But you have to get this 100% and not use the handicap for me to do this. All right.
I should really know this one because I just used this phone like last year. This was one. This was actually this is Marquez's Retro Tech episode. This is one of the ones that got cut from the episode. Okay. Let me think about this. I think it was a Bang & Olufsen phone. I don't know if I remember anything more than that. Ah, man. You should feel really confident right now. I'm not gonna get this. I'm just gonna guess the Bang & Olufsen. Wow, that's not it. I'm just gonna guess that, and I'm gonna say the year was 2003.
Is that your final answer?
My final answer.
You are 100% wrong. All right, so this is in fact the Bang & Olufsen Serene, which came out in 2005. It was a joint venture with Samsung, and it was this clamshell design was what all the high-end phone market was all about. So this thing cost a whopping $12.75.
That sounds dumb.
It is. It does sound dumb, and it looks dumb too.
I have a very special guest joining me for the phone game extravaganza. It is the one and only Quinn Nelson from Snazzy Labs. Quinn, are you ready to get 8 out of 8 phones correct?
Oh, dear Austin, I don't know if I'm ready to get that many correct. I will promise you that I can get at least one. I've been out of the review game for a long time, dude.
I'll take that. Looking through, there are multiple phones, or at least one phone on this list that I know that you have done a video on, or at least you're very familiar with, so I hope you can get that.
I hope so too.
The rules, my friend, are very simple. I will give you 8 photos of various different phones that have come out over the previous couple of decades. All you need to do is give me 2 pieces of information: the name of the phone and the year that the phone came out. Bonus points if you can nail the exact name of the phone, because I know sometimes that was where I may have tripped up on this game previously. And to make it just a little bit easier for you, we're giving you a 1-year handicap. So say a phone came out in 2005 and you guessed 2004, 2006, that will be considered a correct answer. If you can get more than half, the This Is account will tweet out a huge congratulations and to tell everyone to go subscribe. However, if you do not, then you need to, if you are okay with this, if you're ready to play the game and ready to play for the stakes, you will need to tweet out a subscribe link to This Is. Does that seem fair? Does that seem ready to go?
That is the best gentleman's agreement I've ever heard in my life. It's on.
Let's play Who Wants to Be a Phone Millionaire? I'm just gonna keep saying that. I don't think we can get copyright claimed if I make fun of Who Wants to Be a Billionaire, but it should be fine. All right, first phone, please.
Oh dear. It's a green phone.
Yeah, it is.
It's an Android phone.
That seems like a reasonable guess, sure.
It seems like one of those really early Android phones before the iPhone came out. I can see you Photoshopped the name out underneath the speaker grill, is that correct?
All of these phones have had their branding removed. So once we reveal, you will see the actual logos and the phones as they're intended. So this would be a good point to mention that we have 3 lifelines available. I'm just kidding. I just made that up. You have no lifelines. You get it right or you get it wrong.
Shoot. I was excited there for a second because I have no freaking clue.
Wait, I'm getting a word off from one of my producers. There's actually Phone a Friend. You can officially call Ken for one of these.
Man, I am gonna have to guess. This is one of those brands, you know, in my opinion, that like, you know, is around, but it's not like a big brand. I'm thinking like a Sara or an Alcatel phone or something like that. But can I guess the year first?
Yes, please do.
Okay, I'm gonna guess 2008. And the phone is the Alcatel Green Boy Supreme.
You are 50% correct. This phone came out in 2009, which 2008 is within 1 year, so you get a point for that. However, this is not a Kyocera phone, but instead, it is the Samsung Reclaim.
That's a Samsung phone, huh?
Samsung phone, and it was I believe a Sprint exclusive. So there are a couple of things interesting about this phone. First of all, as you can see from the color scheme, it was one of the very first green phones. So 40% of the casing was made from bioplastic and corn, and the box was made from 70% recycled materials and soy-based ink.
Well, I'm gonna give Samsung the Most Improved in Design award, because this thing looks horrible.
Well, one of the things about this phone was it was really cheap. Like, so back in 2009, like, this thing was available for like $50, right? So if you wanted a cheap phone, it ran like Android 2.2 is what I'm being told.
So it was Android. That's a good guess.
It was definitely Android. So you've got 50%. So if you can just guess the year of all of these correct, you're actually gonna be fine. So not bad, not a bad start.
Not good though.
Phone number 2.
Oh, I freaking know this one, but I don't. This version of Android looks a little newer. It's got that old school messaging icon, which I think they got rid of in KitKat. Is that right? Oh, Austin, I'm in trouble. Okay, I just got to guess again. This is very embarrassing. I am quite terrible at this game. I'm gonna call this the LG Flippy Boy, released in 2010.
You know what? I'm gonna give you that one. It is the LG Double Play. So while, yes, that might not be the exact name, you also got the year pretty accurate. It was 2011. I'm gonna give you full points for that one. That's a pretty close guess. And you did accurately guess that it was an LG abomination.
That is very generous, Austin Evans. Thank you.
So the Double Play had a secondary 2-inch 320 by 480 display right in the middle of the keyboard, which was, let me say here, I don't know, a bad idea, because not only did it drain the already terrible battery life, but also you had to type like around this little like mini screen. It wasn't very useful. Dual screen phones have come a long way, but Quinn Nelson of Snazzy Labs, you are doing really quite well. You have 3 of 4 answers correct so far. Are you feeling confident?
I mean, after that high praise, yeah, I can't say my performance measures up, but yeah, let's see what number 3 is.
Next phone, please.
Oh, this one's easy. This is a Russian company. They decided to put an e-ink screen on the back, and I have forgotten the name of the company. It has phone in the name.
Okay, so not so easy.
Oh, come on, I know this. I remember this one semi-recently. So I'm gonna guess 2014. It's called like the Progo phone. Rogo phone. Oh, it's, no, wait. Oh, Austin, I can't remember it. I'm so close. Yotaphone. Yotaphone. Yotaphone.
You, my friend, are 100% correct. The Yoda phone came out in 2014.
I mean, did they even make the first one?
I don't even know, but you were 100% right about all aspects. It did have a secondary e-ink display in addition to the 4.7-inch frontal display, and it also included wireless charging through that e-ink display, which I don't know how they pulled off, but yes, you are doing very, very well, my friend. You currently have 5 of 6 answers correct. It's looking like this is about to give you a sweet shout out, but be careful in this game because it can all go downhill very quickly, like with our next phone.
This one is the Pocophone F1, released in 2018.
It will go downhill after this answer, which you have gotten 100% correct. Yes, of course, that is the Xiaomi Pocophone F1. Look at me. That was a little bit of an easier one. It's okay. I like to hype things up. I like to pretend that I am, in fact, Regis Philbin in 1999. But in fact, what we have here is almost a clean sweep. You're almost on your way to winning $1 million, except that it's a Twitter shout out, not $1 million. Next phone, please.
This one I have never seen in my entire life, and I'm glad I didn't see it until today. What is this thing? This is an abomination.
It is a phone. I will tell you, it is most certainly a real phone that probably someone bought.
Do I still have my Lifeline capabilities?
You do. You can call Mr. Kenneth Baldino, although I will say that he may or may not have had information. So whether or not he's a reliable source, up to you. But this does seem like a good option to use your Lifeline on.
I would like to call it Ken.
Hello.
Hello, Ken. It's me, Quinn of Snazzy Labs.
Hi, Quinn. How's it going?
So I have a question for you. I am looking at a phone right now that I've never seen in my life, and I want to know if you've seen it before in your life.
No idea what the hell it is.
Okay. Well, Ken, I'm gonna have to let you go.
All right. Well, good luck, Quinn.
Thank you.
See you later.
All right. That didn't seem very helpful.
Ken was worthless. Let's see. Okay. This has 2008 on the front of the phone, which means it wasn't yet 2008 because they needed it to be futuristic, right? So my guess is the year 2007. And this is the Apple Y phone from 2007.
Wait, you're gonna waste what is a very good guess on an Apple phone? You really think this is an Apple phone?
It's not a Samsung. It could be an LG. I don't really think so.
You just said 2007 and 2008. They were making iPhones at that point.
They're low budget phone, remember? The original iPhone was $600.
So this is the Y phone that everyone forgot about. Okay, got it. So your final answer is the 2007 Apple Y phone. Well, you are absolutely 100% incorrect about the actual company. This is the Toshiba G450, but you are very accurate on the date. It did actually come out in 2008, which means you get half a point, or you get 1 point for this one.
I had no idea Toshiba made phones.
Well, I think they actually still might. I don't know. But this thing was bizarre. Of course, beyond just the ridiculous design, there's no camera, there's no Bluetooth, no headphone jack. It only had about a 600 milliamp hour battery, which meant that you got exactly 2 hours of talk time on this beautiful piece of hardware. So, Quinn from Snazzy Labs, you're doing quite well, but it's time for the lightning round.
Lightning round.
I just made that up. It's just the next question.
Oh, no. This is one of these newfangled gamer phones. You can tell because of the way that it is.
This is an aspen. You can tell that it's an aspen tree because of the way it is.
There appears to be a vent on the side for fans. Maybe not. I don't know. Austin, this looks like a phone that you would review that literally nobody else cares about.
Wow. I see how it is.
This is the, oh boy. I'm gonna say this is from Redmi. I don't know if that's actually correct. It does have 3 cameras. That's a kind of new thing. This obviously is a budget-ish phone. I'm gonna say this is the Redmi X2 RGB Gamer Edition, released in 2019.
Well, I can tell you this is actually a 2020 phone, but you were incorrect. This is the ZTE Nubia Red Magic 5G.
Red Magic. Oh, I'm gonna get lit up for not knowing this one, because this is a hot phone right now.
It is very, very new. So of course you are correct, it is a gaming phone. I like how you were initially able to see that because of the gamery-ness of it. It is the first phone with a 144 hertz display, and it packs a Snapdragon 865 for a mere $580.
That's good.
You're gonna get half points, which means there officially the stakes have been over. You have enough points that you can get every single thing wrong from here on out, and you will still win the challenge. However, we're gonna ignore that because there's still 2 more phones left, and I have to pretend that there's still dramatic tension in this video.
Just ask the question.
All right, here we go, dog.
Oh, wow. Okay, this is bad. This is bad. What are the lightning effects around the buttons down there? This is the original gamer phone. I bet they had Snake on here. Okay, we have a very low resolution monochrome display, and this screams mid-2000s to me. I'm gonna guess the year right now already, 2004. I hate to throw them under the bus, but this has to be the work of LG. Who else would make this thing? I'm gonna call this the LG McFlipper from 2004.
Quinn Nelson from Snazzy Labs. You are 100% wrong. This is the Moto V70 from 2002. So this was one of the very first phones alongside Nokia that really kind of broke out the standard phone mold. This was in that kind of weird period where smartphones really weren't that popular, but obviously everyone was moving over to phones, so the designs got wacky. So it didn't really have a lot of interesting features or anything. It was just a unique and interesting looking phone, as you can see with that sweet, sweet old school Motorola branding.
I regret my answer. Now that I look at it, this is very clearly a Motorola invention.
You know what? That logo, it fills you in, but without the logos, when you play the game, it's kind of hard to tell, right?
It's hard to know.
Are you ready for the final phone to determine whether or not you are indeed the phone millionaire?
Yes.
Doesn't make sense, but we're just gonna go on with the next phone.
This is one of those rugged phones. This was probably one of the first IP67 rated phone. You've got the gaskets on the top. I don't even know what those are. Maybe those are antennas? No, they can't be. This is the Cat Home Depot Supreme from 2012. 13 maybe. 2013, final answer.
You know all that talk earlier about you can miss every single phone from now on and still win? Well, you've tested that because you are 100% wrong yet again. This is the 2017 Nomu T18.
2017?
This was, if you got this one, it would have been nothing short of a miracle. Yeah, so this is a super weird phone, but as you said, it is one of those super rugged devices. So it has an actual walkie-talkie. So that's what you see on those dials on the top. It doesn't even need cell service. You have a legitimate walkie-talkie built in. It has a removable 5,200 milliamp hour battery, and it even had not only anti-explosion hardening, aka supposedly bomb-proof, but this had a removable camera module. You know, that thing that the red hydrogen never shipped with?
The phone that barely shipped, period? Yeah, I remember that.
So, congratulations for our very first phone millionaire. Hopefully you're very happy with your brand new shout out on the @ThisIsGuys Twitter, which I'm sure will send hundreds, if not thousands, potentially millions of subscribers to your wonderful YouTube channel.
Thank you very much, Austin Evans. I can't feel but be a little undeserving of the reward, but as these things go, I will accept it and pretend it is all my doing.
And that's all you have to do to be on reality television. JerryRigEverything, do you know your own videos? Do you know the smartphones that you have tortured and surgeried? And how would you describe what you do?
It's repair, mostly, kind of, sometimes.
Okay, I like that. Sorry, the smartphones you have repaired. So, the name of the game is very simple. We have a list of 12 phones that you have repaired, and for every one you get right, you get one step closer to winning the ultimate Who Wants to Be a Phone Millionaire prize. Except there's no prize, so the only thing we're doing here is a gentleman's agreement. If you get 6 or more right, so 50%, this account will tweet literally whatever you want. However, if you cannot get 6 or more correct, then you have to tweet out a congratulations link to us. Does that seem fair? Does that seem like a wager you'd like to take up?
Fair enough, let's do it.
All right, cool. Let's start out with the very first device.
I feel like you gotta have a snack.
Okay, all right. Ready, and...
Oh man, this is gonna be rough.
Before we get too far into it, I can let you know that you do have one lifeline available. It's Phone a Ken, where you can call Ken and he may or may not be helpful. Previously, he was very helpful. Other times he's literally had no idea. So just floating it out there. You've got 12 phones to go through, but the phone again is available if you need it.
I'm trying to remember what blue phones I've worked on recently. How far back do you guys go? To the beginning of time or what?
The beginning of time, my friend.
Blue phone. This is an HTC phone maybe? Full disclosure, I'm not emotionally attached to any of the phones I take apart, obviously. So, shoot. What if I get the brand but not the model?
Ooh. I can give you half points if you get the brand. That seems reasonable. Can I ask, what happens to the phones after they've been repaired?
A lot of times, well, I only keep 2 years worth of phones at a time. After that 2 years, then I, part them out or sell them or whatever. But like this Galaxy S20 Ultra, like I've used in probably 4 or 5 different videos, like taking apart, the camera and different parts of it to explain what's going on as I take apart other phones. Like I do use the phones for multiple videos. Shoot, I don't know. I would say this is an HTC phone.
Okay, would you like to hazard a guess at what type of HTC phone?
It wasn't, was it? No, the 10 was a terrible phone to take apart, so it wasn't the 10. I'm second guessing myself now. I have no idea what the model is. I'm gonna guess HTC, but I have no idea anything else.
Well, Zach from JerryRigEverything, you are 50% correct. It is an HTC. It is the HTC Ultra.
Was it? I thought that one was pink. Wasn't that phone pink? That was the Ultra Sapphire Edition. Okay. I took apart 2 HTC 10 Ultras. All right.
Okay.
You guys are making this tricky.
Well, okay. Well, if you think it's tricky, why don't we move on to phone number 2?
This is the, it's not the Galaxy Fold, it's that other one, the weird one. This is gonna take me a minute. It's not the Galaxy Fold, it's the, I've tweeted about it. And, Royale, FlexPy Royale, that's what this one is. Okay, that only took 20 minutes.
You are 100% correct, my friend. You were worrying me there a little bit. I was like, because there's literally 2 folding phones like this. All right, so you are currently at 3 of 4 potential points, so looking pretty good so far. Shall we move on to phone number 3?
This is I want to say this is the Google Pixel. Is it the Pixel 4? I'm gonna go with that, Pixel 4, and it's probably the XL. But if I get the brand right, then it's half a point, right?
And you have indeed got half a point. This is actually the Google Pixel 3a.
All right, I was close. The colored power button gives it away.
It's a little bit of a tougher one though, because I feel like the pixels are a little generic looking inside, I guess. I mean, you can certainly see like this one's, I'm assuming this is the white one?
Yes. And I have it in a stack right there.
Yeah, I actually didn't think about that you would have all of these phones literally like off to the side. You don't even need the photos, you can just look over and see.
If I had them like mounted on the wall, this would be so much easier.
50% points means you are still in the green, my friend. So let's move on to phone number 4.
Okay, this one is the Galaxy S20 Ultra, right? Let me just hold this phone up really quick. Oh, we're losing parts. Yeah, we're gonna go with that one.
All right, as soon as I saw you pick up the S20 Ultra, I was like, oh, damn, we shouldn't have put this on the list. Yes, of course, you were 100% correct. This is the Samsung Galaxy S20 Ultra. I think the one that really gives us away is the huge main camera module. Like, it looks ridiculous.
That's definitely it, because like the way the cameras are arranged, that's one of the giveaways of any phone, really, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, you say that, but, well, actually, I was about to say, you're pretty much acing this so far. So why don't we move on to number 5?
Okay, this is the Red Magic 5G. Hold on. It's got the ribbon cable connector above it. I'm gonna go with Red Magic 5G.
And yet again, you are 100% correct. I'm afraid we made this too easy for you. You're just cruising through this.
I mean, I did just take this one apart like a week ago, so.
Okay, true. How many phones do you think you've taken apart over the entire career of your YouTube channel?
I would say there's probably like 300 or 200 or 300 phones that I've taken apart on there, that I've recorded at least.
That's pretty impressive. Well, you are absolutely acing it right now. In fact, you're not even halfway through, and yet if you get a couple more of these 100% right, you're gonna actually be completely set. So it's time to crank up the difficulty a little bit with phone number 6.
Wow, you guys went way back for this one. Holy cow, look at that camera. What phones was I taking apart back then? Dude, this is like from at least 5 or 6 years ago.
So walk me through your process right now. What is it that you're looking for on these phones that kind of gives you clues or hints as to what they really are?
Usually, I mean, if it can remind me what the video, like what I said in the video. So I'm looking for things that I would have talked about in the video, and then once I think of the video, then I can remember the name. But this was like before I had my Pry tools and everything, otherwise they'd be on camera, I think. I want to say this is another HTC phone before they went crazy with their design process. I don't think I have this one, guys. I think you got me on this one. There's 2 SIM card trays. Ooh, I remember this one because only one SIM card tray was visible in the video, and then the other one was visible after you took the back panel off. Is it like a weird ZTE phone or something? I'm gonna go with that. Is it a ZTE phone?
Zach from JerryRigEverything. You have had an incredible streak of victory so far, and yet that ends because this is the Moto G4.
Ugh, the Motorola's. All right, you got me.
And I feel like the thing that really jumps out to me with this one is the green PCB. I feel like most people have kind of like, phones look much cooler, but this thing looks straight out of like 2012 now. We are currently halfway through the game, and you were looking pretty good. You have 8 of 12 potential points, which means you were comfortably above the 50% threshold. However, let's see if we crank up the difficulty, and by crank up the difficulty, I mean it's gonna be the same difficulty with item number 7.
This is the Galaxy S. You can see the "No Dogs Allowed" sticker on the battery. So it's got to be a 7 or an 8, but I'm not totally sure which one. Let's go with Galaxy S8, maybe.
Final answer: Samsung Galaxy S8.
Yes,
that is 100% correct. It is the Galaxy S8 with the "No Dogs Allowed" sticker. Well done, well done. That was a tricky one. To me, that looks more like an S7, but like they're almost identical on the inside as far as I can remember. I don't remember anything that was hugely separating them.
Except for I know that my Galaxy S7 video, I know that phone was gold because I used that phone for like the next year or 2 after I tore it down and burned it because it had the burn mark in the center of the screen.
Well, you're looking really good, my friend. You're looking really good. So why don't we move on to phone number 8?
Phone number 8. Ooh, this one's a weird one. What's weird, it has the back metal panel that comes off, which is part of the frame, because usually it's the other way around. You remove like one slab and it's just the back, and the frame of the phone stays in place. And so like this particular design, I haven't seen in a while, so it's definitely one of my older videos, at least like 2 years old probably. Yeah, you guys got me on this one. How about let's phone a Ken? How about that? Let's use that lifeline. And how is he gonna help me again? Has he taken apart phones before?
He's probably not going to help you realistically. He might give you some words of encouragement, or he might just tell you that he wishes that he had your amazing bald head.
All right, that works. Hello. How's it going, man?
How's it going, Zach?
It's going great. So I have a little issue.
Yeah.
I'm playing this game and I have no idea what this phone is that I took apart how many years ago.
Yeah, it looks very weird. The camera layout looks weird. I almost thought it was like an Oppo. There's like the Find X that was like the one of the pop-up camera.
All right, they're cutting us off. Not even, none of the names come to my head right now, so we're just gonna go with that one.
All right, well, I'm sad to say that Ken has led you astray. This is in fact the Vivo Next dual screen.
I should have known that. Okay, I would have never gotten that though, because like, I would have never gotten that. That wouldn't have never popped in my head. Okay, you guys definitely won this round.
It's okay, you're still well ahead, my friend. You still have four phones.
Totally remember that phone, okay.
So you have 8 of 12 questions answered, and you are sitting currently on 10 points. You just need essentially 2 more points to tie. As soon as you hit 50%, you win. All right, let's move on to phone number 9.
OnePlus 7T, final answer.
This is the OnePlus 7 Pro.
Pro, dang it. Oh man, as soon as you were saying the OnePlus and you paused, I saw the pop-up camera and I'm like, shoot, I missed that.
So obviously the battery had to be removed because, I mean, you know, if you had the battery, it would look like one of the wonderful teardown skins available at dbrand.com/ I don't know. Can you pitch it? I don't even know.
It is the skin I use on my regular everyday carry though, so you can see the inside of the phone without actually being inside the phone.
Well, half a point or 1 point here because you did get the brand means you're still very close to finishing this one out, but you still have 3 more phones to go. So let's move on to number 10.
It's another pop-up. What was the one that snapped in half? That was the Oppo Find X, and that one had the dual motors. This one has a single motor. The Vivo Next V3, I think it was. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's go with the Vivo.
That is incorrect. This is the Oppo Reno.
Oh, because it pops up. Okay, you guys got to show. Yeah, this is that weird carrot pizza slice camera.
Yeah. So I'd just like to point out that your instincts have been very close, but you thought the Vivo was the Oppo and the Oppo was the Vivo. So you're in the right ballpark.
Shoot. All right.
Okay. 2 more phones though. 2 more phones. I still have confidence. Yes, you just need to get 1 point on one of these 2 phones. So still very promising. Let's move on to phone number 11.
This is not promising. What phone did I take apart that was purple? I know I took apart an LG phone that was a cool purple color a while back. I don't know if this is it though. I'm gonna go with. I don't know if I can say LG. I'm gonna go with LG because that's the last purple phone that I took apart. It was like a V40 maybe, the LG V40.
Zach from JerryRigEverything. You've made it all the way through 11 questions. And this is the point in which you clinch the victory. It is the LG G7. So you officially have 12 points, which means that from this point on, the next phone is completely a wild card. You could get it 100% wrong and you still barely squeak out the victory. But well done, my friend. Yeah, that is in fact the LG G7. All right, let's move on to the final phone. See if you can get some extra bonus points here.
Okay, so I think this is a Samsung Note. Was this the Note 7? I think it is the Note 7. That is my final answer.
Congratulations, my friend. That is, in fact, the Samsung Galaxy Note 7, famous for its world-famous reliability. Obviously, a phone that had no problems, that clearly was a wild success.
Of course not, yep.
Congratulations, my friend. You have successfully won the Does JerryRigEverything Know Phones challenge. How do you feel right now?
I feel good. The giveaway for this last one was the little marking on the battery connector, because I researched that brand for hours trying to figure out like the chemistry of the battery and like what was going on with it. So that was the giveaway for this phone, besides the fact that I had the S Pen as well. So that was fun, man. Thank you.
So now it is up to you to decide what you would like us to tweet on your behalf.
Oh man, do I have to do that right now?
You can, or you can wait until later. But if you want to come up with it on the spot, it'll make it in the video. Or if not, we'll just tweet it at a later date when this goes live in a couple weeks. Whatever. It's totally up to you. You're the winner. You get to choose.
I'm gonna marinate on this one because it's gonna be good.
Sara Dietschy rhymes with peachy. Sara, how's it going today?
What's up, everyone? I'm a little bit nervous. So this is audience. Be nice to me, because out of all of the quote unquote tech YouTubers, I'm probably the most selective with what I cover because I'm lazy.
So the rules are very simple. We have 10 questions that we're going to ask you about various different types of tech, and we're going to ask you to answer 2 questions about each one of these items of tech. First of all, the name of the piece of tech, and secondly, the year that this piece of tech was released. Now, we are giving you a 1-year handicap plus or minus, so if an item of tech came out in 2015 and you guess 2014 or 2016, you will get the point for that.
Okay, it does.
We do have an optional wager, which is very, very straightforward. So out of these 10 questions, if you can get 50% correct, so that means if you got the year on every single one right and the name wrong, or whatever the case is, any combination, but if you can get 10 points out of the possible 20, then the This Is account will tweet whatever it is that you want.
Easy, yes, 100%.
All right, are you ready to play Who Wants to Be a Tech-illionaire? Because we haven't gotten sued by ABC yet.
Oh, yes. Here we go.
Let's begin with item number 1.
You guys photoshopped out so much. So obviously it's a Sony RX100. It has the flash. It has, I mean, that looks like a hot shoe. So the lens looks like the 24-70 one, not the newer ones. So I'm gonna say RX100 Mark III. But see, I'm gonna fail on the dates because I'm terrible at dates. I don't know any dates.
Before you lock in your final answer, we do have a lifeline available to you, which is Phone a Ken, where you can ask our wonderfully / not very useful friend Ken Baldino for help. But obviously with 10 questions, you may want to save that toward later, but just throwing it out there, you do have one lifeline available.
One Phone a Ken. Okay, I haven't talked to Ken in a while. It'll be good to say hi. So for this one, I'm just gonna guess. Okay, RX100 Mark III, I used that to vlog a ton in 2016. but it came out, I'm going to say 2015. So RX 100 Mark III 2015.
For question number 1, I'm sorry to say you get 0 points. This is in fact the RX 100 Mark II from 2013. So the big tell with this one is the Mark II is the only one that ever had the hot shoe. After that, you're right, it did have the older lens, but I believe they replaced the hot shoe with the EVF, I think.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. The EVF. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right, game on, Austin. Let's go. Number 2. Oh gosh. You know what's hilarious? I was so phone illiterate until probably like 2012, 2013. So this seems like in 8th grade I was rocking the Motorola Rocker.
Ooh, nice.
I don't even know what OS that is. I'm just gonna like stab in the dark. It's a Samsung phone from 2009.
You actually get 50% points. This is a 2009 phone. However, it is the Palm Pre. This was a very beloved phone by a lot of people, mostly because this was Palm being way ahead of their game, right? So this had wireless charging in 2009. This had WebOS, which honestly, both Android and iOS have pretty much just stolen all of the multitasking. You can see the cards here that was actually really, really well sort of implemented. And the other thing that WebOS had going for it is the fact that it actually still lives in LG TVs now. So it has had a very strange life.
That's fascinating. Well, okay, I'm so disappointed that I got half points for that, but not the RX 100.
You're 1 for 4, so you're still well in it. And keep in mind, you still have not only your lifeline, but I'll give you a little hint. We do have a special bonus at the end if you choose to take the risk. So just throwing it out there, you're in good shape. So let's move on to item number 3.
Oh, Digital Blue, what's up? Yes, it's the Digital Blue. That was my first camera ever. Because it was so long ago, I don't even know what year that would be. I would have guessed I would have gotten it for like a birthday or something, or a Christmas. So I was still a young kid.
So I will say we actually haven't been able to track down when this came out either. So we know that you did a video on this. If you can give us the year of the video you made with this, then we will give you points on that.
So for some reason, I remember that Citibank sponsored it.
For your Digital Blue video?
Yeah, how weird is that? Gosh, I'm gonna probably say 2016 or 2017. So I'll just say 2017.
Sara Dietschy, you have full points. Yes, in fact, this is the Digital Blue movie creator that you create a video on, sponsored by Citibank in 2017.
It came with its own software. And so I wasn't even in iMovie or Final Cut, you know, it was way before I learned all of those programs. So it really was my first experience where I would just like cut together home movies, and it would take pictures too. And you would basically just hold down that trigger. It was like almost like a gun. So you would hold it down like a trigger, film whatever you want, and then when you release the button, it stops. So, you really felt like it was a Super 8 too, because you could like look through the viewfinder. Super crappy video, but yeah, it was my first experience with video. I was like, oh, I like this.
Hey, look, you know what? You gotta start somewhere. Honestly, my first camera was, my first real camera was the Sanyo Zacti. It was the sort of same kind of thing. It always looked like a taser, but man, I mean, look, in those early days, kids got it easy these days with stupid smartphones that shoot 4K video. Like, get out of here, man. So I'm actually happy to say you are now tied. You are 3 of 6 points, so you are well in it right now.
All right.
All right, let's move on to item number 4.
Oh, that's a good looking phone. I'm so bad with Android phones. For some reason, like my first reaction was Sony for some reason, but I feel like that's wrong. I don't even know what brand to guess.
Do keep in mind, you still have your phone account available.
Okay, I'm gonna phone a Ken. Let's do it. Hello, is this phone a Ken?
It is Phone Ken. How's it going?
It's going good. Okay, I'm heavily relying on you for this phone because I have no idea what it is.
It is the Essential phone. All right.
100% final answer, Essential phone. I'll say 2019.
Okay, wait, so you're locking in 2019 Essential phone?
Sure, yes.
Ken was right about the phone. Actually, no, it's from 2017, so you get 1 point on that one.
I mean, that looks pretty, nice for 2017. That was the company that the Google guy did, right?
Yes, so there's a lot that was going for the Essential phone. So first of all, this was one of the first phones that brought in a notch. So this was before the iPhone 10. It actually had pretty much a full screen display. It also had a ceramic build, and it had a ceramic back panel, and it was made of titanium. Well, Sarah, I'm happy to report we're almost halfway through, and you were still at 50%. So you were well within the threshold of winning the game. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good. I feel like I'm at a point where now if I get all the answers wrong, it's not completely embarrassing.
Okay. I mean, you're not 0 for 20. That's always a good sign. Well, let's move on then to item number 5.
Ooh, look at those bezels. Okay, so it's for sure a Surface. Is that a Surface Pro or a Surface Go? The keyboard is super thin and it doesn't seem like a legit keyboard. I feel like maybe it's the first Surface Go. I want to say 2017 or something, but those bezels just look so dated. I'm gonna say 2016.
I'm sorry to say that is incorrect. This is actually the very first Surface ever. So it was the 2012 Microsoft Surface, and one of the main tells, you're right, the keyboard was very bizarre. That was before they actually had like the nicer sort of chiclet keys, but also this ran Windows RT. So it was before Windows 10. It wasn't even really full Windows 8. It was Windows RT. And the main problem with this is that it didn't really run anything.
Interesting. Well, I'm learning a lot.
Let's move on to item number 6.
Ooh. Austin, did we do something with this together?
What? Maybe, possibly, I don't know.
Because I'm terrible with phones. I really am. But this was actually a really fun experience with you and Jonathan, and we basically interviewed each other, and this phone came into play. So I'm just gonna guess the year, and maybe you can give me partial points. Huawei Honor V something, and the year that we did that was probably, hold on, I'm doing math, and we were in our apartment in Hell's Kitchen, and that was my second apartment in New York, so I think that was 2018.
No, I'm gonna give you points on that one. So it is the 2017 Honor View 10.
Oh! 2017.
Yes, so I'm gonna give you 1 point on that one. So the thing is, of course, this was one of those campaigns we did where I remember going into it legitimately not even knowing what to expect. And I remember I walked upstairs to that little set that they had built, and you were there. I was like, oh, sweet. Yeah. So at this point, you were still very much in it. So by my count, 5 of 12. You were very, very close to being in this game. Are you ready to move on to item number 7?
Yep, here we go. Oh, okay. All right. It looks like it has more buttons than the C200, so maybe it's like a C300.
Hey everyone, it's me, Jimmy. If you didn't know, I edit all the This Is videos, and I'm actually working on this one you're watching right now. So Sarah's camera cut off while she was answering this question. She said the C100 and it's the C200. I just wanted to let you know that she didn't get the points. So let's get back to the video.
Item number 8, please.
I didn't have a laptop until 2012. That's when I got my first MacBook Pro. I built my entire YouTube channel on that. But before that, I only had like Dells and one iMac. So my computer game pre-2012 is really weak. I want to say 2007. And it was just a pre-MacBook. So I know I'm going to get the name wrong, but that's what I'll say for the year. I mean, wasn't PowerBook a thing? But I feel like that was even before. So I'll just say PowerBook. This is embarrassing.
I'm sad to say I can't give you points on this one. This was, you were right on the laptop, but it is the Apple iBook. The iBook G4 from 2003. It was the first laptop with this sort of design language. So this is the 12-inch model that we have here, which had like the full-size keyboard. It was very similar to the PowerBook of the time, but that was aluminum and this was plastic.
Okay, I have to say the fact that I was looking for the Windows and Command key and you guys photoshopped that out is ridiculous.
I didn't move anything around on the keyboard.
You know what? I want to give you a point for that one just because of Matt being nefarious on this.
I feel like if you know to look for a Command key and Windows key, you should at least be able to get points for that differentiation. Matt.
Okay, all right. You know what? I will do that then. Here you go. You get 1 Matt point here. Let's move on to phone number 9.
Oh, it looks like a Samsung Galaxy S7, maybe, or S8, S8, S7. I don't know. I'll go with that. A Galaxy was my first phone, so I have a special space in my heart for it. And I'm gonna say I'm gonna say 2016.
This is the Samsung Galaxy S8 from 2017. So you get 50% points on this one.
Dang, I was so close. So the S7 I did do the 360 video with, and I remember it still having a button. That video has like 7 million views on my YouTube channel. Me jumping out of a plane in Samsung 360.
Well, brag about it, jeez.
I'm just flexing on you guys.
Well, speaking of flexing on everyone, why don't we move on to our final item?
Damn. Yeah. I got so frustrated with my 2016 MacBook Pro, and I just went full on, I want to build a PC, I want to try this world out. And so you were one of the first people I reached out to. And I was like, okay, I'm friendly with Austin. He's super nice. Maybe he'll help me out. And I'll have to say, I don't think I've ever thanked you for that video, because I was so naive how long that was going to take. I felt so bad.
It all comes back around because now you're on This Is. So for this question, it's actually 3 points available. So obviously there are a lot of components that went into the system. I'm looking for 3 answers. The year that we did the video, the processor, and the graphics card. You get 1 point for each of those. So if you can get 2 of those 3, then you are a tech-illionaire.
I like half know each one, so it's all gonna be a guess. It's like all a blur. I know that it was an AMD Ryzen chip because I remember the irony of putting in a Threadripper on this PC and probably like Intel seeing it, and then we both did a huge Intel campaign. This is so sad because I feel like I'm not gonna get it right. Okay, I'm just gonna say NVIDIA RTX 1080, and then the year that we shot this video, I'm gonna say 2017.
So this is actually a little bit tricky. So I will say yes, 2017, you get points for that. You were very close on the CPU and the graphics card. It is a 1080, but it's a GTX, not an RTX. But I'm gonna give you half points for that. And it is a Ryzen 7, but it is not a Threadripper. It is just a Ryzen 7. I believe this was a 1700X. I'm gonna give you half points on both, which means that you are successfully a winner of the Who Wants to Be a Tech-Illionaire game.
This is so exciting. I would like to thank everyone out there who's believed in me. I would like to thank my mom. I would like to thank my cat.
I know you're basking in your victory. However, the game's not over just yet because we have a bonus round. Right now, you're going to get a tweet from This Is, right? If you can walk away with the tweet, no harm, no foul. However, if you want to go double or nothing, there's no penalty if you lose. If you lose, you walk away with nothing. You don't have to do anything. It's just, it's a clean slate. But if you win, you get a 30-second ad spot in a future This Is video where we will say literally whatever you want. You can send us a script. We will read it word for word. But there's no handicap. So you have to get not only the item, but also the year exactly right. So it's up to you if you want to go double or nothing, or you can feel absolutely great walking away as the winner of the game. We can't take that away from you.
I'll tweet you guys anyways, so let's go ahead and do double or nothing.
All right, it's time. Sarah's ready to do double or nothing. So our 11th and final question for the extra bonus victory is this.
Oh, okay. All right. So my first reaction was crap because it both looks like a DJI, but not a DJI drone at the same time. Oh wait, this one doesn't break down. Okay, so I do recognize that that's probably the battery, but I don't remember any DJI drones having a battery like that. But the only thing that's tripping me up is that battery. Oh my gosh, what is the smaller one that's not the Air? So there's the Pro, there's the Air, but there's the one that didn't fold down that was really miniature. I'm just gonna go with DJI Mavic Mini. It's the best guess that I have was it would be like the smallest one. And then the year, I'm just gonna say 2017.
Sarah, in all the games we've played for Who Wants to Be a Tech-Illionaire, I've never had a question come down like this. It is a DJI drone. It did come out in 2017. It is the smallest in the line. This is the DJI Spark.
No!
I feel so bad. You literally like the thought process was perfect. You literally like, okay, it's DJI because of the blades. Like you literally made all the way until you hit mini.
Okay, so that means I just get a 10-second spot, right?
You know what? That's fair. You get a 10-second spot on This Is. I will completely give you that. That was heartbreaking. I was just like, oh my God, you were getting it, You said 2017, I was like, oh!
Oh, the spark, yeah. Because that was the only one that I didn't own. So I was like, because I don't recognize the bottom, it would have to be that one.
I would have absolutely not been close on this because every DJI drone looks exactly the same to me. Sara, well played, and congratulations on not only your victory, but your 10-second This Is spot. We look forward to the script you have to send us.
If you have time, I feel like it would be legendary if you came on my podcast again, but just you. And then the spot, we can promote it with the 10-second spot.
Oh! You were really a good influencer. You know that? That's very impressive. Sara, can you tell people how they can find you on the internet?
So you can Google Sara Peachy if you're lazy, but then everything else, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, is Sara Dietschy. But no one knows how to spell that.
I look forward to being on the podcast, and I look forward to coming up with a very creative ad spot for our episode of the podcast.
I feel like I want you to be a part of it, so we'll do it on the podcast. We'll come up with a fun 10 seconds.
Congratulations, Sara, on winning Who Wants to Be a Tech-Illionaire. Of course, everyone feel free to go subscribe. We have a very special guest on Who Wants to Be a Movie Millionaire, and that is the one and only Emmy-nominated Jake Roper from Vsauce 3. Jake, how's it going, and how is your Emmy?
Well, I don't have one physically because I was just nominated. I haven't won just yet.
I thought we only had Emmy winners on the show? Okay, fine.
Sorry, my bad.
Emmy-nominated Jake Roper, how's it going, my friend?
It's going swell. How are you, Austin Evans?
I'm doing really well, and I'm ready to test you on your movie knowledge. So, of course, we did a little video together last year. It was called Can You Survive Alien? And in that, you chopped my head off. So as punishment, I'm going to make you look silly by not knowing many famous movies that you have most certainly seen before. Are you ready to play the game?
Oh yeah, I'm so ready to be horribly embarrassed. Can't wait.
So the rules are very simple. So Matt and I have come up with a list of 12 of our favorite movies, as well as some of the favorite movies around the office, and we're going to ask you 2 questions. First of all, the name of the movie, and for your second round of bonus points, what year the movie came out. Now we're going to give you a handicap of plus or minus 2 years. So if a movie came out in 2000, I will accept 1998, 1999, 2001, or 2002.
That's how math works. Okay, thank you.
For that, you have been deducted 1 point. Now you're only getting 1 year of handicap.
No!
So for previous episodes of the show, we've shown people tech, for example, and we would censor out the logos, but obviously that's not really possible. So this time, we're showing you pixelated screenshots from movies. Some of these are very iconic shots. Some of them are actually a little bit difficult. So are you ready to play Who Wants to Be a Movie Millionaire?
No, you gotta go with the wager.
Well, oh, the wager! I always forget the wager. Okay, if you were feeling so inclined to get a little wagery with me, we have a running bet on the show. If you were able to get half of these questions right, so basically you have 12 questions, each with 2 points each. So if you can get half or more, so 12 points, throughout this entire game, then you will get the honor, the privilege of tweeting whatever you want from the This Is account. However, if you were to say fail and not get enough points, then we would have the ability to have you tweet us out a cheeky little link to the episode. Is this a wager you would like to partake in, my friend?
That sounds very fair.
Okay, all right then. Let's begin with Who Wants to Be a Movie Millionaire? That just doesn't sound. Wait, I got it. Who wants to be a movie trivia millionaire?
So wait, just to TO real quick. Do I get to call Ken if I'm scared, or not scared? I guess if I need help.
You are 100%. I usually mention that in the middle of it, but you are correct. If you are feeling stumped and you trust for some reason the illustrious Ken Baldino, you can use your one and only lifeline, Phone a Ken. But just keep in mind that with 12 questions, don't burn it too early, or burn it when you want, because he's probably not going to be very helpful. But you can try to talk to your son. My tablet just almost fell over.
Yeah, as long as it's an anime, I feel like we're set.
All right, with movie number 1, let us begin.
This looks like MS Paint art, but the movie is Mad Max Fury Road. And the year, oh, fudge buckets. Okay, the year would be, I'm trying to remember the Academy Awards because I won a bunch and I was very excited. I'm going to go with fudge. I'm between 2 years, but they're close enough where it falls within that margin of error. I'm going to say it came out in 2016.
Jake Roper from Vsauce 3. You're 100% correct. It is Mad Max Fury Road from 2015, but that's well within the margin for error. So you can see how this game works, right? We're going to have some selectively modified screenshots from various movies to give you a real sense of what we're looking for. One question down, 100% success. Are you feeling good right now?
No.
Excellent. Time to move on to movie number 2.
Oh, wow. It's like Matt got a hold of MS Paint and/or learned how to create art in Minecraft, is what this looks like. But this looks like a very famous scene of Michael Myers and Jamie Lee Curtis. So I'm gonna go with Halloween. I know it was in the 70s, probably late 70s. It was kind of the start of the slasher movie genre. Not the start, but it helped really propel it. I'm gonna go with, see, I'm between, but it's still within the margin of error. I'm gonna go with 1977.
Emmy Award nominee.
Austin.
You are 100% correct. It is in fact Halloween from 1978. This is a good one. I thought this was pretty tough. I did actually not get this one at first when Matt showed it to me. The thing with this one is because there's so much negative space, it's kind of like, what exactly is happening here? But you absolutely nailed it.
Oh yeah, look at that. Crying Jamie Lee Curtis. See, at least I couldn't tell in the pixelated version that she was crying, so that one was new.
There you go. Well, you know what? Extra points for authenticity. You know, I'm a little bit afraid right now. You're doing way too good here. So I want to move on to number 3.
Oh boy. Okay, all right, I'm gonna go with, okay, I think I know. I'm gonna guess that it looks like Kevin Hart from Jumanji, but is it Welcome to the Jungle or The Next Level? It looks like a jungle aesthetic, so I'm gonna say it's Jumanji Welcome to the Jungle, and that movie came out in 2017.
Jake, I'm afraid to say that with question number 3, you're 100% correct again.
Don't do that to me, the suspense.
So, of course, as one of, well, you did an episode on Jumanji. That was what, number 4 or 5 you did?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was the 4th episode.
4. So, with this one, the idea was we were trying to trip you up, but obviously that completely failed. Okay, I'm very afraid now that you're going to get like 100% success rate here. You're already halfway to victory and you're on question 3.
Don't be scared. Just let it happen, Austin.
Matt, what do we do if there's no watch time in this video because Jake got them all right and people leave after 2 minutes? Do we have a backup plan? Oh, we finally get to delete the channel. All right, let's delete the channel after the next question.
That looks like Daniel Craig from the movie Knives Out, which I guess came out this year, 2020?
This is Knives Out from 2019. Yes, you are correct. Oh, this is very bad, Jake.
Take away that handicap.
Okay, so you know what? I've just heard from Matt. You no longer have a handicap because you're destroying us so much.
You can't do that. You set it up at the front.
And then we break them in the middle when you break our game. All right, so since you are so far ahead, you have 0 room for handicap on the year. Dude, you can still get so many of these wrong and be just fine. I have confidence in you. If you just guess all the movies from here correct, you're still gonna win.
Oh, so okay, just to be clear, if I don't get the year, I don't get 2 points, I only get 1 point. So each part of that question's worse. Okay, that's fine.
Jake Roper, you are on the edge of elimination. It's time to move to the next question.
I don't know what this voice is, but I really hope you just do that forever. Oh, boy. Okay. This one's gonna be difficult for the year. All right. I don't want to be overly confident because I find that confidence is just it ends up hurting you when you're trying to succeed. Which is why I just, always assume that I'm garbage and everything. But this isn't a therapy session, Austin. That's for our Thursdays at 3 p.m.
I mean, every Thursday.
Well, here's the thing. This could be. You guys could have really thrown a curveball at me. Because I'm going to say that it's Back to the Future. And it's Marty McFly on stage during the prom. However, it could have also been the scene from Back to the Future 2. But I don't think that you thought that far ahead. So I'm going to say it's Back to the Future. And the year that it came out, fudge, I don't know, man, 1985.
I'm not even going to pretend to have any drama here. Yeah, you were 100% correct. It is 1985. And fun fact, of course, 1985 is the year in the movie. So yeah, no, we did not think far enough ahead to give you any kind of trick questions. Obviously, no problems. You know what we need to do right now? We need to up the ante. We need to up the stakes because you're doing so well. How confident are you right now?
Not at all.
What do you mean you're flawless so far? You even got the year exactly right.
There's still 7 more questions. I'll be confident when it's over.
Okay, you know what? We'll do this. If you get every single one of these correct, we will make a video of your choice you can do whatever you want with. How about that? We're literally scrambling to come up with things because no one has ever done this well on our show right now.
I mean, I can tell you right now, the video is going to be all of y'all, everybody currently that's a part of this, eating hot wings.
Fair. Okay, all right. The rest of the rules still apply, though. You need to get the year correct for the rest of these movies. But we will eat the hot sauce if you get the names of the movies.
Okay, sounds good. I like this.
All right. Let's move on to movie number 6.
Oh, wow. This is a pretty close one. Okay, so this one's gonna be difficult because I know that that's Sigourney Weaver and I know that it's an alien next to her face. However, that photo is, I don't know specifically the alien film that it's from. I know it's probably from Aliens or Alien 3. She had long hair in the first one and the second one. Okay, I'm gonna go with Alien 3, which I think came out in 1993.
You are correct. Although, it is 1992.
Oh!
This is bad. You know what? We're going to have to change the name. We were going to call this Does Jake Roper Know Movies? I think the title now is Jake Roper Does Know Movies.
No one's going to click that.
Movie number 7.
Oh, come on, gang. This is Die Hard. This is John McClane in the air vents, or air ducts, I should say, in Die Hard, which, this is, here we go with the date. Let's see. But they're very excited about the telephone in the limousine. Okay, I'm gonna go with, this is wrong, but 1988.
100% correct. I give up. That literally, like, all right. Never before have we been broken so thoroughly. Although, in hindsight, I do realize that this is the thumbnail for your Die Hard Can You Survive the Movies episode. So, to be fair, it's pretty iconic. But yeah, no, literally, dead on.
Yeah, I mean, if it makes you feel any better, you guys are doing a really great job.
We clearly didn't make this one hard enough. All right, let's move on to movie number 8.
Maybe in the future, don't choose movies that I probably watched a bunch because I made a video about them.
We tried to. That was the whole point. Like, so much of this game is about testing you on, like, how well do you know your old movies, your old videos, your old tag, like, stuff that you should know.
So this is Ghostbusters. That's the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Now the year is going to be tricky. Ghostbusters, I want to say was relatively, not super early 80s, but definitely before 86, I would say. Because we had Sigourney Weaver. This is probably wrong. No, I'm just, 1983.
Woo! All right, it's 1984. I'm going to consider that to be a success for us. You want to get 1 point on that one.
Yeah, those were the two I was between. 33 or 83 and 84 is what I was juggling between.
At this point, you are at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So you can get every single movie wrong from here and still have 2 extra points.
Can I spend those on like a slap bracelet or something, or is this like Chuck E. Cheese? How's that work?
No, but you still need to get 4 of them correct to make us eat hot wings.
You do have to tweet out anything I want now, right?
I do have to tweet out whatever you want, yes. But it's time to move on to movie number 9.
Ooh. Okay, this one's a little tough. Purple and blue, a lot of hues. Okay, can I give Ken a call?
You can give Ken Baldino a very special call.
Hi, is this Ken?
It is.
Hi, Ken. This is Jake Roper. So I only have about 15 seconds left, and I'm on this question on this show that Austin Evans is making me do, and I just want to ask you, do you like Blade Runner 2049?
If it means me eating hot sauce, I don't.
Oh, that's unfortunate. It's one of my favorite movies in recent memory. But that's all I got for you, Ken. All right, so Blade Runner 2049, and I think it came out...
Oh, God. This is so bad.
And I think... See, this one's going to be tough again, too, because it's between 2 years for me here. I remember I saw it in New York. So I was living in New York at the time, which was 2017 for the most part, but I was there at the beginning of 2018, but I would imagine that this kind of film wouldn't come out in January or February because it's a It's a big one. They wouldn't just dump it. So I'm going to say 2017 is when the movie came out.
I'm not even going to pretend anymore. I've given up. Yeah, you're 100% correct. I thought we had you for a second. But you know what? It is a very iconic scene, and I will totally give you that. This is a great movie. This is actually one of my suggestions. Okay. Well, Jake, it's looking pretty good. However, I do have to say, there are 3 questions left. You're absolutely killing it. But you have to get all 3 of these movies right. Let's move on to movie number 10.
Yeah, okay, this is Men in Black. This is after Will Smith helps deliver the baby on, like, the Long Island Expressway or something. Men in Black came out when, though? Goodness gravy. I remember... So I'm just going by when I remember seeing it. I remember seeing it in theaters, and I lived in Colorado at the time.
Like, a lot of people, when they've been playing this game, have been like, oh, you know, I remember because this was the camera I was shooting, or this or that. But you have such, like, specific detail on, like, which theaters you were in, and, like, what time period. I mean, I'm legitimately impressed.
Oh, well, movies are just very important to me. They, like, raised me as a kid. Just like Will Smith helped raise this squid baby. For a brief moment in time. Before he got, like, sucked back into the car. Anyway, okay, because this was after Independence Day, I think, is when this movie came out. And I was, like, super pumped, because I was like, Will Smith! I'm probably going to be off by a year, but I'm going to say 1997.
Yep, that's the year. Okay, so I'm just going to keep marking on my little thing. Look at Jake, he's so good at movies. We should have asked him... I don't know. What? Okay, if you were going to do this game again, what would we ask you that's actually difficult?
You quiz me on Austin Evans videos.
You clearly have never watched any of those.
I actually don't really understand what your channel's about.
Let's move on to movie number 11.
We got some people in a car. It looks like they're wearing sunglasses. They're also wearing suits, so immediately I want to think Blues Brothers. I'm trying to look at it. Hold on, I'm just going to set up my phone and... Yeah? Do you not see 2 people? Hold on, I'm walking further away from the camera or from my phone so I can see it from a distance. Okay, you know what, I'm gonna roll the dice. This is probably wrong, but I'm gonna go with Blues Brothers, and I have 1977. I have no idea.
On the year, you were incorrect. On the movie, you are correct. It is the Blues Brothers. And Jake, you are currently at 11 of 11. And if we were playing by the original rules, which of course we are not because we decided to make it more difficult and you haven't failed, you would be at 21 of 22 points correct right now.
I feel like while you're doing this, Matt is just trying to make harder images for me.
He's literally photoshopping. He's like MS painting right now, like ... The year is completely optional at this point. Obviously, feel free to guess, but you need to get the name of this new movie correct, this next movie correct. Otherwise, you are not going to get the pleasure of watching us eat disgustingly hot wings. Jake Roper, Emmy-nominated filmmaker, director, writer, and generally handsome person. Are you ready for question number 12?
Sure. I'm very nervous. Very nervous.
All right, let's do it.
Oh, goodness. See, this one's tricky, because I know that's Obi-Wan Kenobi, but here's the problem. This is a really tricky one. See, this is a little bit unfair, because he looks the same in all 3 movies.
You've gotten every question right. I don't think you get to say anything about being unfair.
It's a little unfair, because it could be Revenge of the Sith, it could be Attack of the Clones, or it could be the first movie. Waiting isn't going to solve anything. I don't know which. I'm just going to go with Star Wars Attack of the Clones.
Jake Roper, you've gone 21 for 22. On the final question, you are incorrect. It is Revenge of the Sith. No! We don't have to eat hot sauce. What is up? We're the real winners here. You may have completely destroyed our game and made us look like complete idiots, but we finally got one right, motherfucker.
Yeah, look at that. Now that it's not pixelated, I can 100% tell that it's still one of the 3 prequels.
Jake, you have been a pleasure to have on the show. Would you like to decide what you want us to tweet right now, or would you like to do that later?
You know, I was thinking about this the other day, and I thought to myself, if I win, what do I want Austin to tweet? And I actually had a really good one. Oh, I remember. I was trying to buy time. I remember what I want you to tweet. You know that photo of your nipples that I always send to you on your birthday? I would like you, with no context, nothing written, just a photo, that photo, of your nipples. Just that.
Welcome to Jurassic Park.
We have a very special guest on Who Wants to Be a Phone Millionaire, the one and only MrMobile. How's it going, my friend?
It's going very well, and allow me to be the first to say I'm very glad you guys haven't been sued out of existence by ABC yet. Just keep on going with that title. I think it's going to work out.
Look, we're just going to keep making videos, and they can play whack-a-mole as much as they want, but as long as we fit into, what is it, YouTube, fair use, there's a bunch of other excuses YouTubers use to blatantly rip things off, we'll be fine. I have no problems.
Amen to that.
The game today is very simple. We have a list of 10 phones from various different eras that we're going to show you, and you have to answer 2 questions about each. First of all, the name of the phone. Second of all, the year that phone came out. However, we are going to give you a handicap of plus or minus 1 year. So say a phone came out in 2005, you can get 2004 or 6, and that will be counted as a correct answer. As soon as you hit 50%, so you get 10 questions, aka you could get the year on every single one right and the name of every single one wrong, you would technically be the winner of the game. If you would like, we've done this with a few of our other guests, we have a wager to offer you. If you're able to hit that 50% threshold and successfully guess our game correctly, then you will get to tweet whatever it is that you want from the This Is Twitter account. However, if you are not able to reach the 50%, and we will consider hitting 50% being a tie to go in your favor, then you must tweet out a subscribe to This Is link. Does that seem like a fair gentleman's wager to you?
You know, I'm dubious about it, but as long as I'm allowed to include profanity and obscene gestures in my tweet from your account, then yeah, we're golden. Let's go.
Excellent. Then let's play Who Wants to Be a Phone-illionaire? So I changed it up there. They can't sue me for phone-illionaire. That's just dumb. Let's begin with phone number 1.
Oh, man. How dare you, sir? How dare you start off immediately in hard mode? We have an off-axis D-pad here. We have a touchpad with a stylus that's under a flip. This is a phone. This is the first phone I would have showcased in when phones were fun if I had ever known it existed. I have no idea what this is. Can I guess?
You do have one lifeline available, which is Phone a Ken, where you can phone our wonderful friend, Ken Baldino, who may be helpful or may lead you astray depending on his mood and whether or not he knows what this bizarre phone is. So you have the lifeline, you can use it at any point throughout the game, but just so you know, you've got that in the back pocket.
Copy that. Well, I've got 9 phones to go, so I don't want to burn my Phone a Ken yet. And I think I can at least pin down a rough approximation of the year and then make up a product name. So I think I'm ready to do that. I'm ready to say that this debuted in 2004 and that it was called the Nokia 7150.
Michael Fisher from MrMobile. You have 50% score so far. Yes, so this is the Nokia 6108. So props, you got very close to the actual real name. And it is from 2003, which is inside the handicap. So you get 50% points. This is a tough one, right?
That was a really tough one. I'm demoralized. I'm going to walk if you do that to me again. No, I'm kidding. That was great. I've never seen that phone before. I can't wait to look it up.
All right. So far, so good. Let's move on to phone number 2.
Oh, I believe I recognize this phone. Now, I don't want to get overconfident. I believe I recognize it, and that's what I'm saying. I don't want to get too cocky here. Now that's running Android. It's running. I think it's running like right before ICS, whatever that version of Android was. And I think my friend owned this phone on my recommendation. The side-mounted USB port has thrown me a little bit, but oh man, I hope I'm right because it looks like it. Is that the Nexus S from the year 2010?
MrMobile. You were once again 50% correct. It is in fact the Samsung Continuum, but it is from 2010.
Man, okay, well that's why, all right, 50% I'll take it, okay.
So what made this phone bizarre and ultimately kind of silly is the fact that it actually has a secondary 1.8-inch display below the button. So that top part is the real screen, and the bottom part is pretty much specifically for notifications, which is silly because they could have just made the phone 1.8 inches taller or half an inch or whatever the actual height of that screen is.
Austin, you know that. It had to be fun. Come on. Look how I didn't notice the display division. Of course, that's the Continuum. I forgot about that entirely. Ah, what a great phone.
All right. Well, so far, you're doing actually really quite well. You're at 50% points so far. So that means you're well within the you keep this up, you're on the path to victory. So let's move on to phone number 3.
Oh, wow. You've thrown me off with a distinct colorway on this one. There's another trap here because this could be one of 2 very distinctive Motorola phones. I know this is a Motorola phone, and I'm fairly certain it's the Motorola StarTAC and not the Motorola TimePort because of the LCD that I'm seeing instead of the whatever the organic color display was. I think this is a Motorola StarTAC, and I'm gonna say the year on this is gonna be 2000.
All right, so I'm hearing word from the producer. You were close to the name, but we need a little bit more specificity. Do you have anything more than Motorola StarTAC?
There were multiple models of the StarTAC. So you want like a model number, you sadists?
There are 2 subheadings for the phone. If you get either of them correct, I will give you points on this one. You're very close, but there were quite a few StarTACs.
But looking at this in its strange mustard and green livery and its key layout and nothing is setting it off for me, and it can't be a time port. I can't say. The Motorola StarTAC TurtleCom edition, that's what it is.
I'm sorry to say I can't give you points on this one. This is the StarTAC 70 Rainbow. So this was available in 1997.
97, you are kidding me.
97. So the StarTAC actually was the first fully flip phone, well, I guess fully flip phone in the traditional sense, back in 96. And this was the Rainbow limited edition, or I guess it was limited. It was the Rainbow edition that came out a year later. All right, let's move on to phone number 4.
This is a phone that gives you Geordie vision. This is a phone that allows you to see in 3 dimensions. I think the name includes a reference to that. I think the manufacturer is HTC, and I think Sprint carried it, and I think it was under the Evo brand. So I think if you put all that together, it's probably the HTC Evo 3D from the year 2011.
MrMobile, you are 100% correct. It is in fact the 2011 HTC Evo 3D. So this one was special because not only did it have a 3D screen, but of course it could record 3D video with those weird cameras on the back. Now, this was a phone that I remember thinking was really cool because this is around the time of, what was it, the 3DS, right? Where like people were really getting excited about 3D.
But it was also super confusing because the immediate predecessor to this phone was the Evo 4G. So to have the next year an Evo 3D, it was like, wait, what? And I just remember reading like headlines of reviews at the time where it's like, yeah, this phone is cool, but it gives me a headache if I look at it too much. So I'm like, oh, well, it's kind of a negative.
So Mr. Fisher, I'm very happy to say you were back up to 50% with that question. So how are you feeling right now?
Feel good. I'm perspiring less, breathing a little bit easier, but I think you're lulling me into a trap.
All right, let's move on to phone number 5.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I loved this one. I wanted to cover it and I couldn't because of reasons. I don't think we had a relationship with the manufacturer, which I think was Oppo. And this is tricky because I think there was more than one model made with this rotating camera array, which by the way is a really good idea that I wish more manufacturers had adopted. And I think though this is maybe the first one they did. I hope it is, even though it looks a little more refined. I'm gonna guess this is the Oppo N1 from 2012.
I've got to say, you had me there for a second, and then you really had me because you were 100% correct. Yes, it is the Oppo N1 from 2013. That absolutely is close enough to get full points on this one.
Okay, good. I was really worried because I didn't remember the Mint one, so I'm like, was that a weird sequel that I'm not remembering? Like what? Okay. I've never touched one. I really want to.
Neither have I, but yeah, of course, this was famous for being one of the first phones with the rotating camera. I don't remember, was this one motorized or was it the one, I think you had to flip this one, right?
I thought it was motorized, but again, I'm very confused about whether it was the sequel or not, so it's possible it could have been the manual turnaround, but even if it was, what a great idea, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and of course, something like the Zen phone many years later would kind of take that design to the next level. But yeah, so absolutely, you were doing very, very well, my friend.
Thanks, man. Wow, that feels good.
All right, time to move on to phone number 6.
You're a very kind person. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for throwing me this bone in what I presume will continue to be a difficult game. But I think I can do this one. I think this is made by Samsung, even though you've blotted out the branding. This is from 2003 because it was released in conjunction with the second Matrix film. And as a result, it is called the Samsung Matrix phone, aka the N270.
That is incredibly impressive. Yes, you were 100% correct. And yes, we did pull this from a recent wonderfully titled MrMobile video. But yeah, you are 100% right. Not only was this released alongside the movie, and it was used for like, what, 2 seconds in the actual, it was Matrix.
In the intro.
In the intro.
It's in like 5 shots of the movie, and it's probably total screen dwell time is like 4 seconds over across the whole movie. Yeah. Oh, what a pleasure it was to finally get a hold of one of these.
I've got to say, man, you are really turning it around right now. You've gotten the last 3 questions 100% correct, which means you are getting very close to clinching the game if you can hold it together for just a little bit longer.
Is this when you start rolling out all the alphabet soup Nokias? Because I know you've got them. I know you're going to punch me in the face.
Well, you never know. You never know. We have many more phones available, starting with phone number 7.
Speaking of the Matrix, even though this is not the original edition of it, this was the resurrected one for, I believe, 2018. Excuse me, I was going to say 2017. I think 2018. And they carried the same model number over, but they added a 4G to it, I think. So I believe we're looking at the Nokia 8110 4G.
You're 100% correct. It is, in fact, the Nokia 8110 4G 2018 edition. And like some other recent Nokia phones, they've straight reused the name and just added like 3G or 4G to it, which is very confusing when you're researching these phones and you find like, wait, that doesn't look quite right. So MrMobile, I'm very happy to report that you are currently at 10 points, which means at this point, you actually have clinched the victory. You can get the next 3 phones completely wrong and still win the game. However, we do have one level farther. If you would like, you can go double or nothing on a potential 11th question. But we do have double or nothing available, which is, if you get the 11th phone correct, you will be able to earn a free ad spot on This Is, that we will plug whatever it is that you want for 30 seconds in a future This Is video. However, if you do not get this mystery phone correct, then you will leave with nothing. No tweet, absolutely nothing, and it is as if this game has never happened. You don't have to decide right now. Just gonna float the idea out there. Well, you're doing very well right now, my friends. Very, very well.
You really know how to, just the moment someone starts relaxing a little bit, you really know how to ratchet the screws back to them. I appreciate that, Austin. Thank you. Back to tense and scared. Okay.
Exactly. All right, let's move on to phone number 8.
Oh, yes, indeed. I have very little idea who made this. You know what's weird, though? I think I may have said this brand name earlier. Maybe I'll get partial credit. I think, so this is a 2-way messaging device. This is like a pager sort of thing from the year 2001. It's made by Motorola, and it's called the, they reused the TimePort brand. It's the Motorola TimePort 2-way from 2000.
MrMobile, you are 50% correct. It is, in fact, the Motorola V100 or the V-Box from 2000.
Hey, well, I got the year right. Okay, and it was Motorola who made it. Wow.
But yeah, this is back in the weird days. I just look at the color scheme of this. I can't help but think it's like for kids or something. It just looks so fun and it looks so playful. Let's move on to phone number 9.
I should have, I doubled down on studying the weird Nokias before this, but I should have gone across the aisle to my friends at Siemens, because I think that's who's responsible for this thing. Sadly, I don't know the model number at all, or what it even might have been called, so I'm going to say it was the Siemens Compact Deluxe Pro X from, I still think this is from the golden age of like experimentation though, so I want to say this is like this is a 2003 phone.
Mr. Fisher, you've made it very far in this game so far, and you're going to continue because you are 50% correct. It is in fact from 2003, and it is a Siemens. However, it is the Celebri 6. This was a very bizarre device, and that it was as part of the fashion-oriented Celebrity line, where it actually had mirrors. So essentially it had the flat mirror where it had that tiny little screen in the middle of it. And then it also had a magnifying mirror if you wanted to, quote, adjust your mascara or eyeliner on the go.
I can't wait to go get one. I'm going to get one of those too. I'm so excited.
I bet it's not going to be particularly expensive if you can find one that's not been relegated to the scrap heap of time.
Oh, I'm sure they're out there. We'll go call up the Mobile Phone Museum, see if they want to lend me something.
Cool, cool. All right. Let's move on to potentially the final question, phone number 10.
Great Odin's Raven. This fell off like a Power Rangers belt clip in the middle of a shoot and somebody stole it. I'm gonna go with 2006 for the year, and I'm going to call this the Bad Admiral's communicator from manufacturer Nokia.
You know what? It is in fact a Nokia. But unfortunately, you talked yourself out of the correct answer. It is from 2008. This is the Nokia 7070 Prism.
Of course it's a 7000 line, the weirdo warehouse. What, tell me about it. Tell me things.
So I'm sad to say it's actually pretty unremarkable. So it was part of the Prism lineup. So there were a couple of other more expensive options, including the 7500 and 7900 Prisms that actually had like an RGB accent. But this was the more basic, simple model that didn't have a camera, but it did look cool or evil, depending on your perspective.
I can't believe that's so bizarre. Thank you again for introducing me to another strange artifact. I gotta get me one of those too.
I feel like we're about to see some very exciting MrMobile videos in the coming months.
As long as this quarantine keeps going, man, I'm gonna keep showing you old phones, so yeah. Hey.
MrMobile, for double or nothing, do you want to take the challenge of our 11th question? Or do you want to go home with your nice, safe Twitter prize and the happy victory that you have acquired here today?
I watched a few game shows as a kid, Austin, and the number of times I've shouted at the screen, do the true daily double, or go for the million is innumerable. So as ill-advised and stupid as it is, I'm hoping Ken can pull me out. I'm gonna stick around. Let's do this. Let's make it a true daily double super millionaire Wheel of Fortune. Who wants to be?
All right, the next phone, please, for the win.
This is a phone manufactured by Sharp. It was dreamed up by Danger, and it's called the Danger Hip Top, which was rebranded as the T-Mobile Sidekick and a number of other things, depending on what regional carrier it was. So there's that. The question is the year. Danger sort of started working on something called the Peanut in 1999, 2000. And then there was a color version of this device that came out in 2002. But this appears to be a black and white screen, which would mean, I think that it came out in 2001. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say Danger Hip Top / T-Mobile Sidekick, depending on where you bought it. And the year, this is the first one, and the year was 2001.
Before you lock your final answer in, would you like to take advantage of your phone to Ken?
I'm already calling my man. It's important to me that I get as much of this as possible. So, Ken, I'm looking at do you remember when the first T-Mobile Sidekick / Danger Hip Top launched? 0 or 01? Which one?
01.
Terminated.
That didn't seem super helpful. What did he say? Did you hear what he said at the end? I think he got cut off, right?
The only question in my mind was it 01 or 02, and I really think with this black and white screen, I think 2000 would have been too early. I think 2002, they already had the color one out, dude. Unless the black and white one and the color one were released concurrently in 02. I gotta stick with it. I'm saying 2001.
So your final answer is the 2001 Danger Hip Top.
Correct.
MrMobile. This is, in fact, the Danger Hip Top from 2002.
Oh, come on. kidding? They released the black and white one in 2002?
Yes, so the first generation did have the monochrome screen.
No, and I know, and they gave it a color display in the same casing in almost the same year.
I feel bad about this one, man. I feel bad about this one. You killed this game so, like, you did such a good job all the way to the very end, and then we shamelessly ripped it away from you with a trick question.
It's a great trick question. Like, it is one of the best trick questions ever because it lulls you into a false sense of security first, and then makes you double question yourself. And then, you know, until you end up on the phone with Ken, and, you know, as much of a giant help as that was, you just go down in flames. Thanks, Ken. No, I'm kidding. It's that's what a wonderful question, and what a great game. I have no regrets whatsoever.
Well, what a wonderful guest. Thank you very much, Mr. Mobile, for being on Who Wants to Be a Phone-illionaire? So while sadly you're walking away with nothing, hopefully you've learned a new appreciation, even though I feel like you're the last person on earth who needs a new appreciation for this, of weird old phones. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. Of course, feel free to go subscribe to the one and only Mr. Mobile, who has many, many weird phones that he's reviewed on his channel. Ultimately, you're the one who we had to save the hard mode for. I feel like no one else had a chance of making it through this one besides you.
I am honored to have been considered even for hard mode, and I will tell you this, you have not finished hearing about the T-Mobile Sidekick / Danger Hip Top this week.
Ooh. Ooh, wait, are you trying to say this is an exclusive? Are you about to drop a hip top video on us?
A little bit of episode 3 of When Phones Were Fun, baby. Coming sooner than you think.
Today on the phone game, we have a very special guest. Mr. Who's the Boss is about to find out if he really is the boss. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling confident.
Oh, you're starting out with confidence. I like it. So the rules today are very simple. We have 10 pieces of technology that we are going to show you. They could be phones, they could be computers, whatever the case is. We're going to ask you 2 questions about each. First, what is the name of the device? And second of all, what year it was released. Now, because obviously there's a wide range here, we're gonna give you a little bit of a handicap. So if you can guess plus or minus 1 year, we will count that as a correct answer. Now, if you can hit 50%, so if you can get 10 out of 20 questions technically correct, you will be the phone game winner. However, if you've seen previous episodes, we like to spice it up because what's a game without consequences? So if you would be willing to partake in a gentleman's wager, if you are able to get that 50% threshold, if you're able to get half of these questions right, This Is Twitter will tweet whatever it is that you want. However, if you fail to win the game, then we ask that you tweet out This is the greatest channel on YouTube. Does that sound like a fair wager? Are you feeling confident right now, my friend?
I think 50% is doable. I'm gonna aim just to get the year right.
I mean, if you get the year right on every single one and the name completely wrong, you will technically win.
Yeah, that's the plan. Okay, let's do it.
All right, let's start out with item number 1.
Oh man, okay. This is early Android. You've got a menu key. This is Angular. It is a Motorola Razr or Motorola Milestone, and I think it's 2010.
Okay, so hang on. So for your final answer, it is the 2010 Motorola what?
Or is it a Droid? It might be a Droid. I'm gonna go with Droid. I say Motorola. I think it's called the Milestone in the UK. That's how I know it.
Mr. Who's the Boss? Congratulations, you are 100% correct. Yes, so we actually would take both answers. So this is the Motorola Droid or obviously the Milestone. Both are correct. This is from 2009, but you're well within the points. So you get full marks on our first question.
I remember there was a time in my life when all I wanted to do was to get a certain score in like quadrant benchmark.
Yeah. The good old days, man. The good old days. All right, let's move on to tech number 2.
Oh man. Oh, you went hard. What is that? Okay, I'm gonna guess that's pre-Android. It looks like, is this a phone?
So it is a piece of technology, and that's as far as I can tell you, my friend.
It's got a front camera. I want to say HP, but the design language doesn't really look very HP. Oh, I've lost it. Okay, let's go HP Slidey Boy 2007.
I'm happy to say you were 50% correct. This is the Sony Vaio UX, but it is from 2006. So this is actually not an Android phone. This is a Windows XP PC. So this is a full handheld PC. As you can see, you've got the webcam, you've got the keyboard. It had a 4.5-inch screen, but it did have things like Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, and even Edge cellular data, which was pretty cool for a 2006 little mini Windows XP system.
Cool.
Unfortunately, you can't see it, but we did actually do a video on this on the main channel last year, and it's got this nice little sliding mechanism. Like if you listen to this.
I can virtually imagine it's great.
All right, well, you're still doing fine. You are still at 3 of 4 potential points, so you are well on your way to being a This Is winner.
I'm feeling good. I feel like I came in expecting just to get the dates right, and I've actually kind of won up to myself. So far, so good.
Hold on to that confidence, my friend, because we're going to take it away from you with item number 3.
Okay, it has probably what I imagine is a crappy non-color screen. Okay, so probably pre-2000. I'm gonna say 1998, and I'm gonna go with, who would do something like that? Toshiba.
Okay. Do you want to hazard a guess at the model name?
Ugh, alien egg.
So, wait, can you put that all together for me? So sorry, it's the what?
That's the Toshiba alien egg from 1998.
You may be Mr. Who's the Boss, but today you were incorrect. This is actually the Siemens Celebre 4A from 2003.
Oh man, Siemens. I would never have got that one. Could have given me 10 guesses.
Well, I'm still happy to report that 3 questions in, you are at 50%, so you're still absolutely in the game. Are you ready for phone number 4?
Not really.
All right, well, maybe you'll have better luck with item number 4.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, what's the name? Okay, so this is a limited edition Oppo phone. I've got one, that's the worst part of this. And it's when their naming scheme was harder to follow. Year, I'm gonna guess 2017, and then model number, I'm gonna guess Oppo. Oh god. R5 Pro Barcelona edition.
For question number 4, you are very, very close, but that is actually incorrect. This is the Oppo R11 FC Barcelona limited edition, but however, it is from 2017, so you do get the point. I was tempted to give you that one, but R11 was just a little bit too different.
I got the Barcelona though.
So the problem with this one is we almost gave it away, although you obviously guessed the year correctly, because the photo has the actual year on it. So that almost made it in. We're like, oh wait a minute, we had to pull that at the last second.
This stuff used to get me excited, like limited editions, phones that weren't just like plain black slates. I used to really like it.
What's your favorite limited edition you've ever unboxed?
Oh, that's a great question. Can I count the Escobar phone?
Is that limited or is that scam edition? I'm not sure.
100% gold, maybe, edition.
All right. Well, again, 4 questions in, you're right on the cusp of victory, my friend. So let's move on to phone number 5.
I think this is an LG phone. There's not many companies that make stylus phones, and it's not a Samsung. It's just the year. And I think the only thing... See, I was expecting to be able to go off icons, but you've got rid of those too.
Well, we've tried to pick photos that don't completely give it away, but we've only used real stock photos. We're not like, photoshopping screens or anything like that. The only thing we'll do is like remove like a date or something.
Okay, so I've got to go off kind of like the bezels, and I'm thinking, it's probably around LG G4, G5 time. So that would be 2014, 2015. I'm gonna go 2015 LG Stylo, what do they call it? 5.
Matt is furiously yelling at me on the side, waving at me that I cannot give you this. That is an incorrect answer. This is from 2017, and it is not the LG Stylo 5, but the LG Stylus 3.
Oh, I get nothing. Oh my god.
That was a tough one, man. So the thing is, this was back in the weird days of like, you can see like, that's like not even, I don't believe an active stylus. I think it was like straight up just like, just a capacitive tip on the end of it. I looked at this photo and immediately thought, oh, it's like the DS version. All right, it's fine. You're still in it. Don't forget, however, you do have your phone account available. So if you're feeling questionable, just throwing it out there, still very much in the hunt. Now, let's move on to item number 6.
You've done this before. I've seen this. Oh no! No! Okay, it's a PC. It is a foldable PC, and it's meant to be pocketable, I want to say. I can't remember. I think it was Marquez who did this one before, and he said, and it ended up being older than newer than he expected. Okay, I'm going to say 2007, and I'm going to say Sony Foldy Flat.
I'm happy to say that 6 questions in, you're starting to catch up because you have 50% of this correct. It is in fact the Samsung SPH 9000. However, you got the year dead on. It is from 2007.
Okay, I do pay attention. That's good.
Okay, so if we do a little catch up here, 6 questions in, you were sitting at 5 points. So you are still very close to the 50% threshold. So you still absolutely have a great chance, and you still have 4 more questions to go. How are you feeling now?
I feel like I came into this a new man, and now I'm like, I've got battle scars, and I think this could go any way. But I'm gonna back myself.
All right. Well, let's move on to item number 7.
Okay, this is Samsung. This is I know they've made some funny ones. They made the folder, but I don't think this is. I think the folder had a second screen on the front. It's tricky. It's like I'm looking at the material design, the kind of the level they've got to, and I remember the Galaxy S1 was very. I suppose icons have become more flat over time, isn't it? And they become more squirkly. I'm gonna say this is 2011, and this is 2012, and this is the Samsung Flip.
You've come a very long way, my friend. We've thrown some very difficult questions at you. And for this one, I am sad to say you are 100% incorrect. This is actually the Samsung Folder 2 from 2017. Fun fact, this was actually on a lost episode of Mystery Tech. We unboxed one of these, and subsequently the audio for that episode was lost, so it was never posted.
Oh man, I've been done.
Uh-oh, hold on a second. I'm getting a breaking news update from Matt. What's wrong?
It is the Folder 1.
Did you just...
Typo.
Wait, so hang on. So this is not the Folder 2. So this is the Folder 1 from when?
2015.
So due to gross incompetence by Matt, the This Is Wizard, we have only a slight idea of which phone this is. So you know what? We're gonna give you full points for that one.
Full points! Yes!
Now that we've settled that and given you full points, let's move on to item number 8.
Yeah, okay, I like the fact you show me icons this time, so I can see it is... Are they on-screen buttons? I'm gonna go with 2014, and I feel like this is gonna be one of those off-brand companies that you don't really expect to make a lot of phones. Like, I almost want to say Kodak, because it looks like a camera-centric phone. Yeah, let's go Kodak. I'm gonna go Kodak, what would they call it? Kodak Pix from 2014.
So, by the strict definition of the rules of this game, you are incorrect. However, this is in fact a Kodak phone. It's called the Extra from 2016. So I'm gonna give you a point for that, mostly because the Kodak Extra was actually built, you were actually correct on, it was from originally one of these more obscure brands. It's made by the Bullet Group, the same people who make things like the Cat phone or the Land Rover phone. So it's very much sort of like they're sort of packaging it up for different brands. With this, you're still in the game, so it is time to move on to item number 9.
Oh God.
Before you make any final decision on this phone, there is a slight wrinkle to the way that this game is being played. So right now, if you get 2 points out of the next 4, so if you get 50% of the next 2 questions, you will be victorious. However, we now have a bonus available. If you may or may not want to actually take advantage of this, so I'm just gonna give you a heads up now, especially before you potentially burn your lifeline. If at the end, you are feeling confident and feeling bold, you can take on an optional 11th question. So if you answer that question 100% correct, you will get, instead of a tweet, a full 30-second ad spot in a This Is episode where we will talk about whatever it is that you want. So obviously, as my mortal enemy who is trying to beat me to 5 million subscribers, I would certainly never want to promote your channel for 30 seconds and tell people to go subscribe. So I'm just gonna float that out there. But just so you know, there is a wrinkle. If you get to the end of the game and you have won, you can take your tweet and you're good to go. But win or lose, you still have the ability to take on that bonus question for essentially double or nothing. So just gotta float it out there that those are the new rules of the game. So if you want to take advantage, you know, just floating it out there.
Okay, that sounds fair. I'm gonna phone my Ken.
I have never seen this phone before.
No, you are my lifeline.
I wish I could help you a little more, but
I want to say Pocket. I feel like this is a device oriented to being compact because of the shape. It looks like it's running Gingerbread, I want to say, because of the status bar, or Android 2.2 or 2.3. So I'm going to say this is a 2012, 2010, let's say 2011 phone. I'm going to go HP. Now you're making me question. Okay, HP Pocket.
So this is the Pocket. You are absolutely correct about that. However, it is not from HP. It is from Pantech. But it is from 2011, so we're going to give you 1 point for that. You were very close, but this was the Pantech Pocket from 2011.
Brutal. I'll take it.
So the thing was, this thing was bizarre. So first of all, it had that weird 4:3 aspect ratio. And to me, like, it's sort of meant to look a little bit more rugged, I guess. Sort of you can carry around with you all the time. But obviously, this is from one of those brands like Pantech, which I don't even know if they're even still around at this point. But yeah, this is a little bit one of the weirder ones. So let's move on to item number 10 for the win.
Oh, okay, this is a trick. This is one of those copy phones based on a Xiaomi Mi Mix, which was October 2016. Okay. I want to say this is one of those Chinese brands. This is I'm going to go Umidigi Crystal from 2017. And I'm feeling good about this. I'm feeling good.
So you are very perceptive in that this is absolutely one of these copy phones. And it is from a Chinese brand. And it is not the Umidigi, though. This is the Blueboo S1. However, Aaron, this phone came out in 2017. You are a This Is winner. Congratulations, my friend.
Yes! Yes! Oh my god.
So at this point, if you want, you can take the tweet, walk away. You are a This Is winner, and nothing can take that away from you. Except if you want to opt for a bonus question. The rules for the bonus question are very simple. We're going to show you one final piece of tech. We are going to give you the exact same rules as before with one difference. You need to give us not only the name of the piece of technology, but also the year with 0 handicaps. So you need to be dead on. If you are incorrect with your answer, then you walk away with nothing. However, if you are correct, then you will get a 30-second ad spot on a future This Is episode where we will say literally whatever it is that you want. Does that sound like something you want to try? Like, how are you feeling confidence-wise right now?
I feel like it's one of those things where I feel great, but you know I can't say no to that.
I like it. Let's move on to the Double or Nothing bonus question for the 30-second ad spot on This Is.
Okay. I could tell you, okay, so this is Samsung. This is back when they were doing Samsung Experience. It's a mid-range phone. Well, I reckon just based on the icons, this is Samsung Experience. So this is around when they had the Galaxy S8, probably the year after that. So let me just think. So that would be 2017, 2018 time. I think this is, okay, I'm gonna go with Samsung J5 2016.
Aaron, Mr. Who's the Boss? You have fought valiantly through this entire game. You have brought some incredible knowledge, some incredible know-how, some incredibly good guesses, some very intuitive thoughts about a lot of these phones that you've covered. But when it comes to the bonus question, this is the Samsung Galaxy J. 7 from 2015.
Oh. Okay, I did better than I thought I would. Fair play.
So this is one of those weird phones, like you said, they have and still have a wide range of budget devices. But yeah, so this is one of those sort of weird entry-level devices. Yeah, you're right, the giveaway was definitely the fact that it still had the capacitive buttons, which I think they were phasing out around the 2016-2017 timeframe, even on their budget devices.
Yeah, I was thrown off by the icons. Damn.
My friend, that was a incredibly impressive effort. I feel bad because you had the tweet, so you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna go ahead and give you the tweet anyway, since you came so close to winning that. Well, thank you very much for being on This Is. Of course, if anyone would like to find you, what's the best place to find you on the wide web?
Mr. Who's the Boss.
We have a very special guest on the show today, Jake Baldino from Gameranx. Jake, how are you doing today?
I am terrified.
You're terrified? Well, that is a great place to start because we have a brand new game just for you. So we have a list of 10 famous sound effects from video games throughout the years. So we're gonna look for the name of the game, and then for your second point, we're going to be looking for the year that game came out. And we do have a handicap available of plus or minus 1 year. So if a game came out in 1995, 1994, or 1996 would be a correct answer.
I'm gonna need that. Okay, good. I'm bad at years.
Some of these I think you'll get pretty easily. Obviously, as someone who has an illustrious gaming knowledge to pull from.
I might be, you don't know that.
I'm definitely a fake gamer, so sign me up. Jake, are you ready to play the This Is Video Game Trivia Show? TBD actual name.
Let's do it.
All right. Let's start out with sound effect number 1. I can hear it.
Oh, okay. I don't hear it.
Oh, you just spoiled it. God.
I was like, what the hell is that? But yeah, I definitely just saw what that was.
Off to a riveting start. Jake, would you like to take a very wild guess at what that sound effect was that we accidentally just showed you the answer to?
That might be StarCraft 2?
Well, you know what? Actually, you know what? No, that's not true. Matt got that wrong. That is actually not from StarCraft 2. That's from StarCraft 1.
Ah.
Well, okay, you know what? Hold on. Let's give you a shot here. Do you know what year the original StarCraft game came out?
I would say 1999.
You're gonna get a point for that. It is 1998. I'm gonna give you one of the 2 points for this one, since the year was correct and the game was cheated and accidentally shown to be the wrong game, Matt.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Matt.
I should let you know that you actually do have one lifeline available, which is Phone-a-Ken. So at any point, if any of these sound effects are difficult, you can opt to call the wonderfully helpful / very unhelpful Ken Baldino. So just sort of something to keep in your back pocket there. You do have one bit of help available for you throughout the game. Well, actually maybe 2. Who knows if Matt accidentally presses the wrong button twice.
I'm grateful for Ken's guidance. I'm so excited to call him. I know that might sound weird.
That does sound weird. Why would you want to call Ken? That usually is like a punishment, not like a feature.
Is that bad? Is that the wrong answer? Am I not supposed to say that? Sorry.
Now we have to deal with Ken all day now that you said that.
It's
so big now.
All right, Jake Baldino, are you ready for question number 2?
Let's do it. Now I'm ready. That is music to my ears. That is the Legend of Zelda franchise. That one's Ocarina of Time.
All right, that is 100% correct. However, do you know what year Ocarina of Time came out?
1997?
It's 1998, so you get full points on that one. You're off to a good start, my friend.
I really am a gamer. This is great.
All right, let's move on to question number 3.
What have I got?
That is Crash Bandicoot, of course. One of my favorite series ever.
Okay, Crash Bandicoot. Do you know what year Crash Bandicoot came out?
1996.
Nailed it, my friend. I'm afraid we are making this too easy for you. So as you can see, a lot of these games are sort of titles that we hoped that you had played and that obviously we all sort of grew up playing. So a lot of sort of the stuff in the late 90s. But what kind of games were you playing?
It was stuff exactly like Crash Bandicoot, Metal Gear Solid. I had come into my own doing this stuff, like playing games and stuff with the original PlayStation. I had grown up classically trained, thankfully, on a Nintendo, but I really became a weirdo when I got my hands on a PlayStation as a kid.
Dude, I'm absolutely right there with you. Like, sort of the PlayStation was like sort of my first real console. And yeah, no, I played so much of that PS1.
I feel like when we were all kids, we got our hands on less games, so you spent so much more time obsessing over one game. Now I can play a brand new game that I absolutely love, and it's still not ingrained in my brain like 1998's Metal Gear Solid, like stuff like that, you know?
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's crazy how time moves. Well, the good news is for the game, you're doing very well. So you're currently at 5 of 6 potential points. All right, let's move on to sound effect number 4.
Headshot.
I need a second. Oh my god. So I know what that is, but now I'm trying to... What game? I feel so foolish. Oh boy. All right. I don't think this is right, but I have to take a guess. I'm so upset I don't know this. Quake? Quake was 1996? 95?
So your final answer is 1995 Quake?
Lock it in, 95 Quake.
Jake Baldino, your gaming knowledge has been impeccable so far. And yet for question number 4, you were incorrect. It is from Unreal Tournament in 1999.
Oh, that's what it was, of course. Okay.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a tougher one, right? Because like it's one of those iconic sounds you know you've heard a million times, and yet it's tough to play sometimes when you don't have any other context around it.
And the compressed voice line, that old school compression on those types of lines, I was like, okay, it's got to be one of a couple of things, being Unreal, Quake, stuff like that. I chose poorly.
It's okay. It's okay. You're still very much in the game. So at this point, you're at 5 of 8 points. So all you need to do is hit 50%. So you're still absolutely in the green at the moment.
All right. I feel good.
Oh, well, hold on to that warm, fuzzy feeling inside because we're about to crush it with question number 5.
That is specifically the Doom shotgun, and that is the OG Doom theme from the original Doom.
Do you know what year this particular video game came out?
Doom was 1994.
Jake Baldino, you were 100% correct. It is 1993, but yes, of course, this is Doom, the monster-grown shotgun. It's absolutely iconic.
Just powered me. Now I'm like, just hearing a snippet of it, I'm like ready. I'm like, I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win.
Well, don't get too cocky just yet, my friend. We still have 5 more questions for you. But yeah, I mean, come on, you can't go wrong with Doom, right? I mean, what a legendary game.
One of my first experiences playing on a PC, back when you had to go to a computer lab. I didn't have a computer growing up, so I'd have to go to a place and pay a lady $5 and use the computer, and we all played Doom, and it was this big crazy thing. It was like, we're not allowed to play this. This is the bad game. It was so awesome.
You're just blasting monsters, and there's like the pixelated blood, and you're like, oh, don't tell my mom. All right, let's move on to sound effect number 6.
That is GoldenEye, and that is specifically selecting things on the menu.
What year did this GoldenEye game you speak of come out?
Pierce Brosnan, Famke Jensen, 1997.
Jake Baldino, with your impeccable memory, you were 100% correct. That is, in fact, the Mission Brief from GoldenEye of 1997. Do you remember when GoldenEye first came out? Was this a game that you actually played a lot?
Yeah, I had family members that had a Nintendo 64, and we went crazy with this game, but the best thing was the cheats. It was one of the first games I really experienced that had like crazy cheats. It had paintball mode, it had like big head gorilla mode. It was ridiculous.
The thing is, GoldenEye shouldn't have been as popular of a game as it is, right? I mean, this is peak sort of back when movie tie-in games were sometimes decent, but oftentimes a little bit more like shovelware. It was one of those things where, I mean, yeah, GoldenEye was, I would say, a decent James Bond movie, but I think it wasn't really as popular as I think the game was. I think most people, when they think GoldenEye, they think Nintendo 64, and they think 1997's best multiplayer console shooter. Is that enough caveats?
Yeah, it was actually made by a small studio in the UK. It was rare, like in rare form, and they really knocked it out of the park and kind of paved the way for not only Nintendo 64 and doing more mainstream, more licensed style games, but just shooters on consoles in general.
Well, Jake, I'm happy to report you are actually almost ready to take the victory. Let's move on to question number 7.
Snake! 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 Dun dun dun. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid, baby. The original.
All right. Do you know what year that game may have come out by chance?
That is 1998 for the original PlayStation.
Jake, you are 100% correct. Yes, of course. I blame Jimmy for giving you so many easy questions.
Jimmy definitely threw me that one.
That was actually specifically Jimmy's idea. You're doing very, very well, my friend. All right, how about we move on to game number 8?
Ooh, baby. That is the Lancer chainsaw from Gears of War.
Do you have a year for that particular game?
So it was the first big thing for Xbox 360. It wasn't a launch title, but it was a big highlight for the Unreal Engine at the time. So it was like gonna be this graphical powerhouse. It was really cool. It was creative. It was just like a new third-person shooter with cinematic elements. Cliff Bleszinski behind it. A lot of like Microsoft marketing behind it. So that had to have been, 2006. Lock it in, 2006, Gears of War.
My friend, you have absolutely aced it. Yes, it is Gears of War from 2006. You know, it's kind of funny to think about sort of the way that you're looking at this, because for a lot of the challenges, we're bringing out, you know, sort of pieces of tech or movies or whatever the case is. But for you, I feel like you're really sort of leaning in on obviously your wealth of knowledge that you sort of developed on the channel, but also really putting yourself in that place of like where you were when that game came out, or sort of where it kind of came about in a console's life cycle or anything. It's super interesting the way to think about it.
Yeah, it's kind of how I've always contextualized things. Like even when we write like notes or scripts or ideas for videos, I can usually kind of place myself in one specific point. That's kind of why I started doing this type of stuff.
Yeah, no kidding, man. Well, obviously, I mean, you guys make an incredible amount of videos, and a lot of times you do cover sort of older titles and kind of going back a little bit more on the retro side too.
Yeah, we definitely go all over the place. We one of our favorite things is to just highlight those weird games that you'd see at Blockbuster, whether it was for like PS1, PS2. We love making videos on just those specific weird games.
All right, well, you should feel very confident right now. You have clinched the tweet, still have the ability to take the double or nothing at the end, but let's move on to question number 9.
That is a, oh boy, a Mirelurk? Whatever the creature is, it's a low-level creature from World of Warcraft.
And what year did that particular game come out?
Oh boy, this is a hard one because World of Warcraft had just released, and then it's hard to pinpoint it because it just became like this big cultural thing that feels like it's just been an institution. It's been around forever, like McDonald's or something.
Am I hearing 1970? Was that what you said? 1970 McDonald's? Yes. Okay, go ahead.
I hung out with a girl in high school whose parents played it, and I thought that was really weird. So it was out when I was in high school. I would say that came out in at least 2005.
Jake, your video game knowledge is impeccable. It is 2004, but yes, it is in World of Warcraft. Although, this actually was a 2-part question because originally the sound is actually from the original Warcraft in 1994. So we would have accepted either answer, but of course World of Warcraft is correct, and 2004 is within the handicap.
Thank God for that handicap. My goodness.
So congratulations, you have successfully broken the This Is game yet again. So why don't we play you the last sound effect and you can decide if you want to do double or nothing.
You were almost a Jill sandwich.
You're right.
So that is Barry Burton and Jill Valentine from the original Resident Evil.
Do we need to ask what year that came out?
Resident Evil came out 1996.
Absolutely 100% correct. Bonus points, even though I don't have any bonus points to give you for knowing the actual names of the characters as well. Jake, I am very happy to say that not only have you won the game, but you have dominated this with your impeccable knowledge. Congratulations, you can absolutely at this point give us a tweet. We'll tweet out another photo of my nipples or whatever it is that you'd like and call it a day. Or if you'd like, you can take your still available phone again and go into the final bonus round where you will have to get the question and the year 100% correct. But if you do, you will be able to trade your dusty old This Is tweet for a shiny new This Is ad spot.
You know, I think I'm going to take the original prize. There's nothing I really want to put out there. Yeah, believe it or not, I just want that tweet. I value that tweet, man.
Wow, this is the first time someone hasn't taken the bonus round. Okay, you know what, Jake? I will absolutely give you that. You will get the tweet. However, we still have that bonus question. Do you want to take it for fun just to see if you would have potentially gotten the 30-second ad spot?
For funsies? Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's roll the bonus question.
All right, that is a Pokemon. I am embarrassed to say I don't know what Pokemon off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure that's a Pokemon.
Jake Baldino, not only have you shown an incredible knowledge of video games throughout this series, but almost more importantly, you have shown excellent judgment because that is incorrect. You walked away with the tweet. You have gotten that wrong. That is the head crab from Half-Life 1.
Oh, stupid idiot, moron. God. All right, I just lost the whole game because of that. It's all undone.
Quiz, that was a bonus question. That meant nothing. You walk away with the treat. Congratulations, my friend. That was very impressively done. You made us look stupid.
But you made me look like a fake Half-Life fan, so I think we're even.
Jake, would you like to tell everyone how they can find you on the interwebs?
Yeah, I am on Twitter and Instagram at Jake Baldino. I'm not verified, but I am real. I'm also on youtube.com/Jake Baldino, my name. But on the daily, you can find me doing stuff either behind the scenes or on the forefront of youtube.com/GameranxTV.
Right on, my friend. Well, the last question I really have. Do you have a tweet ready for us?
I would love for you guys to tweet out that next time we're all together in person, I want it on record that you are going to buy me pizza. And you and your crew, we're all going to eat it together. But you just have to go on record. It has to be locked in.
Jake, you know what? You have been a delightful guest. That is so wholesome and nice and wonderful. Absolutely. All right, tweeted right now. Jake, right now, it's live. It's real. Jake, thank you so much for being on This Is. Thank you so much for completely destroying the game. And thank you so much for being a very kind person, because I don't want to tweet my nipples anymore.
I didn't want to see them. So I love you, but wait, can I still call Ken? Like on the phone? I have his number now. Can I just call him? I don't mean to call him right now, but just in general.
Because you're such a graceful winner, you can call Ken whenever, day, night, whatever. I'm sure he won't mind.
Thanks. Okay, good.
We have a very special guest today, Dave 3D himself. Dave, how are you doing today?
Feeling pretty 3D, dude.
I'm surprised. I'm used to seeing you sort of in the 2D mode. So Dave, we're going to show you a list of 10 different tech items, and you need to give us 2 answers per tech item. First of all, what the actual item is. Second of all, what year it came out, and we do have a plus or minus 1 year handicap. Dave 2D, are you ready to enter the This Is Matrix?
I'll be honest, I'm not. Like, I feel like the moment year is involved on something like this, it becomes incredibly difficult.
Well, the good thing is you have a handicap, right? So if you're plus or minus a year, you're totally fine.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Plus, if you don't know the piece of tech, you can just guess the year, like kind of get vaguely right, and you can still get points. Because to win our wager, you only need 50% of these right. So you could get the year on every single one correct and the name of every single one wrong. You still are a This Is winner with your tweet of doom. Do you have a tweet ready for us?
Not yet. I'm sure I'll prime one for you guys.
All right, let's start with item number 1.
Is this even a real product? I may have done a video on this. So it's a double screened device. The one that comes to mind is some Asus device, but that's not it. If this is the difficulty, like if this is the caliber of questions, I'm so screwed.
So before you lock in your answer, I will say, usually we have a phone account available where you can call our wonderful friend Ken Baldino. However, that is no longer available since Ken is taking the day off. So instead, you can do a phonomat, and Matt may or may not know the answers to these questions since he found them all.
Okay. I'm gonna guess that it's a product made by Lenovo. A yoga something. A yoga book.
What year do you think this Lenovo yoga book came out?
2018.
Dave 2D, you've impressed millions and millions with your delightful videos. And in this particular question, for question number 1, you were incorrect. This is the Acer Iconia 6120 from, get this, 2011. So this was a dual screen laptop with that fully virtual keyboard. This one's bizarre. I had never seen this one in my life.
I definitely didn't do a video on this.
Yeah, so we tricked you. Not all of these products you've done videos on. Some of them you have, some of them you haven't. This one's a weirdo oddball. So it's okay, it's okay. You've got 9 more questions, you're still completely in the game.
I'm gonna eat some dirt on this one. All right, let's do it. Number 2.
All right, number 2, let's do it.
Oh, dude, I gotta think. It's not a 1+1, or it's either 1+1 or 2. It's iconic. It's totally 1+. Everything about it, the fingerprint sensor, the shape of it, it's 1+. It's either a 2 or a 3, and I'm so disappointed in myself that I don't know this. I feel like there's something about the UI that I should be like, if I knew my Android versions better, I feel like those icons are a tell. No, I rescind that. I'm gonna go 1+2. I'm gonna go for year 2000 and do I have to just go back in time here? No, to speed things up, I'm just gonna guess here. 2016.
My 3D friend, your deductive reasoning on this one, while very thorough, is also 100% correct. It is the 1+2 from 2015, but that's inside the handicap. So congratulations, you get full points on this one.
I feel good about that.
All the older, like that sort of mid-generation of Android phone especially, so many of those phones to me look, just in my mind, it's just one blob of a phone. Like it's like, oh, it's a little difference here, a little difference there, but they all look so similar. Dave, you're actually in good shape now. So with that, you were actually at the 50% threshold. So you were 100% of the game. If you can stay at this level, you will be a This Is winner. Let's move on to item number 3.
Look at that keyboard, dude. That looks like straight up old AF and like mechanical AF.
Look, I'm just gonna be real. This one's a little unfair. I'm just floating that out there. This one's a little unfair. I'm gonna take.
There's no unfair.
There is unfair. There is unfair all the time. Dave, I'm gonna give you an extra handicap. I'm gonna give you ±2 years on this one. So if you can get within 2 years of the date of this laptop, I will give you points for that.
Okay, I'm gonna call my friend. I'm gonna call Matt.
Hey.
So
How you doing?
I'm doing all right, but I feel like I need your help on this one.
You know, being so perceptive, I can tell you that this is the Canon NoteJet.
No, it's not.
It is in fact the Canon NoteJet.
Okay,
and,
what year is it from?
What do you like? What do you like about me?
The end. The end. Hang up. Hang up.
I feel like you have a very nice personality that likes to help people in game shows.
Oh, Dave 2D, I like you. It's from 1992.
I feel like he gave me the year. His year of 1992, I believe. But a Canon NoteJet? No way.
Oh, so you think he lied to you? Oh, did you not tell him that you love This Is Enough?
I don't know. I feel like he wanted more from me. I'm gonna go with 1992, but for product model, I'm gonna go with IBM Notebook 5000.
Dave, for question number 3, you were very perceptive, and yes, you are correct. It is 1992, but the model of this is, in fact, the Canon NoteJet BN120C.
I just threw that one out the window.
You're super nice. I was trying to help.
Oh, it has a printer built in?
So it's underneath the keyboard. So that's why Canon made it. It's bizarre, it's weird, but don't doubt Matt, I guess, is the moral of the story here.
My brain didn't even go into that realm of possibility that there could be a printer built in.
All right, well, Dave, after 3 questions, you are at 3 of 6 potential points. So you're actually still absolutely in the game. So let's move on to question number 4.
Dude, easy. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I believe it's the HP Omen X. This type of product with a double screen is super rare. right? Not a lot of companies have done it. So that's why my memory of this is just a little better. So HP Omen X, I'm gonna go for 2019. It's probably 2018, but I'm going for the plus minus because it could have been this year that I did it. So I'm going for 2019.
It doesn't matter because you're dead on regardless. Yes, this is the HP Omen X from 2019. So Dave, you did a video on this not that long ago. I didn't know if this is a year old at this point.
Yeah, you lose track of time on this type of stuff, but it felt recent enough.
Got very good news for you right now. You were at 5 of 8 points. You are well above 50% right now.
Hey guys, hey, hold on. I won this 10-second ad spot from a recent This Is episode, so Austin, take it away.
Hello everyone, and thank you very much for subscribing to Sara's podcast, That Creative Life, available at the link in the description, where you can find the most recent episode that I was on with Sara. Oh joy. Let's move on to question number 5.
Some of these feel so hard. Okay, I'm thinking either HP or Acer. They're the companies that do like the rounded bubbly stuff. Oh, also Sony. Some of their older stuff was like that too. And that battery, see that hump? That looks like a detachable battery. We'll go with 2009.
Okay, got it, 2009.
Sony Chromebook 5.
My friend, with your voluminous knowledge of tech, large and small, powerful and terrible, for this question, you were 50% correct. It is the 2010 Toshiba AC100. And it is actually not a Chromebook. This is the very first Android laptop.
Interesting.
This thing was, I don't want to say terrible, but terrible is I think a good word for it. Yeah, super weird, super bizarre. This was pre-Chromebook, which I think actually started shipping in 2011. So there was obviously some market for something that was not Linux, but also wasn't like running Windows. But I mean, this thing looks straight just like a crappy old netbook.
But hey, half there, we're good.
My friend, you were doing very well so far. So why don't we move on to item number 6?
I feel like I should know this really well. I think I can kind of like stumble my way there. It's definitely an Acer product. It's Triton. That's the moniker. Okay, we'll get there. Okay, for year we're gonna go with 2019. The Acer Triton 900.
Dave GD, I'm not even gonna play with you. Full points. That is absolutely the Acer Predator Triton 900 from 2019.
Okay, cool. Sweet.
I think it looks cool. It has that very sort of Acer looking aesthetic.
No, that's definitely an interesting looking machine. I never actually got to use one like this exact one though. I never got to try this thing. It just looks super cool.
At this point, Dave, you're actually in very good shape. You are at 8 points. You only need to hit 10 points and you have clinched the game. So at this point, you've got 4 questions to get 2 points.
I gotta do it. I gotta do it.
All right. Well then let's move on to question number 7.
What? I'm thinking a gaming phone cause the wallpaper, I'm assuming this is marketing material. That wallpaper looks straight up like Asian gaming phone. So, okay, this is the thing that comes to mind. I feel like it's a Black Shark phone. Like they made something like this a couple years ago or last year. And I also feel like if there was a white phone like this or like a gray phone like this, I would have been all over it. Like I would have been really interested to get it in. Okay. I'm gonna go with Black Shark 3. I'm going with 2019 again. I don't think it's actually 2019, but I want to be in the middle there for the plus minus again.
Dave, I've got to say, you've really had me going for these last few phones, but actually you're 100% correct. This is the ROG phone.
What?
No, it's not. I'm just kidding. It's the Black Shark 2. I'm just screwing with you.
Oh, it's a Black Shark 2? It came in white like this?
Apparently so. I don't know. I guess you just must have missed out on this colorway or something.
What year was it?
It was 2019, so you do get 50% points, which means you're very, very close to clenching this one.
I want that clinch.
All right, let's move on to question number 8.
Okay, there's no way I'm getting this product name. It almost looks like an old Dell product. There's no clues. The weird thing to me is that they would even try to do something like this with seemingly no. I'm gonna go for 2010. Okay, 2010 is my and the Acer folder.
Dave, you have amazed me with your impeccable tech knowledge. You have done an incredible job of deciphering the clues. But for this one, you actually kind of talked yourself out of it. it actually is a Dell. This is the Dell Adamo, but I'm very happy to report it's from 2009, which means you do get the point for the year.
So it did fold like this? That was, I'm not mistaken, it actually folds.
That is the way that the laptop is meant to be used. Obviously super thin for a 2009 device, but obviously a little bit of a questionable design choice. But look how thin that thing looks. For 2009, that is pretty impressive.
That's pretty cool that they made something like that, because I feel like they wouldn't do that today, not in terms of like experimental designs like this.
Dave, I'm actually very happy to report that you have reached the 50% threshold. So at this point, we obviously have a couple questions left, but at this point, you can just take your tweet and walk away. Or you can continue playing for our double or nothing bonus round. You don't have to make a decision yet. We still have a couple questions that you can just breeze through because it doesn't matter, you've clinched. Let's move on to question number 9.
This was the water-cooled one. Dude, at first, for like the longest time, I thought that was like some crazy speaker setup. I may have even done a review on this so long ago. No disrespect to the company, but this is just stupid. Because it is so not scalable. They would run piping, like water cooling piping, through the laptop. I forget, you know what, it's been so long. I think that's how it worked. That's crazy, man, that they even attempted something like this. It's made by Asus. It's an ROG, it's got the ROG like language all over it. The ROG GX, I'm just guessing here. The GX901. The year, let's go 2007. I think it's 2018 actually, but I'm guessing 2017 for the Flex.
Okay, for the Flex. Dave, the Flex is 100% correct. It is the 2017 Asus ROG GX 800VH. And what really made this crazy, in addition to water cooling, is there was water cooling dual GTX 1080s and SLI.
Oh yes, that's why they needed that, dude.
Do you want to take a guess, just for fun, at how much this cost?
Oh my God. Like 6,000 US.
You are exactly correct. It was $6,000. I'm all out here for weird, cool designs, but this was like one step too far of like, just look at how thick it is. Like, look at that USB port and look how thick the laptop is, not even counting the water cooling dock.
That'd been like 30 pounds to bring around. Holy smokes.
All right. Well, Dave, it's time to move on to potentially the final question, question number 10.
It's either Xiaomi or Huawei. It's a MacBook clone, and this was the best they could do. I feel like if Huawei was doing this though, they would do a better job of the edges. You can tell that bottom panel is not a good, right? It's not a good fit. They just stuck underneath it. I'm going with Xiaomi. I'm gonna go 2018. But the model is, I forget what they call them, the Xiaomi MiBook 13. I'm going with that. Xiaomi MiBook 13, 2018.
Dave, this is a laptop, to be fair, which originally came out in 2016, but this is specifically the 2019 model. Very few differences, but the fingerprint as well as the color, a couple of them. So you get the point for that. This is the Xiaomi Mi Notebook Air.
Notebook Air. Of course!
So Dave, I'm very happy to report you have won the This Is game in style. So if you'd like, you can take your tweet, you can tell the entire world whatever you'd like from the This Is handle, call it a day. Or you can go double or nothing on a final bonus question. The stakes are simple. If you lose, you walk away with nothing. You're obviously still a This Is winner, nothing can take that away from you, but you will leave with no tweet, no prize. If you are successful, however, you will get a 30-second ad spot on This Is where we will read whatever you would like us to read in a legitimate, actual upcoming This Is episode. However, the catch is you have no handicap, so you need to get the year and the model name basically dead on.
Okay, I'm gonna go for it. Chances are I'm not even gonna use your ad spot for anything real.
We can literally talk about the color teal for 30 seconds if that's what you'd like. Whatever you want.
Okay.
Now that you've opted to go for the double or nothing question, let's take a look at our final bonus item.
I feel like I've seen this like multiple times. It's so clean, dude. This is a real product? This is real? This isn't conceptual?
This is a real product that's shipped to real consumers. So I'm gonna give you a very slight handicap on this one. No, just a very slight one. This is one of those model numbers that has a bunch of numbers on the end. You don't have to get those. You just have to get the actual model name and the year correct.
What is that thing on the bottom left? That's not a speaker. Like, what would that be for? Oh, it's a camera. It's on the bottom. My guess in terms of manufacturer, who's got the bankroll to make something like this? Let's call it the Sony tablet. And for year, I'm gonna go with 2016.
My friend, after 10 grueling questions and an 11th bonus question, the This Is game is officially at its end, and you are unfortunately wrong. This is the 2014 Dell Venue 8.
Oh my God. I think I covered this thing.
There was an Intel Atom processor in here based on when they were really pushing Android on ARM or on x86.
Austin, I made a video on this.
Did you really?
I made a video on this. It was like the second or third video I ever did. That is so embarrassing.
It's okay. If it makes you feel better, I was the very first participant in this game, and it was almost entirely things that I had done videos on, and I got almost all of them wrong.
I actually think this was like the second or third video I ever did.
It's actually, Matt says it's actually your very first video.
Very good.
It's okay, Dave. You've been a great sport, and don't forget, you still won the game, right? This is the double or nothing, but you still technically won the game. You might not have your ad spot, but I'll tweet what you want any day anyway, so it's fine.
But it was fun playing this. This was actually way more enjoyable than I thought it could be. I thought we'd be sitting here like roasting me of how poorly I know tech, but
no, see, we try to get a good balance.
Thanks, dude. Thanks for having me.
So when you go to youtube.com/Dave2D, you can find lots of wonderful videos all about technology that I'm too lazy to cover.
That's right.
I have a very special guest on the show today, the one and only iJustine. How's it going?
It's going well. I'm very nervous. I'm bad at trivia. I'm so scared.
The thing is, we have tailored this game specifically for you because you are, out of everyone I know, by far the biggest Apple nerd. I feel like looking through these questions, you've got a good shot.
All right, I'm ready. I'm gonna do my best, but sometimes my best might not be good enough, but that's okay.
Well, the good thing is, all you need to do is hit 50% success rate. So we're going to ask you 2 questions per product. First of all, the product name. There's a little bit of wiggle room, so if you're very close, we'll give you the point, but get as close as possible, as well as the year that the device came out, and we are giving you a plus or minus 1 year handicap. So say something came out in 2005, I'll accept 2004 or 2006 as a correct answer.
Okay.
Beyond that, of course, we have our classic This Is wager. If you can get that 50%, then we will tweet whatever it is that you want from our Twitter account. But other than that, are you ready to begin the Who Wants to Be a Mac Smarty Pants? I think we need a better title for this.
You could have done Who Wants to Be a Mac Millionaire. Like, are you kidding me? That was handed to you.
We already did that one. We're in a pending lawsuit.
Yeah, we've been told we can't say Who Wants to Be a Rich Person or whatever that show is called. We're not allowed to say no.
That's true. Okay, who wants to be a? I'll think about it.
Okay, all right. Let's begin with question number 1.
Is this the?
While you're thinking about it, keep in mind there's no time limit. Think about it as long as you want. Walk us through your thought process, and just keeping in mind that you have 10 questions, you do have 1 lifeline available, which is Phone a Ken.
At first I wanted to say it was the Lisa, but it definitely isn't because I feel like the Lisa only had like 1 little like drive on it. So it's not that. Well, maybe I don't know if there was like 2 different versions because this basic setup kind of looks like the Apple Lisa without that whatever is on top of it. I'm actually not sure what that is. And then the Lisa I feel like only had 1 drive. I'm just gonna say the Lisa 1983. I don't think it is, but it looks like it.
iJustine, you have dazzled audiences for many, many years with your wonderful Apple knowledge. And on question number 1, your gut was 100% right. This is, in fact, the very first 1983 Lisa. Congratulations.
Wait, really? Oh my God.
You almost talked yourself out of that one. So I think what you're thinking about, the Lisa 2 only had 1 disk drive, but the original Lisa actually did ship like this.
Okay, so because I was doing research because all of the ones that I was trying to find, I guess, were the Lisa 2s then. on eBay. So those were, this one, I don't even, this was not even showing up.
Officially, Lisa stood for the locally integrated software architecture. Certainly not anyone's daughter or anything.
Okay, sure, Steve, come on now.
All right, well, you're doing good so far, so let's move on to question number 2.
Okay, well, that's obviously the Apple mouse. I mean, this looks exactly like the same mouse that was on the Apple Lisa, but I do feel like they might have had something before that. But I'm just gonna say that life without being able to Google something sucks. I'll just say maybe 82, just to kind of, because maybe it's earlier. Okay, I don't know. It's a freaking mouse. Okay, it's a mouse. It's a clicker. A clicker. I don't, because I'm gonna say a mouse, 1982.
All right, the Apple clicker mouse. You get 50% points on this. It is, in fact, just the Macintosh mouse. That was the official name of this mouse. But it was made in 1983, which means you still get 50% points.
Oh my goodness.
I was specifically told I cannot accept anything like just the Apple mouse, since obviously that is what it is. But you're still doing good. You're still at 75% points right now.
I will never forget that. If I'm ever on Jeopardy or something, I'll say, what is the Macintosh mouse?
Let's move on to item number 3.
I mean, it looks like one of the first Mac Minis, but it also, I'm gonna need a higher res image, please.
We need more pixels.
This to me looks like the packaging for like an iPod Shuffle, but it also kind of looks like a Mac Mini, like one of the first Mac Minis. And this would have been back around the time that I was on MySpace, if this is a Mac Mini.
Okay, tell me more about MySpace. I think most of the people watching this have never even heard of it.
I ran a scam on MySpace that was actually not a scam. It was kind of like one of those pyramid things where, okay, you get like 10, 15 people to sign up under this affiliate link, and then you get something. So I got iPods, and then I also got a Mac Mini from this little scam. So it wasn't actually a scam because people were actually getting stuff.
Hey, we all did weird stuff on the internet.
It's true. That's true. I'm gonna say 2003.
All right. So for question number 3, is this the 2003 Mac Mini, or is it the 2008 Airport Time Capsule, which is the correct answer?
Stupid! I never had that! Gee, this is... God, now everybody knows how old I am!
So this is Apple's very first wireless router. So if you actually look at a photo of it, it actually is similar to the Mac Mini, but it is a little different. That first Mac Mini was actually aluminum, where I believe this was plastic. And it also, the Mac Mini didn't have that little sort of line around the front.
That's crazy. I've actually never used Time Capsule. I never used Time Machine. I never used that at all.
I've only owned, I think I owned an Airport Extreme for a few years there, and that's pretty much it. I never used really any of these, and I've never opened up Time Capsule once. All right, let's move on to question number 4.
Oh, we're in trouble because I actually don't know what this is. I mean, it's obviously some sort of a gaming console, and I feel like this is something that I should know. I'm embarrassed, and I've seen it, but I don't know what it's called. I have no idea.
Well, before you get too far into it, if you think you're going to be wildly off, you could take advantage of your phone again. It is a little bit early in the game, but I'm just saying, like, that is a possibility, especially if you don't think you have a good shot at it. Now would probably be a good time, unless you want to save it for one of the later ones.
Yeah. Okay, let's phone. Let's do it. This is Justine. Hello, I'm phoning you, and I need help. I'm desperate.
I kind of know what this thing is. Kind of.
You kind of know what it is?
It's the Apple Pippin.
Apple Pippin. Oh my gosh. Ah! Yes! Okay. Do you...
But I don't know the year.
No! Time's up!
Oh.
Ah! So I'm gonna say Apple Pippin 1992.
1992 Apple Pippin. Justine, on question number 4, you are 50% correct. It is in fact the Apple Pippin, but it is from 1993. 1994, so just outside the window.
I was trying to think in terms of, okay, when was the original Nintendo out? And okay, all right, that's fair.
It actually was basically just a Mac with obviously a game controller. So the idea was it was sort of part PC, part console, and this actually was licensed out. So a lot of these actually were built by Bandai. So essentially it was sort of like a joint collaboration back when Apple were in the wilderness and they were trying anything and everything they could to recapture their former glory. And surprising exactly no one, this didn't sell at all and very few people ever bought one. So not successful. Let's move on to question number 5.
Oh, this looks like one of the first sort of laptops, which they were calling them PowerBooks back in the day. It is so small. That's crazy. It is a PowerBook. I mean, because I feel like that's what they called them up until, oh my God, well, I guess they did switch it to iBook at some point. Oh God, this sucks. Okay, PowerBook G3, 1999. I'm not sure.
Justine, you have an impeccable level of knowledge and specifically a very impressive memory to place yourself in these positions. And you know what? I'm gonna give you full points for this one. So this actually came out in 2000, and it is the PowerBook Pismo G3, the very last of the G3 PowerBooks. Congratulations.
God, I thought you were just patronizing me.
No, that was dead on. So this was named after Pismo Beach, California, and it was, of course, the last of the G3 line, but it was the very first PowerBook to have the airport card built in, as well as those ugly clear keys. I think they called them like glass keys or something, even though they were definitely plastic. You are now above the threshold, so you were at 6 of 10. So you're starting to claw your way back up there. So why don't we immediately remove all hope of winning with question number 6.
Oh, wait, okay, this is the Newton. Well, I'm gonna say this is the Newton because I feel like they did have some other sort of palm type thing, but I don't know if, okay. So I'm gonna say the Newton. It was definitely something in the 90s. This is super 90s. I'm gonna go with like 95.
Okay, so the 1995 Apple Newton?
Ish, give or take a year.
Okay, you literally get give or take 1 year. Okay, so I actually cannot accept the Apple Newton because there were multiple Newton models. Again, like with question 5, there are a couple of addendums to the Newton name. If you can get either of them correct, I will give you points.
I'm gonna say the Newton Pro Max and 96.
For question number 6, I'm sad to say you have 0 points. This is in fact from 1993, and it was the Newton Message Pad 2000. What a terrible name.
93?
So essentially, the Newton was the product sort of name, and the Message Pad 2000 was the actual model. So it ran on Newton OS. It obviously had actually really advanced handwriting recognition for its time. And in fact, the Newton is actually popular enough. They actually had dedicated Newton stores. There were a few of them back in the early 90s. So this was actually a major success for Apple for just a little while in the pre-Steve Jobs, post like Apple being weird era.
Man.
You were correct about the Newton part, but unfortunately there were quite a few Newton models to choose from. The good news is, if I'm doing my math correctly, you are still at 50%. So you're right now at 6 of 12. So you're still in the game, and we're gonna move on to question number 7 now.
Oh my God, it's a freaking projector. Maybe it's a camera. It's a camera. It looks like a camera. That looks like a camera. I was like, this, okay, well, it's like full screen on my thing, so it looks massive. I'm gonna say the Macintosh Power Shot Portrait Mode 1990. Okay, final answer, Macintosh Quick Shot 95. Freaking, I don't know.
Well, I know that you are actually 50% correct. This is from 1994. This was the Apple QuickTake 100, one of the very first consumer digital cameras.
Oh my God! QuickTake.
QuickTake, I believe, is what the feature is called if you're trying to take a photo while recording video, if I remember correctly. But they definitely still do use the QuickTake name in the iPhone today. 7 questions in, you are actually still exactly at 50%.
Well, that's, you know, it's pretty subpar, average. That's what I strive for.
Well, no, all you need is 50%. There's no extra. You don't get any bonus if you get 100%. All you do is hit that 50%. Let's move on to question number 8.
Ooh! Okay. I'm not quite sure though. Okay, so I mean, I'm gonna say like a Power PC just because that was probably around, let's see. Okay, so I would have been in.
When I was in kindergarten, I think that I used this. Actually, no, you had Macs in the house growing up, didn't you?
We did, that's all we ever had. Okay, so I'm gonna say 92 Mac Power PC. I have absolutely no idea.
Well, I have an idea. That you were 50% correct. This is the 1993 Macintosh TV.
What? I was like, what is this freaking remote thing?
You actually, yeah, you were dead on with that. So essentially, it was actually just this sort of weird hybrid. It was basically just one of their Performa 520 PCs, but it had a built-in 14-inch Sony CRT TV. The problem with that was that it pretty much just did input switching. So you could either run it as a TV or you can run it for the PC. The actual fact of it being a quote-unquote TV had nothing to do with it.
Wow, yeah, it definitely doesn't seem like it's a very user-friendly interface.
No, but fun fact, this was the very first black Macintosh. So if you get 50% of the next two questions, since you're exactly even on points right now, you will win the tweet, and nothing at that point can take away from the fact that you would be a This Is winner. However, there is, if you choose to accept, a final bonus question where you can go double or nothing. So I will say nothing more beyond that, but just kind of keep that in the back of your head as we move on to question number 9.
The eMac. Yeah, 2003. Like my family, we had this. Like we had this.
Okay, well that was not very dramatic. You have successfully just won the This Is game. Congratulations. So this is in fact the 2002 eMac, but that is absolutely within inside the margin of error. So I'm curious, you guys actually had one of these because as far as I know, they were for the education market.
My mom is a teacher, so yes. So that's why we've had Macs in our house pretty much from the beginning, because she always had the education discount. So yeah, oh my God, this is great.
That was very well played. So you now are, without a doubt, a This Is winner. But if you would like, you can take our double or nothing bonus question at the end. If you can get it 100% right, no handicap, you will trade your This Is tweet for a full 30-second ad spot on This Is, where we will say literally whatever you want. However, if you do not get that final question 100% correct, you walk away with nothing besides the honorary title of being a This Is winner. So you don't have to decide right now. You still have one more question, but those are the stakes. So why don't we move on to question number 10 and potentially the final one.
It looks like WALL-E. Like it kind of has like a real WALL-E look to it, which kind of makes sense because it was Pixar. Oh God, I think this might actually be the 2C because I also have one of these. I mean, it's 84, 85. I'm not sure, so I'm gonna say, because it's definitely not 83. So if I say 85, it could potentially be 86, but I'm gonna say 85, just to be sure.
Justine, I'm not even gonna mess with you. You got that 100% correct. It is in fact the 1984 Apple IIc, which means that you obviously just completely nailed that sort of bonus question. So essentially, this was Apple's first attempt at a quote-unquote portable computer that could be quote-unquote easily moved from place to place. You definitely turned that one around in a big way. So now that you are very clearly a This Is winner, the real question is this. Are you ready to risk it all and go double or nothing for our bonus round where you have 0 handicap to get this final item correct? Or do you want to walk away with your This Is tweet, your glorious fake This Is winner trophy, and call it a day?
I mean, I'm gonna walk away. You think I'm crazy? Why would I risk it all when I've already just proven my subpar knowledge of the Apple genre?
Fair enough. So you are absolutely a This Is winner. Congratulations.
Thank you. Could I see what the question is anyway? Just to see?
Absolutely can take the question anyway. So just for fun, why don't we take a look at the final bonus question?
Oh, thank God I didn't risk it all, because I'm actually not sure.
Okay, do you want to take a guess at what this is?
Oh my God, it's like a Bose speaker. That's cool. A nice little integration there. I really am not sure. I'm not sure what this is.
Well, I'm glad you took your victory because this is actually the 20th anniversary Macintosh from 1997.
Ah.
So this was a really rare Mac. They only made 12,000 of them and they cost $7,500 each, which is about $12,000 in today's money.
I mean, clearly that integration with Bose, I mean, at least it probably sounded great.
Yeah, and you can see like the sides were pretty much all speakers. It was that sort of weird sort of brown color, but they were so rare. They literally only had 3 service locations in the entire world. And fun fact, because Matt made me say this, the only place where you could get them serviced in the US was in Rochester, where he's from. He made me say that. I don't care. I don't care about that.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Well, I'm glad I didn't risk it all.
You have shown not only impeccable knowledge of Apple products, but also an excellent sense of when to stop. So really, the big question we have now, do you have a tweet for us? We will tweet whatever it is that you want. Matt is very helpfully handing me the phone. You don't have to decide right now, by the way. You can decide to give us the tweet later. But if you have something ready, we'll tweet it literally the second if you want.
Well, it's probably going to be something about what an incredible editor I am and how you guys are hiring me, and maybe a little dig to Linus here, you know, the Linus crew and Terrence. So I need to craft it, but it's definitely gonna
craft away. Do you want to do it right now, or do you just want to send it to me?
No, I'm gonna have to send it to you because I might have to edit a little video to go along with this. I don't know if that's like a part of it, but you know, it's a tweet.
Absolutely. Tweet a video and text, whatever it is that you want. Justine, thank you very much for being on. Where can people find you on the internet besides MySpace?
Justine everywhere. And now I stream on Twitch, and we started a podcast. A lot of stuff has happened during the pandemic. I'm just really exploring all avenues.
Very, very exciting. Well, congratulations. Today, I have been joined by the illustrious, the incredible, the interesting Kevin Kenson. Kevin, how is it going this fine morning?
It's going pretty good. You know, I'm looking forward to losing right now. I just want to preface before any of this that, you know, ever since I agreed to even do this, Matt has told me every time I've seen him that, you know, Jake did way too well, so he needs someone to fail, and he's decided that person is me. So, you know, I'm here to rise to the challenge.
The rules are very simple. We're going to play you 10 sound effects from games, and we're going to ask you 2 questions. First of all, what game franchise and or game it's from, we'll explain that in a little bit, as well as what year it came out. Now, some of these, as you might imagine, have been shared through multiple games throughout, so sequels and whatnot were all the same. So for a few of them, we're going to accept the first year that that game came out in the franchise, right? So if it's like, say, Super Mario, when did Super Mario first come out? Because obviously the sound had been carried over for several years. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
If you are able to get 50% of these correct, so the years, if you get all the years right, if you get all the names right, or some combination of those equaling 50%, you will be a This Is winner, and you will be entitled to a tweet of literally whatever it is that you want on our Twitter handle. However, as always, if you fail, then we're going to ask you to tweet out a very kind, please subscribe to This Is, and hopefully you're okay with that. I should have asked you that before we started.
I was gonna say, I don't remember signing any contract to this deal.
Oh, if you think this is sudden, wait until you get to the bonus round. All right, Kevin Kenson, are you ready for the This Is game show?
Let's do this.
Let's start out with question number 1.
Oh, okay, I thought this was gonna be like hard. Yeah, all right, yeah, obviously. Like, Street Fighter 2, well, no, I mean, this one's easy, yeah. Street Fighter 2, specifically Ryu, that's like the main Hadouken line. Year though, I'm bad at years. It's 90s, it's 1990, 1993?
He's not wrong.
But you're not right, and that's the important thing. This actually is from Street Fighter 1, not Street Fighter 2, which was back in 1987.
Oh, did they reuse the exact same soundbite? Because that's definitely the soundbite 2 uses. I didn't realize that.
All right, I'll give it to you.
Wait.
I'll give it to him.
Matt, were you wrong? You were wrong on question 1? Ooh, I think Kevin Kenson just showed you up with his superior video game knowledge. Kevin Kenson, full points.
I would bet my life on that being Street Fighter 2, or at least the one that was used in Street Fighter 2.
Kevin, now that you have successfully challenged and successfully gotten your points, let's move on to question number 2.
Oh, I'm actually not sure. Like, I know those sounds.
Walk me through your thought process. So you immediately think that this is pretty old school, pretty classic, right?
Yeah, and it almost sounds like it's not direct capture from the game, but like someone playing on an arcade cabinet, because it sounds like I hear the stick being like moved around. Or is that a clicking sound from within the game?
So I think that like a click, click, click sound, I think is actually like the sound of the game itself.
Oh, I'm really not sure about this one. It definitely sounds classic. Like old, like, you know, 80s arcade era. Okay, my gut reaction was this, and I felt like it was wrong, but because of the heavy drops you're clearly trying to drop right now. Dig Dug?
In what year did that particular video game come out?
I don't remember what year that is because I'm awful at years. It's the 80s, 1983?
Kevin Kenson, I'm happy to say this is a game from 1982, which means you get points there. However, it is not Dig Dug. It is the incredibly successful, honestly, one of the greatest games of all time, E.T. for the Atari 2600.
I forgot about E.T. I mean, I wanted to forget about E.T., so I've succeeded there, but that was not a good time for this.
So of course, if you're not familiar, E.T. is probably one of the worst mainstream games of all time and is widely credited for ultimately bringing down the video game industry as a whole back in the early 80s. It was bad, and they buried 10,000 or 100,000. They buried a ton of extra unsold copies of E.T. in the desert.
Yeah, it's crazy. Part of what made that game awful too was, I mean, not just how rushed it was, but the fact that you couldn't tell what anything was on screen. Like there were holes you would fall down, which is what that sound effect was. But then it was the exact same little colorful bar to represent a door or other things you could interact with. So you just had no idea what was going on. You just kept falling down holes and getting angry. It was awful.
Kevin, I am very happy to report that you were currently at 3 of 4 questions correct, which means that you were well over the 50% threshold. So if you can keep this kind of pace up, you are absolutely on track to be a This Is winner. Let's move on to question number 3.
That was definitely Banjo's voice. I'm gonna be awful right now. So Banjo-Kazooie, which started in 1997.
All right, so Banjo-Kazooie from 1997, is that your final answer?
98. 98 is my final answer.
Kevin Kenson, on question number 3, you are correct. This is Banjo-Kazooie. However, it's actually from 1995.
I thought it was later in the life cycle.
No, you're correct. It's 1998. I couldn't read my card.
I was like, was the N64 out in the US by 1995? That doesn't sound right.
Yes, 1998 is dead on for Banjo-Kazooie. That's actually a good point, because I don't think the N64 was out in 1995.
It was 96? Or 97, because it was every 5 years for a little while.
Something like that, yeah. Well, regardless, congratulations on being correct. We are currently, you're actually doing better than we are because we have the answers and we have messed up twice already, whereas you have not had the answers and have been pretty much dead on. So, let's just swiftly move on to question number 4.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay, so that's StarCraft. Which was, I feel like I'm cheating a little bit here because Matt gave me specific instructions to watch Jake's video before this, and his first question was StarCraft. But I actually don't remember what year it was now that he said it. I want to say it was, because it was a year that had a lot of big hits. So it was it was in the late 90s. StarCraft 1990, is it 98 again? Am I about to lose my RTS knowledge license? Am I way off on this?
No, Kevin Kenson, you were dead on. So yes, 1998 was infamous for being probably the best year for video games ever, besides maybe 2007. So of course that is the Zerg Queen letting you know that your forces are under attack. So just a future note for anyone who's watching this who might be on the This Is game show, I make Matt put StarCraft into every single quiz. So just keep your StarCraft knowledge handy. Well, let's see how you fare with question number 5.
Oh, what was that? It sounds vaguely familiar to me, but I'm not sure if it's really resonating. Yeah, I really have no idea what that is. Based on the quality of the sound effect, I'm gonna guess it was something late 90s-ish. Oh wait, I get a Ken help, right? I don't know if I'm blowing this too early. Yeah, I was actually really hoping I wasn't gonna have to resort to this, and I feel a little bad it's this soon in the game. I have no idea what this is. It sounds really familiar, but it's just not clicking in my brain.
It kinda sounds like Donkey Kong.
Okay, I guess I'll go with Donkey Kong 64 and we'll see if you're killing me or not. So I'm gonna go with the game is Donkey Kong 64, and if we're just going off of the rare series Donkey Kong games that started with the SNES game Donkey Kong Country, I think that was 1992.
All right, Kevin Kenson, for question number 5, you get 50% points. So this is in fact from Donkey Kong Country. However, the game came out in 1994. I've been given an instruction from Matt that I am supposed to read word for word for this particular question. Original Donkey Kong was released in 1981, but Matt argues that Donkey Kong Country in 1994 was the spiritual reboot of the Donkey Kong franchise, with Donkey being the permanent switch from antagonist to protagonist, and the console and arcade games should be separated into different franchises. I will die on this hill. Matt. So that is my official statement from Matt Ancini.
But either way, I'm wrong. So I actually kind of agree with him. Like, it's the character Donkey Kong, but there definitely is a kind of separate entity that starts with the later ones. But I don't know. That's a lot of splitting hairs. Anyways, I'll take the 50% points.
You should, because on question number 5, you have 8 points. So you are very close. You can actually tie this up technically if you get this next question 100% correct. So let's move on to question number 6.
Oh, I feel bad about how fast this one's gonna be. Like, I feel like we should banter more so there's time in the video. That is Contra on the NES, 1989?
Well, Kevin Kenson, prepare to hate yourself because this is Contra from 1987.
Ah! Each time I go a little higher or lower.
It's okay, it's okay. You obviously got that one incredibly quickly. But that means that we, on the This Is side, are still alive because you are still 1 point away from clinching. And don't forget, there is the bonus round, which if you are able to get one more point, I will explain to you shortly. But let's move on quickly to question number 7 before you decide what the answer is already.
Oh, that's a short sound effect. Oh, what does it sound like? That sounds like either picking up like a power-up or using maybe like a jump pad kind of deal. Or like picking up a healing item. My brain wants to go to this as some kind of FPS. Oh, I'm gonna hate myself when I don't know what this is. Why did I blow the Donkey Kong one earlier? I had like an inkling and I didn't trust myself.
You're very close to clinching, and even if you get within a year of the actual year of the game, you still get points. So you can actually take a pretty wild guess and still be pretty safe here.
You know what? I'm just gonna say Halo, even though I'm pretty sure it's not right, and all throughout the year of 2000, what was that, 2002? No, not two, geez, later. 2001 was the original Halo, right? Unless we're counting Marathon, which is very different. Go ahead and tell me how I'm wrong.
All right, well, Kevin Kenson, I am sad to say that you are incorrect. This is a game from 2007, and this is the Orange Portal from Portal.
Oh, I hate myself.
It's like one of those ones where like now that you know it, you can't unhear it. But when you hear it, like it's tough. I'm telling you, like people watch this game and they think it's easy. But when you're in the hot seat, it is really difficult to like understand like where you can even place it.
I was definitely more focused on like actual full-blown, run and gun type stuff. I wasn't thinking about a puzzle shooter.
Well, lucky for you, Kevin, you are still absolutely in the game. So let's move on to question number 8.
Yeah, that's either like a really big monster bellowing or it's a war horn. It sounds like a much later game, something that's more recent for sure. My gut wants to say God of War with the giant serpent in the distance, like when it's kind of alluding to that thing being around. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna go with that's the giant snake in God of War, the most recent one. And God of War started in, oh geez, what year was God of War on the PS2? 2004 for the original God of War?
Kev, for question number 8, you have come a very long way in this game. And here you are going to continue because that is incorrect. This is from a little game in 2007 called BioShock. Specifically, this is the sound of the Big Daddy.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Oh no, I'm losing my gamer card after this video.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, these later ones are really tough because it sounds like it could be a bunch of different things, especially because I feel like specifically in BioShock, I feel like usually the Big Daddy, you can never really actually hear it super clearly. Like there's always like other ambiance, like you don't really actually just hear that raw soundbite.
Oh man, guys, I don't know if we can go live with this video.
It seems like you're in tough straits. However, keep in mind you have 2 questions. If you can get half of either of these questions right, you will clinch the victory. So you are still 1000% in this game. Are you ready to go on to question number 9?
No, I'm not. I'd like to stall forever, please. Filibuster.
Okay, question number 9.
Gotcha. This gives me another kind of arcade vibe later, obviously, than the E.T. one did, even though E.T. was an arcade game. I don't think this is what it is, but it reminds me of Turtles in Time, which is, I think, why my brain's attaching to that. It's like that, there's music going on, there's like a line, there's a sound effect after like picking something up. Can I at least guess a year for the sake of getting something?
You can absolutely guess whatever you like.
1996.
Okay, well, fair enough. Well, I'm sad to say on question number 9, I can't give you points because you did not escape to the correct Ape Escape from 1999.
So I, growing up, actually didn't own a PS1, and so I missed a lot of those games. Yeah, no, I went straight into PS2, and the majority of what I replayed from PS1 was RPGs, because that's really like the main genre I play a lot. That was just one of those franchises I totally missed out on. I mean, like I said earlier, I didn't even play Crash growing up. I played the trilogy later when it got re-released.
I know that this is specifically Matt's favorite game, but I'm right there with you. I never played Ape Escape either. And yeah, I'm telling you, these later sound effects are really difficult, but you're still in the game. Getting a little bit dicey now, but we're going on to the final question, which you're going to need to get at least half of correct if you want to win. So let's move on to potentially our very final question. Question number 10.
It's either interference or it's like a scanner or something. That's definitely the kind of sound effect you get whenever you're like either analyzing something or there's some kind of interruption on what you're watching. So there were ones earlier where I was like, oh, I know this general vibe, but I don't know, like I don't remember that hearing this specific sound. This is one where I'm like, I know I've heard this. Like I know it like in the back of my brain, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to find like the filing cabinet it's in. Like it is somewhere lost in all the other files. I think I'm actually like not even gonna guess on this one because I really have like I know I've heard this sound, but I just have no clue what it's from.
You're just gonna completely pass. You're not gonna take any guess whatsoever.
Well, no. I'm gonna try a year for the hell of it, but I can't think of like what specific game. I don't know, 2002.
Kevin Ballsy Kenson. We've gone 10 long rounds, and this is. We've come down literally to the wire. You started out with a commanding lead of the This Is game show, which has been slowly whittled away by some of the more difficult questions we've ever asked. When it comes down to question number 10, this is the radiostatic Danger from Silent Hill, which was released in 1999. I'm sorry, my friend, you have lost the This Is game. However,
my first instinct was frickin' Silent Hill, and I didn't listen to it. I didn't listen. I don't know why I did not listen to that instinct. I was like, no, like I don't like that's such a specific.
Don't be alarmed, because now you have absolutely nothing to lose by going for our ultimate double or nothing.
Don't I have everything to lose because I have to do a 30-second shout out if I lose it?
Matt's trying to soften your prize, but no, I will not allow it. So now you get to go on to the bonus round. Typically, this is optional because if you had have won the tweet, you could just walk away. However, because you have nothing to lose, there's no reason not to go for it. So the rules here are very simple. We're going to show you one last question, or rather let you listen to one last question. You're going to need to get it exactly right on the year and exactly right on the game. However, if you do so, you will be able to walk away with a 30-second ad spot in a future This Is episode. You can give up and leave right now, but at least you got a shot of winning, and you can redeem yourself with what I will say is a quite difficult one.
God, for some reason my brain almost wants to say Soul Calibur for that one, but I don't think that's quite right. So Matt specifically told me he wasn't gonna do Persona, but my brain keeps going back to this might be Persona, because it reminds me of when you ambush an enemy.
Wait, hold on a second. Matt specifically told you a game that was not going to be included? That seems like it's against the rules, Matt. Is this true? Is this true?
I didn't say anything.
Matt denies it. Matt says that there's no such rule in this.
He said, no, I'm not gonna use that.
Matt's being pretty firm that he has no such rule in place, so I don't know if I believe that one.
It sounds like Persona. The problem here is whether it sounds like one of the earlier ones. It doesn't sound like 5 to me. It sounds like 3 or 4. Yeah, because this sounds like the sound effect when you like sneak up on an enemy and then initiate combat, and then it does the like the first sound effect is like the hitting them, and then the next one is the whatever transition sound effect into combat. I'm gonna say Persona 5, which came out in 2017?
I'm getting a hard no from the judges, so this is in fact from Persona 4.
4, damn it!
I'm sorry, my friend. That one came down to the wire. So yes, this is, you were dead on though. It is the summoning Persona noise, but
Yep, yeah, because 5 they have the mask and take it off.
So I'm sorry to say, my friend, you are not This Is winner today. However, I would like to extend an open invitation to come back to the game show at any point, in which I'm sure we will inevitably make it even more difficult for you to win.
And we do that one where I win, and we don't upload this one, right?
Exactly, yeah. So at this point, we're gonna cut the video, and then this is gonna go into the archives, the vault, some might say, and we're gonna come right back in 2 months and you'll be like, hey, what are the rules to this brand new wacky game you guys have? Woohoo!
Oh, man.
All right, Gavin, thank you very much for being an excellent sport. thank you very much for being on the This Is Game Show. Where can people find your wonderful bearded face?
It's Kevin Kenson. I don't know if anyone's gonna want to click through at this point after seeing me just completely fail on the second half of this game, squandering my lead. But yeah, if you want to check stuff out, there you go.
No. You need to, if you're watching this video, you absolutely need to go subscribe to Kevin Kenson for some of the most high quality video game content, retrospectives, all kinds of excellent content around the world of video games on the entire internet. I am saying that not only as Kevin's friend, but as someone who's been watching his videos from day one. You should absolutely be sure to go subscribe. We have a very special guest, the slow-mo man himself, Gavin Free. Gav, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing great. This is the first thing I've done today. So I'm awake, I'm with it.
Well, I hope you're awake because we're about to quiz you on your own videos. So of course you and Dan have made many videos over, actually, how long have you guys been doing slow-mo, guys?
Almost a decade. I think a decade in October.
Essentially what we want to do is really test your knowledge on how well you know your own videos and how well you know slow motion footage. So we're going to ask you 2 questions about each video. First of all, what it is. So if you don't remember the exact title, that's fine. But as long as you're kind of in the right ballpark of, oh, it was the balloon video or whatever, that counts. And then what year that video was posted, give or take 1 year for the handicap. So if it was 2013, 2012, or 2014 would be correct.
I'm really gonna struggle with the years. They all blend together.
Well, especially because I feel like some of these you probably shot like a year beforehand and didn't get around to editing until later anyway.
Yeah, there are some where it's just like, oh, this video from 2016, I'll edit that in 2018. No one will notice.
So, as per usual, if you can hit that 50%, I will tweet whatever it is that you want, including photos of myself in my underwear or my nipples, because apparently everyone thinks that's hilarious. But if you are not able to hit the 50% threshold, we ask you just tweet out a kind little subscribe to This Is link. Does that sound fair to you?
Sounds pretty damn fair.
All right, are you ready for question number 1?
Yes. Yeah, thanks for picking one that I filmed this year. That is trying to destroy YouTube's compression using glitter.
I mean, I will not even try to keep you in suspense. Yes, the title is Breaking YouTube with Slow-Mo Glitter. And you definitely broke YouTube because this video looks like an absolute mess as soon as you start playing.
Looks like garbage, doesn't it? Even if you watch it in 8K, it still struggles.
Wait, you uploaded it in 8K?
I do it because, you know, most of the audience watches videos on a telephone. So I thought, I'm definitely going to start uploading in 8K.
Can you walk me through how glitter breaks the YouTube compression?
I'm the only one who gets to see the raw footage. I try and export it, you know, in the highest possible bitrate, highest possible resolution. But because, you know, it is YouTube trying to deal and serve online video to the masses, it very much struggles with compression. So videos like that, only I have seen. And also, I uploaded at 50 FPS. But played the slow-mo back at 25, so that not only was it upscaled, every frame was doubled, just in hope that it might improve the compression somehow, because then not every frame is different. It's like every 2 frames are the same. Didn't help at all.
So, question number 1, obviously, you were very much at 100%, so you kind of get the idea. So essentially what we're trying to do is we're going to be zooming in, we're going to be speeding things up. We're going to try to make it a little bit more difficult for you with question number 2.
Yeah, I think I remember that one. That was droplets on a super hydrophobic surface. It's got to be like 2013 or 14.
So with this one, actually, can we go ahead and play the full video? Because I think it's really interesting because when you look at the crop, it sort of really changes the perspective versus the full thing. So what's going on here? So essentially you've got a surface that you've already, you've coated it with the oleophobic liquid?
It was actually a material that was manufactured to be hydrophobic. I think we filmed this in New York at the GE development center of some sort. It was a sponsored video for GE. But yeah, they were showing us all their tech that looks cool in slow-mo. And this hydrophobic stuff was great. I could watch liquids bounce around for ages. It's like one of the most satisfying things to watch for some reason in slow motion.
Okay, so obviously you were correct with the video. Do you know what year this video came out?
That's where I'm struggling because that is in a period of the slow-mo guys that I like to call the past, where I don't quite remember. I would guess 2013 or 2014.
2013 or 2014. Well, You are correct about the period. It is in fact from the past, and yes, it is from 2014. Well, after question 2, I think that you're obviously very, very skilled with knowing your own videos. So are you feeling confident right now?
So far, but also I don't know how far you've taken this in terms of the zooming in. So we'll see where it goes.
We're about to zoom in on 400,000%. So hopefully you know each and every individual pixel well. Let's move on to question number 3.
That was dropping a room from a crane. We tried to just fill a room with stuff and drop it just because that was from one of our YouTube shows where they gave us a little bit of budget, and I would guess that came out in 2018.
You were 100% correct. That is dropping living room from the Super Slow Show. So you've actually done a couple of YouTube originals at this point. How is it different to be able to actually work with, like you said, an actual budget and a crew, and not just you guys in your backyard having to do everything yourself?
It's definitely nice to focus on just one element of making videos, because usually, like you would say, I'm like the director and the cameraman, and then I'm in it, and then I edit it. But it was nice to just kind of be a host. A little bit stressful though, going from a crew of 0 to a crew of, I think we had like 80 people on some days. And that was out in the desert, so, you have to have little base camps and PAs and stuff, because everything gets very expensive when you're out on location for weeks on end.
Yeah. So how long did it take you to shoot? Because I'm assuming you just shot the entire show in like a couple weeks back to back.
We did, but we were very quickly running out of budget in terms of the scale of things. So we had to then like cram stuff together. Like instead of just dropping a room, to make it financially beneficial to build all that stuff, we had to drop other stuff. So like we dropped a car. And we ended up doing 6-day weeks, only having Sunday off, and we did that for 6 weeks. So by the end of it, I was I was loopy. Like if you watch the end of the Super Slow Show, I like barely know where I am. It's crazy.
Wow, that's crazy. You had 6 full weeks? Dude, that's nuts. And I assume so much of the work had to have been not even just in the shooting, but like, someone had to build the room. I'm sure you had to like plan each and every individual shot. And you did a ton of episodes, and each one had multiple different things. I can't even imagine dealing with that, man. All right, well, that's very cool. Why don't we go back a little bit more old school with question number 4?
Yeah, that one looks awful. So that was the, we had like a goop cannon, where I think in that moment we were firing chocolate pudding at Dan to see if we could clean out a bunch of different stains from his lab coat. Another sponsored video.
Oh my god. Okay, do you know what year you made this goop cannon video?
Oh, you're throwing some difficult ones at me now. I would guess 2014.
All right, well, it is in fact 2015, which means that you still get points. So watching that clip, it actually really makes me think, like, that seems so giftable. Do you see, you've got to have so many people stealing your content for, all kinds of clips and for like gifts and stuff. Is that like a problem? Like, how do you actually deal with that?
Yeah, there's a lot of like, I feel like a lot of our footage is very memeable. Like you could use this clip and just put like Mondays on the goop or something. That's a GIF. I don't really do anything about it. I just laugh usually.
I feel like in some ways it makes sense because people are sharing, like you can see it in the video. More likely people are gonna actually find the content. But I know some people get really sort of weird about it, especially when it comes to slow motion footage. I feel like a lot of people like watermark and stuff, which I get.
I just eventually stopped caring. It's probably not the best route to take because, you should care about your copyright, I guess. But I feel like if it's used and people see it, maybe they'll just get a little giggle out of it. And I also like that he's holding his throat and his crotch. Like he's clearly identified the most important parts on his body.
We gotta give Dan some props here, cause like, dude, you're pretty mean to Dan.
He is always up for it. Like I think the first time I hit him with this cannon, he's like, yeah, it was fine. Can we turn up the power a little bit? He's always one for like the footage needs to be good. It needs to hold up under the intense scrutiny of slow motion.
Oh man. Well, look, I think at this point you were cruising to an easy victory. However, let's move on to I think what might be the grossest one of all, question number 5.
That is a video idea that we just fully ripped off Rhett and Link, where you just put like a cob of corn on a drill and spin it, and your teeth just rip off all the corn. We also decided to put ketchup on it. I guess like the corn itself wasn't as visually cool as like also flinging a bunch of goop everywhere.
Of course, you were 100% correct about the video. Do you remember when this came out?
That's got to be 2017.
Well, you're close. It is 2016, which means you still get full points, and you have officially gone 5 for 5 or 10 for 10. So you've already clinched the game.
I think I'm at an advantage because I never did what all YouTubers are supposed to do. I never hired an editor. So I know the footage quite well.
And I think a lot of these are so like iconic looking because it's like, it's not like a lot of generic stuff. Like when I was doing this game for my videos, a lot of stuff looks similar, right? Like, oh, you see like a PC in the background. Okay, cool. I can't even see what that is. But with your videos, I mean, it's so visual, right? I mean, there's not a lot of corn in the slow-mo guys would be my guess.
That was the first corn-based video that we did.
Let's move on to question number 6.
That one is, I think it's called something like inside a giant 6 foot balloon of air or something like that. Dan was stood in a giant blue balloon and we filled it with air.
So that is 100% correct. So you guys have done a lot of balloon videos over the years, right? You've done like the water balloons, you've done the air balloons. I think balloons must, I mean, that's gotta look so cool, not only for the thumbnail, but for the video. Like it's such a visual thing of just like pop.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of the most, before we started the channel, there was some slow motion video on YouTube. There was some high speed, but it was usually mute, didn't have any sound. There was no context around what the subject was. And it was always balloons of water popping. So after we started the channel, we never did one. We never did a balloon popping because I felt like everyone's already seen that. But then I found out you can buy 6-foot balloons. And I thought, I've never seen a 6-foot balloon of water pop, or like with this one, air. And they just became insanely popular on our channel. Like our most viewed video, somewhere around 180 million views, is a giant water balloon popping.
That's insane, man.
We decided to do giant balloon video, at least one every year.
Dude, that is so good. Well, speaking of year, do you remember what year this balloon video did go live? Yeah. Maybe 2015, that one? It is in fact 2016. So you've been very consistently off by 1 year, but that's inside the handicap, so it still counts.
I feel like it's a very generous handicap. There's also a funny fact about this video. You can see on the left there, we've got a leaf blower sticking inside to inflate it. Originally, we both just had a super dumb moment. We had the leaf blower in there with it, and we were wondering why it wasn't inflating. We're like, what's wrong with this leaf blower? And then we realized, oh, it's just pulling air from inside the balloon and putting it back into the balloon. So of course it's not inflating.
Oh my god. Look, sometimes when you're doing these weird projects, I feel like you have to think in very orthodox ways. That's kind of understandable.
Yeah. We were just like, oh yeah, how does the leaf blower work?
All right, well, let's move on to question number 7.
That is, once again, poor Dan. We were doing Fruit Ninja, basically. He had a katana, and I was beating him in the head with fruit. Well, not trying to beat him in the head. I was trying to hit the sword, but I'm not very good at throwing.
Wait, so did that hit the sword, or did that hit his head?
That may have glanced the sword. There was one where we're trying to do like an Armageddon type shot where the sword was in front of him, and I was trying to throw the tomato at the sword so it would like separate and go either side of his head. But there was one shot where I just completely missed the sword. It hit him right in the face.
Do you remember what year that video came out?
I would say it came out in 2019, but it definitely was shot in like 2017 or something.
Well, you were 100% correct. It is from 2019, Satisfying Slow-Mo Fruit Ninja.
You can see the Armageddon effect sort of worked on the left side, but it didn't send the bigger lump off enough to the other side.
How many times do you think you threw a tomato at him in this one day?
Oh, at least 10. Because honestly, like the reason Dan is in front of the camera is because he's very good at, like, if I'm like, hey Dan, do you think you can cut an arrow in half as I fire at you with a sword? He's like, I'll give it a go, and he'll just do it first try. And I will always nail the camera. Like it's very rare that I'll mess up a camera trigger or I'll just mess up a pan or something like that. And if we swap roles, we are garbage. Like he misses the trigger like you wouldn't believe, and I can't hit anything to save my life. So we just sort of know our roles, so we're very happy in our roles, and we find it very stressful if for whatever reason we're switched.
Can you actually kind of walk us through a little bit about how you actually trigger the cameras? Because I know a slow motion camera, it's not like a continuous record, right? You have to actually be very precise on triggering it.
Yeah, well, usually the way it's done with digital, which is a huge benefit over film, is that it will record to RAM, which is like the fastest way you could just dump, gigabits of throughput onto a medium. So it's recording to RAM, but it does it in a loop. So it's a RAM buffer. So typically the memory of a camera isn't the largest, especially when you're shooting 100,000 plus frames a second. So you might only have like 4 or 5 seconds of recording. So if you're filming a subject where you don't quite know when it's going to happen, like an explosion or like a balloon reaching full capacity and popping, you don't want to just guess and record forwards. You want to be recording in a constant loop, and when it happens, you then just want to stop the camera so you retain the previous 4 or 5 seconds.
That's crazy, man. So essentially what's happening is when you have the camera sort of facing whatever is happening, you essentially have the trigger, so you hit it as soon as the thing is actually ended, and then the camera saves that few seconds.
Yeah, so it's always running, and it's recording over itself in a loop until you stop it. So actually, our cameras, like especially when we're filming like 300,000 frames a second, they're just recording 300,000 frames per second every second for potentially hours until we say, "Hey, stop. We'll look at these ones." But it means we've technically put like billions and billions of frames through all of our cameras. I actually once just I rolled on myself. I think it was like 400,000 frames a second. Very tiny resolution, and I just filmed us setting up, so it was just rolling for like an hour because I was trying to make myself the most photographed human on the planet. Because I don't know, who's the most. It basically took like billions of pictures of me. It didn't keep any of them, but it took them. So I was like, do I qualify? Am I the most photographed person ever?
I think you can hit up Guinness World Records about that. I feel like that sounds like it would count.
Yeah, maybe.
You're very close right now to 100%ing the game. Are you ready to move on to question number 8?
Have you had people 100% the game yet?
We have not. We've had a couple people come very close, but they've always missed at least like one of the questions. So right now you could be the ultimate This Is winner, which I've just decided is a new category that we can have. So yeah.
Yeah, I know that one too. I'm getting lucky here. That's breaking a Pyrex dish or Pyrex jug using like heat stress. Oh, we made it hot and then we put cold water in it. Oh, we did either the water was hot or it was cold, or the Pyrex was hot or cold, and then the sudden change in temperature causes stress in the glass and it explodes.
Is there like a trade-off between like resolution and like speed with them?
Yeah, so the cameras have a certain amount of throughput that they can offer. The camera we use, the 2511, which we often borrow from Destin from Smarter Every Day. I think that's what we used in that video. It's a trade-off between the resolution and the frame rate. As you lower the resolution, you then have more throughput available to the frame rate. I think on that one, we were able to push the frame rate beyond 300,000 frames a second on one of them. And at that point, you're slowing down a second to a few hours.
And I'm sure you keep all your raw footage, right?
I do. I've kept every single raw file since the very first shot we filmed, which has been a financial nightmare.
All of that being said, you were of course correct about the video. Do you remember what year this video came out?
I would throw 2016 up as a guess.
And your guess would be 100% correct. Dude, I think you actually might get this 100%. I don't want to get too excited right now, but you were very, very close. All right, we're ready to move on to question number 9.
Oh, that's a really old one. Yeah, that was like, I think I was trying to cash in on like seasonal videos or like holiday. That was like an Easter-based video.
What, really?
I'm gonna guess that was like 2011. Back in the day, it was extremely easy to make a video because there wasn't a ton of high speed on YouTube, and I could just do whatever. I'd be like, oh, let me have a rummage around in the fridge. Oh, let me just grab my next door neighbor and throw an egg at him, And that's exactly what I did for that video. Dan wasn't even there. I mean, that was me probably just goofing around on the weekend.
That's so good. So it's funny to think about how far things have come, because I mean, I bet most of your shoots these days, even the ones that's just you and Dan, are still tons of time to set up, to think through the idea, bring the lights in, all that kind of stuff. And back in the day, it was just like, oh, you know what? Eggs, let's go.
You absolutely hit the nail on the head. The biggest challenge that I've faced in having this channel is that we've certainly tried to up the standard, up the quality, every year that we've been doing it. So I'm always trying to upgrade the cameras. I'm always trying to get like better lenses. And that has evolved into, we can film like 1 video a day. We used to be able to film like 4 or 5 on a Saturday. And then I would just edit them over the coming months. And that was at the time when we both lived in the same country. So it was super easy. Like he would come over and we'd just be like, oh, why don't we just spray water on a fire? And it would take like 10 minutes to make a video. And it would, and now it would take all day to make a video. Like for example, that glitter video, that was like 10 hours of dropping glitter. It's kind of frustrating that I guess I know that the quality or the effort we put in doesn't necessarily translate to views. I just want to be improving. So I do it anyway, even though it costs me so much more money and time. Because I don't think we get away with just throwing an egg at someone's face and uploading it anymore. That was very sort of early Slow-Mo Guys days.
Well, of course, I think that's the same thing for almost everyone, right? I mean, it's like, I look back at my old videos, and I mean, they're trash, right? I mean, in those early days, there were videos that I hit the record button, talk for 3 minutes, hit stop, put that SD card in my computer, and uploaded it directly to YouTube.
I think the lowest effort video I ever did, I had a hard drive that failed, so I just opened the lid and I just filmed like two clips of how a hard drive, like how the head travels across the platter, and I didn't even host it. I didn't even make an intro. It's just slow-mo clip, and I think I just added some VO. I uploaded it like 2 years after I filmed it, and it got like 10 million views. And it took me honestly, because I only did the slow-mo, it took me like 5 seconds to shoot it. And now I look back on those moments, I wish it was that easy to film videos now.
Let's move on to what could potentially be the final question. Question number 10.
It's so zoomed in. I'm trying to figure out if that's a CD or a record. I feel like it's a record. Yeah, I think that's the spinning the record to pieces.
Okay, and do you remember what year that particular video came out?
So I kind of draw a blank spot between our 2 YouTube originals, between like Planet Slow-Mo and the Super Slow Show. Maybe 2018. I'm gonna have to guess 2018, but I'm honestly, this is the least sure I've been.
It's good that you were safe, because it is actually from 2017, which means that you are officially the first This Is Ultimate winner, completing every single question with, well, at least inside the handicap, 100% accuracy. Good job, my friends.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the handicap. I would have been screwed without it.
Yeah, I think you were still well within.
That was 2017? I can't believe that was 3 years ago. That one feels actually very recent to me.
Yeah, you spun a record at 12,500 FPS. So now, my friend, you have completed the game show. You can walk away with a tweet where I will tweet literally whatever it is that you like, or you can go for a double or nothing bonus question. If you're able to get it correct, then you will be able to trade your tweet for a 30-second ad spot promoting whatever it is that you like. However, if you are even off by a year, then you will have to walk away with literally nothing besides your imaginary This Is Ultimate Game Winner trophy. How you feeling right now, buddy? You feeling confident?
Well, I feel like we know my reliance on the handicap, so to be without that is a scary thought, but I'm gonna have to go for it. I'm gonna have to go double or nothing all in.
All right, I'm very excited. Okay, so for the double or nothing bonus question, let's take a look.
Are you showing me the first episode? Well, if you don't include the trailer, I think the first episode would have been Exploding Lighters. I think that's like October 2010.
Gavin Free, you have made it through 10 questions and a bonus round. And yet, on the final question, you are correct. You are an official winner. You are dead on, my friend. 0 handicap required.
Well, thank you very much for testing me on literally content that I myself made. I feel like if you tested me on like the history of high speed or something scientific, I would have fallen tragically. But
congratulations, my friend. We were really trying to figure out how we wanted to do this. For a minute there, we were actually gonna trying other slow motion footage, but the problem was that other slow motion footage was not as good as yours, and we're just like, you know what? Let's just see if you can remember your own videos. And obviously, you have remembered them with 100% accuracy. Gavin, thank you very much for being on the show. Now, I guess the real question is, what would you like us to do an ad spot on?
Do you have access to a macro lens?
I do have a macro lens, yes.
I think what I'd like to see is a macro nipple shot with someone just writing around the nipple or on the nipple, youtube.com/the slow-mo guys, or if that is even the URL, I don't know. Whatever the URL to the channel is.
All right, that might be the most creative one. Well, Gavin, thank you very much for being on. Keep your eyes out for that video. And if people somehow have not found you on your many different homes across the internet, where best can they find your content and your wonderful face?
I would just search the slow-mo guys on YouTube or in Google. You'll find me.
Awesome. Dude, thank you so much for being on. I'm not happy that I have to now draw on my nipples, but it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be completely okay. We have a very special guest, your least average consumer in the world, Judner, my friend. How are you doing today?
I'm good, man. Super nervous because I have horrible memory, but I'm ready.
I feel that one, man. I feel that one. Well, we're gonna make it not so easy for you today with 10 questions about technology from a wide variety of sources. And we're going to ask you to answer 2 questions about each. We're going to ask for the name of the product. Some of these, I will say in advance, are a little bit sort of vague, so there may be a little bit of trickery involved. And we're also going to ask for the year that each item came out, and we do have a plus or minus 1 year handicap. And of course, since this is the This Is game show, I said this is like 4 times in a row, we're going to have a little wager. If you were able to get 50% of these questions correct, then we will tweet whatever it is that you like. However, if you were failing to reach that milestone, then we're going to ask you to tweet a kind little subscribe to This Is link on your account. Does that sound like a fair wager, my friend?
Not too bad, I'll take it.
All right then, let's kick it off with question number 1.
Oh, okay, yes. I know what this is. This is the Sony PlayStation Pulse wireless gaming headset. I'm absolutely in love with that, so I'm very familiar with that. That came out like the year. I want to say, I'm with the handicap, I think it'll be safe to say 2013.
Judner, your mastery of the average consumer. I'm really gonna run out of your average consumer puns very quickly. Yes, you're 100% correct. This is in fact the PS3 Pulse Elite headset from 2012. So I know you're a big fan of this one specifically, right?
Oh, I was in love with that thing.
Well, and it's crazy because like I kind of forgot that the PlayStation 3 actually had dedicated wireless headsets. I always think about that as more of like an Xbox One, PS4 thing.
I mean, what made this one awesome was that you could use it with pretty much anything. From PlayStation to like your cell phone, a computer, all wirelessly, just because of the dongle that it came with. It had a headphone, it had like a 3.5mm jack. It was awesome, man. That thing was super versatile.
I've got to say you were off to a perfect start, some might say. You didn't even need the handicap because it was exactly on 2013. Are you feeling a little bit more confident now? You feeling like you might have a good shot at this one?
I don't know, man. You guys might be taking it easy on me.
We would never do something like that, especially as we move on to question number 2.
Which one? Which one am I answering? There's like 5 different things here.
Specifically, we're looking for the model of the phone that's second from the left. So, as you might imagine, those are accessories for that particular device.
That is an iPhone trapped in a bunch of stuff, isn't it? No. Wait, what? This is some trickery right here.
I can confirm the only photoshopping that we've done with this is to remove any logos, anything that was very specific. We did not say put a different screen on the device. We didn't change the fonts or anything like that. This is an official marketing image from this particular company with essentially just the logos wiped out. We didn't play with you that much.
I can't even assume what kind of Android device it would be if it were some kind of clone or copy. All right, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna iPhone 10. When did iPhone 10 come out? 2016. I'll go with 2016.
So this is the iPhone 10 from 2016. Is that your final answer?
Probably. I'm guessing with the handicap in mind that the year for the iPhone could be right, but I'm going with that.
Judd, I am very happy to report that on question number 2, your reasoning was actually a little off. This is in fact not the iPhone at all. This is a Doogee S90 Pro. We may or may not have put this in here because we really wanted it for the thumbnail of this video. So the S90 Pro is a rugged modular phone. So essentially what you're getting here is it had all kinds of accessories, including a night vision camera, the controller, a walkie-talkie, the extended battery. They claimed that it could survive for 2 weeks underwater, but it couldn't survive 2 minutes on the shelves because I've never seen one of these in person in my life.
See, I knew it was gonna be some stupid Android phone that was cloned to look like an... I knew it. I knew it.
It's funny, so I never even considered iPhone, but as soon as you mention it, looking at like the time and the date, that font is identical to what you get on the iPhone. So I actually totally see where you were coming from with that. Importantly, you are still at 50%, which means that you are absolutely still in the game. And if you can keep this up, you will be a This Is Game Show winner.
After this stunt, man, I don't know.
That is exactly what you should be thinking as we move on to question number 3.
This is that blue. I remember these. Who made it though?
So does this seem like something that you've maybe made a video on before?
I might have covered it, maybe in some like really inexpensive like tech kind of recommendation. I don't know if it's like Samsung or Asus.
So now would be a great time to mention that of course we do offer one singular lifeline here on the This Is Game Show, which is Phone-a-Ken, where you can phone our good buddy Ken Baldino and he may or may not be helpful. Now of course, we're early in the game, this is question 3 of 10, so you may or may not want to burn it this early, but just so you know, the lifeline is on the table for you.
All right, I'll keep Ken in the back pocket for now. I can't remember the manufacturer, but I'm just gonna go with Samsung, a Samsung Chromebook. I'll say 2013, because I think that's when I would have. Yeah, I say 2013.
You have absolutely seen this Chromebook before because it was actually featured in one of your tech backpack videos. However, this is not in fact a Samsung Chromebook. This is the Asus Chromebook C202 from the year 2016.
Oh, that's a lot sooner than I expected, but I knew it was Asus. Ugh.
The whole purpose for this Chromebook and really what made it special was that it was rugged and waterproof. And in fact, we actually did a video a couple years ago on our channel where we like threw water balloons at it and we actually ended up killing the screen. So it's not water balloon proof, but this thing actually is pretty good. It's really meant for, you know, kids and stuff. You can drop it, you can kind of beat it around a little bit.
Yeah, you guys are keeping me on my toes.
It's okay, man. I believe in you. Let's move on to question number 4.
Thank you. Something I know, especially in my color. These are the Sony Hear-Ons. They're Bluetooth headphones, or I guess this one might not be one of the Bluetooth models, but these are the Sony Hear-Ons. I'll say 2016. I think around that time, because I remember at CES they were announced. Yeah, I'm gonna go 2016.
I'm actually sad to say that on question number 4, you were 100% correct. Yes, in fact, these are the 2016 Hear-Ons. Good job, my friend.
Nice, 100%, I'm with that.
So, of course, we had to pick your favorite colorway, although I think this came in a pretty wide variety of colors when it first came out, right?
The singular color thing always threw me off because I feel like it kind of makes it look cheap, but these were not cheap headphones by any means.
After question number 4, we're actually back up to 50%, so you have 4 of 8 points, so still right back in it. And just in time to move on to question number 5. You're really gonna like this one.
So a super thick phone like this, was this a concept?
I will say that these are products that were announced. Some of the products we've featured on previous game shows actually never did ship. So I can't confirm nor deny, but concepts are within the realm of possibility.
I feel like this is a Nokia device that was talked about that had like an insane amount of battery life. I don't remember much about the screen. This definitely looks like some kind of render. It has 3 cameras though, so that's fairly recent. The thickness in particular, I remember a Nokia phone, I'm pretty sure it was Nokia, something that was just supposed to have like insane battery life, kind of to play on their old devices from back in the day. The screen doesn't jump out at me at all. Honestly, it's just the thickness, and those 3 cameras make me feel like it's more recent than it is old. But then again, I think the Find X had a very similar back, but that one had a pop-up camera. This one has no front-facing camera, so maybe it's Oppo. I have no idea on the model, on the model number. I'm just gonna say Nokia. I'm gonna go back to that since this doesn't matter. Nokia, I don't know, power cell. I'm making something up over here. And then I'm gonna say 2017.
2017, so the Nokia power cell from 2017 is your final answer?
No, Austin. Austin, I'm going 2017 again.
Are you sure about that? You're going back and forth. This could be important, man.
2018 final answer.
Well, this is in fact the 2019 Energizer Pro Max P18K. So you get 1 point on that one.
And yes, I heard about, yeah.
The Energizer Power Max is a device that I actually am not 100% sure ever shipped. I believe this was shown off at CES as an 18,000 milliamp hour battery. However, I'm not sure if this thing ever actually shipped or not. I think it was just a concept.
I bet you some branch of Oppo made it.
Well, Judd, you are right on the bubble right now. You are at 5 of 10 correct, exactly 50%. What's your confidence level right now? How are you feeling about life now that you made it halfway through the This Is game show?
I'm feeling pretty decent. If we can stop throwing smartphones my way, I think we'll be okay.
I'm looking at the upcoming list. You might have some problems here.
I'm just kidding. I can't handle smartphones. Let's do this.
Let's move on to question number 6.
Okay, so this one, V-Moda, these look smaller though. These are not the M100s. They're not the XS. These are not the XS. They're not that small.
When you say that they're not that small, how do you actually tell? Because I look at this, I have no sense of size or scale whatsoever. What about it makes you feel like they're larger or smaller?
So for the V-Moda line, they generally all have like the same headband, and depending on the model, the ear cups, I think, are the differentiators. So if they had like larger ear cups, it'd probably be like the M100. I think the M80s were a bit smaller.
So I will say, before you lock in any kind of final answers here, this is the question that we're actually going to not ask a year on for a couple of reasons. And instead, what we're going to ask for is 1 point will be for if you can get the correct manufacturer. The other point will be if you can get the exact model number. As you will see in a minute, this gets a little complicated on the year. So we're gonna go ahead and give you a pass on that one.
So, V-Moda, I got my 50 right there. And all right, I'm gonna go with V-Moda M100.
Judner, you have done a very good job looking at a pair of headphones, which to me look about as generic and as identical to every other V-Moda pair of headphones as I've ever seen in my life. These are in fact the V-Moda XS. So I can give you 1 point for that.
XS? Oh, are you serious?
So that's why I was asking about the scale, because that's really the only differentiator. So I guess these are the smallest of the range, right? Because I know that there's the M80, the M100, and the M200 were all pretty similar in the design, but it was just the size of the ear cups and I guess the drivers inside, right?
The XS was so incredibly small in comparison to just other headphones in general. But I'm guessing because I'm just seeing it by itself here enlarged on this image, that it was kind of hard to see how small it is. And those ear cups still look like, if I'm looking at it as a large headphone, it still looks like it could be over-ear headphones, but I got my 50, so I'll take that.
Like you said, you got your 50, and importantly, you're going into question number 7 with 50%, so you're dead on, and you still have your lifeline. So you're still in pretty good shape, especially if you can knock out 1 or 2 of these questions at 100%, you're gonna be in very, very good shape. Are you ready to move on to question number 7?
I know this phone. I should know this one. There were so many conversations about this phone. I'm gonna call my boy Ken.
Hello.
Hey Ken, what's going on, man?
So this is actually a Google phone.
I knew it was Google. Okay.
Yeah. The Google Project Ara.
Ara, yes. Okay, I knew it started with an A and it had an R in it, but I was thinking like Ari or something like that. Okay, Ara.
Yeah, I don't remember the year though, but I think it was like
Ken.
5-ish years ago.
All right, we're staying steady on this 50% line. That's cool. All right, Ken. Thanks, man.
Right, best of luck.
Later. So this project was called Ara. It was the Google project that never actually made it. It wouldn't be 2017. That was too soon. Okay, you know what? Yeah. I'm gonna go 2015.
So this is the 2015 Google Project Ara?
Yes.
I'm happy to say that this is the Google Project Ara from 2015. 14. So you get full points on this one.
Let's go, Ken.
So what made Project Ara unique is obviously, as you can see, the modular design. So I was actually there at the launch event for this, and it was a unique idea because essentially they were trying to build a phone which could be constantly upgraded. So you'd be able to swap out the battery module, upgrade the processor module, upgrade the camera module, swap out your screen. The idea was that you would keep the chassis and just buy more modules over time so you wouldn't have to go and throw away your old phone and all that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, because they had built that sort of skeleton backing, they were very limited in the sizes of the modules. There's always a lot of wasted space, and generally speaking, things were moving very quickly and it was going to be difficult to hold up. So they came very close to shipping this.
I mean, the concept, it makes complete sense. Like, everybody hates having to upgrade their phone.
What's fortunate for you is that you are at 8 of only 10 points you really need. So out of the next 3 questions, you just need to get 2 points.
All right, let's go.
All right, let's move on to question number 8.
These are from Blue, I believe. I never got my hands on these. I think they're from Blue. I don't know the model number though. Just got my 100 on the last one. Now I'm like at nothing right now. I don't even know what their naming scheme is like. The Blue Snowball headphone. From 2017, final answer.
So these are the Blue Lola headphones, and they came out, believe it or not, all the way back in ye olden times of 2015.
Oh, dang, just missed it.
So it's okay. You still have 2 questions left, and of course, since this is the This Is game show, we've got a little double or nothing bonus round at the end. So are you ready to move on to question number 9?
This is the Essential phone. And this came out. When did the Essential phone come out? This is like, okay, it wouldn't be as late as 2018. So I'm gonna say 2016.
There is technically a model name at the end of the Essential phone, but they only made 1 Essential phone. So I'm gonna say that that is correct. And I'm happy to report that you are a This Is winner. Yes, this is the 2017 Essential phone, technically the PH1, but they never made a PH2 or PH3, so good job.
Thank you. Matt, don't be a hater. I'm so glad I got that.
Yeah. Don't be a hater, Matt. PH1, like, dude, okay. So this was honestly one of the most premium devices I have ever used. In fact, I actually did an episode of the Test Drivers not too long ago about this phone, using it in 2020. So it was made out of ceramic and titanium. So it was an incredibly impressive feeling device. Like you said, one of the very first devices with a notch. And importantly, even though the Essential company recently moved on, and well, I say moved on, they recently went out of business, they actually kept this thing updated with a completely stock looking build of Android up until early this year. They had over 3 years of software updates, I believe.
I think after a while, the price was great and it was available like on Amazon. So it wasn't a bad choice like a little bit later on in its past its initial release. So good. I'm glad I got that.
Now, I'm very happy to report that with 1 question left, you have clinched the game. However, you do have the option, if you so choose, to go for the double or nothing bonus round. So just keep that in your back pocket. We'll go through the last question just so you can flex on everyone with your incredible tech knowledge. But the game's not quite over just yet. So let's move on to question number 10.
Oh, I remember okay, I remember this one, but I don't remember it actually. I don't know who made it. But I remember this, I remember the concept here. I have no idea for model number or what manufacturer made this. I'm gonna say 2018 as the year.
You already won, and you actually just got a little bit of a bonus point there because this is actually from 2019, so you were correct with that. However, this is the ZTE Nubia Z20. So this was a dual screen device. You can see that rear display. It was like semi-transparent, so when it was off, I don't think you could see it at all, and then you could get like a little bit of information. I believe it was like notifications and stuff. You can get us to tweet whatever it is that you want, anything you want. I'm sure you can get creative with it, or you can gamble it all and go double or nothing. If you fail to get it 100% correct, you walk away with nothing besides your pride and a imaginary This Is winner trophy.
Since there's a year involved, I absolutely do not trust my memory. So I am walking away a winner here. So thank you guys. Can I at least see what the question would have been though?
Oh, you can absolutely take the question just for fun. So congratulations on winning. Let's take a look and see if you actually had any sense for what this bonus question would have been.
Oh, this is the Swiss backpack. I use this as a gadget backpack. I have no idea when this came out though. So I am absolutely glad I didn't take that.
So that's the trick we have for this, is we were actually not going to ask you for the year that this came out. We know you did a video. In fact, I know I've seen you wear this backpack. We were going to ask for the year of the video that you did on this particular backpack. So if you were taking this question, what would have been your final answer on this one?
I would say the Swiss 15-inch laptop backpack. So many backpacks just have that in the name, just kind of like the whole headphone thing. So it's 2016, yeah.
Well, I'm very happy you didn't take this, because this is actually a video you did in 2017. So this is the Swiss Gear Apastron. Apsatron? I'm making
I'm glad I walked away.
You made the right call in not trusting us, because we were not going to make it easy on you. Congratulations. Do you have any idea what you would like us to tweet?
Okay, let me think on it, and then I'll let you guys know.